Shabbat Shalom, everybody. As I was telling Brother James, the first Sabbath post-resurrection, or, so we think. And obviously we'll talk a little bit about that first, because I can't tell you how many people messaged me telling me nothing happened, which obviously, I don't think I never said anything was really going to happen on the ninth, other than him being resurrected. But, if you think about it, Elijah, we believe, has been back for 18 months, and we don't have any proof of him being back other than his descent down. But yeah, so I was thinking where we should start is, I don't know, is that you, brother, with that wind? Is that you with the wind in the background?
That must be the fan. Can you hear it?
Yeah, we can hear it.
Okay.
It sounds like you're outside. But yeah, what I was going to say is, so let's talk a little bit about, obviously, what was it, Tuesday morning. So I got up, around 7:30. I was anticipating the resurrection to be around 8 o'clock Eastern time. So, the sun rising in the east, but, not up yet where he's actually being resurrected. And so I came outside. I grabbed my shofar. I came outside, and it seemed like it had just started to rain, and there was this really light mist of rain coming down. And I turned left to walk towards the side of the house to face Jerusalem to get on my knees, and that's when I encountered the rainbow, which I will add. I don't think I added it to my. I added it to the house, but I will add it to my PTRs. And so obviously, surreal sight to see. At the time of, or what I believe was the time of the resurrection. Obviously facing the promised land there. And then, obviously the rainbow remained there for some time, and then it dissipated. And then there was one huge lightning strike over the north with a very large thunder clap that scared my dog. And even my wife said she heard that one thunder from inside in the bedroom. And so, obviously, with or without the sign, I believe that Tao is here. But those things are hard to ignore when you understand that there's no such thing as a coincidence. Now, obviously, Tuesday being the first day of the year, a new month, was a Sabbath, right? And so Brother James and I were actually pondering, is Psalms 23 about right now? So why don't we read that together? I think it's a great place to start as we discuss what we should be seeing here in the near future.
Oh.
All right, so Psalms 23. All right, so it says, Psalms 23, verse 1. O is my shepherd, I shall not want. Verse 2. He makes me to lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside the still waters. Verse 3. He restores my soul. He leads me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. To me, verse 3 here is profoundly messianic, symbolic language, right? the Messiah executes the counsel of the Most High, right? My righteousness will draw near, right? Salvation draws near for His name's sake. When He tells Pharaoh, "I have lifted you up for this reason." Verse 4. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me, your rod and your staff, they comfort me. Okay. And then now let's think about, we were talking about the shadow of death. Is there not a shadow right now on the United States of America, the Babylon, now that the judgment has been pronounced? And so then you look at verse 5 here. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. So Tuesday being the first of the month was a Sabbath, right? And a feast. And so you would imagine wherever he was resurrected, he is surrounded by his enemies, special forces, you would assume.
You want to explain the first day of the year and then the first day of the month, new month, and what happens on those new months days?
Well, yeah, so it's a Sabbath. The best scripture that I have for that is Amos 8:5, but you found a couple other ones too, brother. But let's go to Amos 8:5. And just so everyone understands, new moon is a Jeremiah 8:8 issue, because the moon is 10 days short every year. So how can the moon tell you 30-day months? It's impossible. So
what tells you 30 days? What tells you that? What keeps the moon and the sun in check on 30 days?
So it's the sun that is the correct cycle, because the sun is 360 days, 12 times 30. You see that? And so it's the sun that's tracking the year. The moon now, though, obviously, helps you check things in the calendar. But the lunar cycle, that's a corruption in the text to make people think that you determine the Sabbath with the lunar calendar. You see a lot of Israelites have fallen into that deception.
Now, what the moon does is, if you want to know, explain how a full moon happens. The only way that you can tell that it's a full moon by the 180 degree.
Yeah, perfect example. So according to the world, the blood moon on it would have been, according to Pharaoh's calendar, it's the morning of March 3rd. But remember, that's actually March 2nd still, because it doesn't start March 3rd until the sun comes up. But if you look at the morning, that morning where the blood moon occurred was not a full moon. And the way we know that is the moon had set before the sun rose. However, the next day, March 3rd, was actually a full moon, because both things were present. And this comes from Enoch. Both things were present, where the sun had set and then the full moon rose, and the next morning,
the moon was still on the horizon, ready to set, and the sun was coming up. They were both in the sky.
I got a great shot of it. It's a panel though, so it's hard to see on things.
Are you going to give him Andy's picture?
No, I'm going to give him the one that I took.
Okay.
On the coast there. But yeah, just like Andy's picture. That was from how we confirmed it, back in 2024. But back in 2024, it was on Passover. The next year, it was 10 days short. Again, 10 days short, right? And so we've witnessed that ourselves. So there's no way for every day of a month, it's impossible for the first day of every month to be a new moon. The lunar cycle doesn't work like that. And so those all of those texts should say new month, and every new month is also a Sabbath. Again, the Sabbath command of you're not supposed to work, and you're supposed to have a feast, and thinking about all the things God has done for you that previous 30 days. So if you go to Amos 8:5, Amos 8:5 says, saying, when will the new month be gone that we may sell corn? So you notice on the new month, you're not supposed to be buying and selling either. And then it continues, and the Sabbath that we may set forth wheat, making the ephah small and the shekel great, and falsifying the balances by deceit. And so the day of his resurrection was a Sabbath. So you shouldn't have expected to see anything that day. And then obviously, yesterday was not, today is, and tomorrow we have a Friday the 13th, which we know how much the occult loves. But then again, you think about, we are at this point, what is that? 11 days away from Passover. Passover being on the 23rd. So do they wait until Passover even before they start to make their, march east? But again, in terms of how we should, what we should be looking for, I think we can go back to Joel chapter 2. But actually, you know what? If you want to look up some of those other new month verses, let me pull up your email here, brother.
Go to Isaiah 66:23.
Isaiah 66:23. It says, and it shall come to pass that from one new month to another, and from one Sabbath to another, shall all flesh come worship before me, says, oh. Yeah, beautiful verse.
You'll have to find the email.
I'm looking for that right now. All right, we have Ezekiel 46, verse 1. It says, thus says Adonai the gate of the inner court that looks toward the east shall be shut the 6 working days, but on the Sabbath it shall be opened, and in the day of the new month it shall be opened. Then we got 1 Samuel 20:24. So David hid himself in the field, and when the new month was come, the king sat him down to eat meat.
You want to bring up that First Chronicles that Stephanie had with that we were talking about, why there was 2 days?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, again, just emphasizing that 4 times a year, you're going to have these consecutive feasts. And so you think about the spring equinox being the 31st day of the 12th month, being an intercalendar day, also a feast, one of the 4 Noah feasts that I guess have to do with the flood. Um, and then the new month being consecutive, so that them coming back to back. So that verse was, find it here. 1 Samuel 20:27. So it says, and it came to pass on the morrow, which was the second day of the month, although that's interesting. It says the second day of the month, that David's place was empty. And Saul said to Jonathan his son, wherefore comes not the son of Jesse to meet, neither yesterday nor today? And so I think the only thing that would make sense there is it's actually the first day of the month, because it's following an intercalendar feast. That's why it would be back-to-back feasts. So yeah, something to think about there. But so anyways, whether it's, tomorrow, whether it's after the Passover, I think some things that, again, we just want to highlight is all the stuff in the news about things in the sky, coming from the sky, possibly being announced from the sky, whether it's aliens, whether it's Iranian drones. And you're also seeing some news about Yellowstone starting to awake. Are all these things coincidences? I'm sure they want you to believe that. But let's go to Joel chapter 2 again, just because I think that's a beautiful thing that will give us a sense of how we'll know David and Elijah have started to make their move. So I'm going to go to Joel chapter 2. Because if you look at Joel, the prophecy of Joel, chapter 1 talks about, the judgment on Jerusalem and the nation of Israel. Chapter 2 talks about the second regathering, the second Exodus. Chapter 3 talks about the reentrance into the promised land and Gog Magog. And so chapter 2 would be our focus here, because that's what we are about to experience, the second Exodus, the date that we have focused our attention on is 3/22/2033. That's again March 22nd, 2033. Notice effectively 7 years from the Passover that's going to start here in 11 days. And we can't help but ignore the occult numbers there, not only from Skull and Bones as 322, but also the number 33, and obviously how important that is to the occult and Freemasonry. Again, the idea there being just like the first Exodus, it would start the day after the Passover on the on the first day of unleavened bread. And so let's read Joel chapter 2. Joel chapter 2, verse 1. Blow you the trumpet in Zion, and sound an alarm in my holy mountain. Let all the inhabitants of the land tremble, for the day of A'o comes, for it is near at hand. Verse 2. A day of darkness and of gloominess, a day of clouds and of thick darkness. I think there should be a period there. So notice a couple of things about that. The symbolism of fog and darkness. People not being able to see it. And you think about Brother James and I sounding the alarm, and most people just mocking and scoffing. But now notice here, because again, we have this symbolism of Da'o being the light of Israel, the fourth day of creation representing Da'o's first kingdom, as what the occult would refer to as the lost city of Atlantis, right? The nation of Israel. That was the height of the world's history back then, over 3,500 years ago. As the morning spread upon the mountains, a great people and a strong, their like has never been before, nor will be again after them through the years of all generations. So think about that. That's saying David and Elijah are something the world has never seen. Not even Aaron and Moses, which makes sense because the second Exodus is going to make us forget about the first Exodus, Jeremiah 16:15. And if that's true, these two men are going to be two men great and powerful like the world has never seen. And now verse 3, I think, is the key. A fire devours before them, and behind them a flame burns. And so that to me is the scripture that we need to think about as we ponder, are they here and have they started to move? Because it seems to tell us that fire will be in front of them and behind them. And is that why they've been prepping the mind to accept aliens? I just saw the Steven Spielberg what do they call the preview for Disclosure Day coming up here this June.
Spielberg.
Yeah, Steven Spielberg. It's called Disclosure Day, and it's about obviously aliens being, I think, disclosed to the world. And so, a very, very fascinating time to be living in, to say the least.
Well, somehow they're going to have to explain away the aliens. So they got to. I mean, Spielberg was the first one. What was the first alien movie?
E.T.
E.T. Yeah.
So many. Yeah. So it's obviously something that they have conditioned into the minds of people for a very long time. And I don't think that that's a coincidence.
Especially this generation from probably 1980 on or something like that.
And, again, just going back to, the importance that you believe the Christian prophecies. I can't, emphasize that point enough. That the world is designed to get the Israelites to believe the Christian prophecies and that they are witnessing Revelation unfold. And notice in Revelation, just for the record, just to go back one more time, in Revelation, verse 13:13, and we know how much the occult loves the number 13, a man does great wonders so that he makes fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men and deceives them that dwell on the earth by the means of the miracles which he had power to do. So again, they want you, when you see David bringing fire down from heaven, not to associate him with the true Messiah and the signs and wonders that accompanied Moses, right? And when we know that prophet, and again, that's Moses's rod, something that we should speak about today as well. It's not Aaron's, another corruption in the text that makes absolutely no sense. But then you think about also, when the disciples are speaking to JC and they ask him in Luke chapter 21, how will we know it's the end of the world and JC is coming back? And remember, one of the signs that he points to is when you see Jerusalem encompassed with armies. And so as you think about this conflict in the world over there, you think about right now, the strikes that they're saying are landing near the Temple Mount. Um, the last thing I saw was that it was the 42nd missile strike that Iran had sent towards Israel. As I told Brother James, I would pay very close attention to what the 47th one does. Um, because I don't think any of this is a coincidence. And you think about also in Matthew 24, there shall be wars and rumors of wars, right? But that's just the beginning of the end. Okay,
How many
so
how many King James scholars wrote
47.
47?
And so I do want to emphasize that because, you can see it a lot. Obviously, I spend a lot of time listening to Israelites on Clubhouse, and they're obviously seeing these things, and, they believe that they're living in the end, which it's true. We are watching the end of the world. We're watching, well, I'm sorry, the end of this world, right? Um, because as what is it, 4 Ezra 6:9, I believe, says so beautifully, Esau is the end of this world, Jacob is the beginning of the one that comes next. And so, but yeah, I mean, obviously, this time is not just happenstance. And something again we've been pondering is, if they want the world to believe Revelation, that means two people are going to appear as those witnesses. And they're going to quote unquote die and then be resurrected, right? So that should be on the way soon too. And so,
You can do a
yeah,
lot of things out there with something called like PlayStation, which I've never used, but it just makes me say the word PlayStation because AI generated.
and that's the thing, with even the stuff that you're seeing coming out, it's so hard to tell what's real and what is AI.
Mhm.
Clearly, you can clearly tell some of the footage is AI. Like I saw footage of a missile hitting the Golden Dome, which obviously has not taken place. But you're seeing, one thing I will also emphasize is the visceral hatred for Israel that is beginning to permeate the world. And, Tucker Carlson being one of the current number one cheerleaders in that regard. And for anyone out there who doesn't understand, Tucker Carlson is a plant. Let me be the first to bring you to that light. Tucker Carlson is a plant, okay?
Flypaper.
Yeah, he's flypaper. And so, but you notice his narrative right now that we shouldn't be fighting for Israel. Israel is a pariah state. Israel wants to build the third temple. This war is solely about that. Americans shouldn't die for Israel. I saw Dan, what's his name? Dan something had a video that the only war that's worth fighting right now is suiting up and going to fight against the state of Israel. And so you got to think about, obviously we understand who the true Israelites are. And if we can assume the hatred that will soon be shifted in their direction, I mean, the world already hates the fake children of Israel and their God. And I don't think we can ignore that, that's also a psychological operation. And if you can't see that, you're not being honest. And I'm speaking as somebody who Palestine, Israel was that was my cause growing up. And it actually made me have a visceral hatred towards God. It was one of the things that made me want nothing to do with God. So I'm speaking from personal experience when I say that it does a remarkable job at getting you to hate the true God, but with people that have nothing to do with him and clearly don't live by what his words say. Right? First of all, if we assume that Disneyland is the promised land, which is not, you're not supposed to shed innocent blood there.
Well, it also says that all they'll have is peace, till the end,
When they're regathered, yeah. And the moment they were regathered, war broke out. Remarkable.
within 24 hours.
And it's funny because some one of these pastors for one of these dog houses by me posted on social media about how the state of Israel is prophecy being fulfilled. And so I just asked a simple question. I said, can you show me where it says that this regathering will only have some of them regathered while the rest remain scattered? Where does it say that? No response.
Houston, we got a problem.
No, too many questions. Don't ask questions. We're serving ham for lunch.
Run along, little Johnny.
JC said, it's not what goes in your mouth that defiles a man. It's what comes out. Oh, did he? Thank. It's amazing. But so, one thing we should talk about is the Moses. Because one of the things that caught my attention that was bothering me was God clearly tells Moses that Aaron is going to be his spokesperson. If you go, let's go. I'm going to go to Exodus chapter 4 here, just so we can read it. Okay, so Exodus chapter 4, verse 1. Moses answered and said, but behold, they will not believe me nor hearken to my voice, for they will say, Ah-oh has not appeared to you. Verse 2, and Ah-oh said to him, what is that in your hand? And he said, a rod. Verse 3. So notice, first of all, I just want to emphasize, this is Moses. Moses is in possession of this staff. It's not Aaron's staff.
Before Aaron comes to him. Go ahead.
Aaron is not, this is Moses' staff that Moses had, that he was holding when he encounters the burning bush, which I pondered, does that mean that this was passed down to Moses? And is it actually Joseph's staff as well? Something to think about, right? And verse 2, okay, so verse 3, and he said, cast it on the ground. And he cast it on the ground, and it became a serpent, and Moses fled from before it. And verse 4, and Ah-oh said to Moses, put forth your hand and take it by the tail. And he put forth his hand and caught it, and it became a staff in his hand. I think rod, by the way, is Jeremiah 8:8, because they love phallics, the Freemasons. So I think all of this rod stuff has been inserted. I think it should be staff. I think it's their obsession with phallics that they did that to the text. But anyways, I digress. Verse 5, and they may believe that, O God of their fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob has appeared to you. Verse 6, and Ah-oh said furthermore to him, put now your hand in your bosom. And he put his hand into his bosom, and when he took it out, behold, his hand was leprous as snow. Best proof that Moses had to be black. If Moses was white and he put his hand in his shirt and he took it out and it became white, nobody would have noticed anything. But obviously, if he's melanated and he puts his hand in his shirt and he brings it out and it becomes white, lo and behold, that's clearly a visual sign, right? And I do want to emphasize, because I've heard people argue, Esau, all of these people were the same. They came from the same lineage. How could one be white, the other be black? In the Mormon doctrine, what they say is that everyone was white, and that when sin entered, sin made people black. I actually think it's the reverse. I think everyone was melanated, and one of the results of sin is you become white.
Well,
you see that with the leprosy, the quote unquote leprosy. It's not leprosy, right? It's a skin disease, right? And what does it do? It turns your skin from melanated to unmelanated, right? At least that's my theory there.
Well, if Yash, well, let's move on.
All right.
We could talk about that for a while.
Yeah. All right. So let's continue. So, verse 7, and he said, put your hand in your bosom again. And he put his hand into his bosom again and plucked it out. And behold, it was churned as again his other flesh. And this verse, beautiful verse that Stephanie pointed out, that I do hope it comes to pass for all of the children of Israel who have rejected his message and his word. Verse 8, and it shall come to pass if they will not believe you, nor hearken to the voice of the first sign, that they will believe the voice of the latter sign. So, willing that when they see the signs and wonders that will bring upon the nation of Babylon with Moses' staff, that they will believe his words are true. Hallelujah. Verse 9, and it shall come to pass if they will not believe also these two signs, neither hearken to your voice, that you shall take the water of the river and pour it upon the dry land, and the water which you take out of the river shall become blood upon the dry land. Verse 10, and here's the point that we want to emphasize here. And Moses said to O my God, I am not eloquent, neither heretofore nor since you have spoken to your servant, but I am of slow speech and of a slow tongue. So notice Moses objects in saying, I'm not the guy you want to send to talk to Pharaoh. I don't speak good. Okay. Verse 11. Said to him, who made man's mouth, or who makes the dumb, or the deaf, or the seeing, or the blind? Have not I, Verse 12. Now therefore go, and I will be with your mouth and teach you what you will say. Verse 13. And he said, O my God, send, I pray you, by the hand of whom you will send. So again, notice, God tells him, I'm going to be with you. Don't worry. I'm going to put my words in your mouth, right? Moses still objects. Now look at what God says in verse 14. And the anger of was kindled against Moses, and he said, is not Aaron the Ephrathite your brother? I know that he can speak well, and also, behold, he comes forth to meet you. And when he sees you, he will be glad in his heart. Verse 15. And you shall speak to him and put words in his mouth, and I will be with your mouth and with his mouth, and will teach you what you shall do. Verse 16. And he shall be your spokesman to the people, and he shall be, even he shall be to you instead of a mouth, and you shall be to him instead of God. Verse 17, and you, I just want to emphasize, and you, Moses, shall take this rod in your hand, wherewith you shall do signs. So notice, Aaron is going to speak, and Moses is going to take this staff and do the signs and wonders. But as this narrative progresses, it's completely reversed. Moses is speaking, and Aaron is doing the signs and wonders with the staff. The other dead giveaway is in verse 12 or 11, when Pharaoh tells Moses, I'm never going to see you again.
You broke up. You got to say that again.
Sorry. In Exodus 11, I want to say, or Exodus verse 12, chapter 12, Pharaoh says to Moses, get away from me. I'm never going to see your face again. And Moses says, you have spoken well, only to have Moses see him within like 12 hours. I'm going to find that just so I can highlight that. So it's definitely Exodus. Maybe it's Exodus 10 then. Uh-huh. Okay, yeah, here it goes. Okay, so I'm in Exodus verse 10, chapter 10,
28.
verse 27. This is right after the plague of darkness. But Ao hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he would not let them go. Verse 28. And Pharaoh said to him, "Get you from me. Take heed to yourself. See my face no more. For in that day you see my face, you will die." Verse 29. And Moses said, "You have spoken well. I will see your face again no more." And then if you jump forward to verse Exodus 12, if you go to verse 31, right after the firstborn are strucken, verse 31, and Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron by night and said, "Arise up and get you forth from among my people." So my theory is that in verse 10, it's Aaron speaking as the spokesperson. Aaron spoke every time, and Moses yielded the staff, right? Which makes me think Elijah will be the spokesperson. Da'o will yield the staff, right? And so it's Aaron that Pharaoh says, "Get away from me. If I ever see your face again, you'll die." And Moses is the one that comes to be the final person to which Pharaoh gives the approval to let the children of Israel go. And so I think what they've done is they've switched the roles so that you don't realize that Joshua is Moses' son. It's the direct lineage. Joshua, again, being from Ephraim. Joshua was next to Moses because Joshua was Moses' firstborn son. And brother, you can emphasize that how important that is. And we see that throughout all of the priests. And how also Moses married a priest, Joseph married a priest, right? These things aren't coincidences. Aaron being free to get up and leave because the priests didn't need anything from Pharaoh, right?
Well, you got to set some foundations here. Is all through the scriptures. Is there not the kingship always handed down to the firstborn son? I mean, you see that with the Egyptians, you see that with the Israelites, you see it with everybody. So why do we see in the lineage, if you want to go to Luke and Matthew in the toilet and you look at that lineage, they're counting down the lineage. So when they count that lineage down, it's going from what? Father to son, father to son, father to son, the whole way. So we clearly see in Genesis the lineage from Adam to Noah. Clearly, it's distinguished. You can't get any more crystal clear. And they're talking about the firstborn. And then we go from Noah, and we got to get to David. And that's what we were doing this morning. I don't know if you want to post that, put that email up just for cut and paste that out of the text of the email I'm talking about.
I don't know if I can. It might be too long, but let me try.
I don't know if you can do that. Well, here's what I was thinking about while you were talking. You were talking about the rod and the staff, right? So let's go with the staff, as the phallic symbol is the rod. But you're working on that. But in the meantime, I'm going to go to Genesis 3:8. And Genesis 3:8 says, "And they heard the voice of Ao walking in the garden in the cool of the day. And Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of Ao amongst the trees of the garden." Verse 9, "And Ao called unto Adam and said unto him, Where art thou?" Verse 10, "And he said, I heard the voice in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked and I hid myself. Well, we know about that. So the voice, what I was just thinking about while you were talking about the staff, is what else would be handed down from the Father to the Son, the Father to the Son, that we go, it would be the staff. The staff is one of the lineage. So in verse Genesis 3:8 here, could this be Aho's staff when he liked to walk in the garden of the cool of the day, that his staff was passed all the way down through Adam and everybody else? I don't know. It's just something I was contemplating. I thought of the cool of the day while you were just speaking. So, can you post that thing or no? Oh, okay, you're out there.
I posted the lineage.
Okay, yeah. So what we were talking about today with the lineage is I was laying in bed. Um, we were I was talking with my wife, and we were talking about the lineage, how clear the lineage is from Adam to Noah. But then the lineage is broken from Noah to David. And where's the lineage broken? It's broken at Melchizedek. And then it's broken again after Ephraim, and it going to Moses. So what I did today was just, I was thinking about all this, and I put this lineage down the way I felt it should flow to make it seamless, because again, it goes from father to son, father to son. It goes to the firstborn. And we know Reuben was the firstborn, but he lost it because he defiled Jacob's bed. And that's where we feel it went to Joseph. Joseph, the coat of many colors,
Do
just
you
like,
think that's why David was the youngest, but he still got anointed?
well, that's Julian. It's funny. It's not funny. It's you said that because we said the same thing. Who are two that did not go from being the firstborn? There's two groups there. One was David. You just mentioned that. What's the other one? Is Joseph. That they were not the firstborn. So where did the priesthood start? That's what we were contemplating. Did they, the scriptures are going to tell you that the priesthood starts with Moses. That's the Levitical priesthood starts then. Well, it actually starts before Moshe, because it says um, he was a Levite, Ephraimite, I should say, and it started there. What we got to understand is what's happening in the scriptures from the very beginning of Adam. Aho is trying to get from the beginning of Adam. Where does it have to go? It has to go to the Messiah. Everything has to flow to the Messiah, and this is how the toilet is flowing everything to JC. But if we think about this, it would have to go from Adam through all the lineage up to Noah, and then it has to go to Shem and flow back down. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and all the way, and it's got to get to where it's going to the Messiah. So that's exactly what we talked about, Julian, was today. What about David? David's an exception. He was not the firstborn. In Scripture, we don't know. Could that be he? Could he be the oldest? I don't know.
It's kind of always been like that, like from Cain and Abel, and then
Mm-hmm.
Abel being replaced with Seth,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, it's really always been like that, like youngest. I don't know. I think it's because there's a scripture where it says that the Lord didn't choose you because you were like, I think it's Deuteronomy 7:7. the Lord didn't choose you because you were like the biggest in number or something. He chose you because you were the I forget the scripture verbatim, but it's
Let's go.
basically saying that he didn't choose us because we were like mighty. He chose us because we were feeble and like we loved the Lord. I don't know. I'll
Yeah,
find the scripture.
when he chooses David is what he did. He said, I didn't choose you because you were mighty and great. It says Deuteronomy 7:7, and did not set his love upon you, nor choose you, because ye were more in number than any people, for ye were the fewest of all people. And that's the same principle that you're talking about when he chose David. Um, so again, this is where we were talking about today, trying to see how this flowed from child to child.
And it's just so strange. Like Moses' children are never mentioned.
Yeah.
You know, like
Well,
is Gershon Joshua? Is Joshua the one that's circumcised on his way back to confront Pharaoh?
Julian, you were going to say something?
I was just gonna say that one of them was, but he mentioned it.
Yeah, I didn't get that, but Brother Mayron, go back to Gershom and Moses. That the eldest son right there. It's just he's basically written out of the book.
Yeah, completely. Other than Moses almost being put to death for not having the child circumcised,
Mm-hmm.
we have no reference of him. Whereas, like, and again, like I think like that's the thing, they want us to think Moses wasn't the priest; it was Aaron. But no, Moses was the priest. Moses was the mediator in terms of God, right? Aaron was his spokesman.
Well, doesn't it say in Exodus 4, "Here comes your younger brother"?
Is that what it said? I don't know. Did it identify him as younger? Let's take a look.
Yeah, that's I don't know. I'm here comes Aaron,
Here comes Aaron, your brother. Yeah, just as your brother.
I think it's in another translation. It talks to him about that's your younger brother. But
They do say that Aaron is 1 year older.
the scripture says Aaron's older.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it says that Aaron. Somewhere it says that Aaron, like when they go to meet Pharaoh, that Aaron's like 81 and Moses is 80.
Okay, that's interesting.
Which, again, I think, easy corruptions.
Oh yeah, it can easily be the sleight of the pen. Because
But
again, why would
Moses was 80 and Aaron was 83.
so why the only reason that they would do that is because everybody knows that the older has the birthright, and then his children would fall in line. But again, who is dealing with all the time? He didn't go to Aaron first. He went to Moshe, and he could only go to Moshe because he was of the priestly lineage. He was a high priest.
Well, if we look at it like how we were looking at it, like he goes to the youngest, it kind of checks out. If Moses was the youngest, then he would like keep the, I guess, like he'd keep the order of how he would go to like Joseph, Seth instead of Cain.
Well, that's a very good point. You can't ignore that. Thinking through that.
Yeah, that's true. But it's so interesting that Moses, if you look, Jethro, right? He marries the daughter of a priest. Joseph marries the daughter of a priest. And you think about also the corruption, how much more obvious it would be if it was clear that it was Moses's staff. And you think about Jeremiah 1:11, I see the rod of an almond tree with Deuteronomy 18:15, how quick you would make that connection. But by moving the rod to Aaron, right, and Aaron being the priesthood, you don't see that Moses was leader of a nation and the priest, right? Just like the Messiah will be.
Let's go visit. What is it when one of the Israelites, which Israelite is it that sleeps with his daughter-in-law, and he had to give up his
Judah.
Judah. Judah had to give up his. Let's look at
Which,
that word.
how did he know that, by the way? How did he know that law? This idea that the law showed up at Sinai. That's the best example to use to refute that. Judah knew he was supposed to give his
Genesis
remaining
38.
sons.
Genesis what?
38.
38.
Judah and Tamar. That scripture is crazy to me. You guys just like open my eyes to see it in a whole new like lens.
So Genesis 38. Let's go down.
He literally gave up his rod. He gave up his staff.
Yeah. And he gave, what's the significance that she asked for? She said, give thee thy rod and thy staff and thy signet ring. Well, I'm not looking at the verse right here.
I can't read it. Yeah. From the top or from like when he gets like tricked.
Oh no, let's look at the whole, the whole thing going. See if we can pick anything else up.
All right. This is verse 1. And it came to pass at that time that Judah went down from his brethren and turned to a certain Adullamite whose name was Hirah. And Judah saw there a daughter of a certain Canaanite whose name was Shua. And he took her and went in unto her. And she conceived and bare a son, and called his name Er. And she conceived again and bare a son, and called his name Onan. And she yet again conceived and bare a son, and called his name Shelah. And he was at Kezib when she bare him. And Judah took a wife for Er, his firstborn, whose name was Tamar. And Er, Judah's firstborn, was wicked in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord slew him. And Judah said unto Onan, Go in unto thy brother's wife, and marry her, and raise up seed to thy brother. And Onan knew that the seed should not be his. And it came to pass, when he went in unto his brother's wife, that he spilled it on the ground, lest he should give seed to his brother. And the thing which he did displeased the Lord, wherefore he slew him also. Then said Judah to Tamar his daughter-in-law, Remain a widow at thy father's house, till Shelah my son be grown. For he said, Lest peradventure he die also, as his brethren did. And Tamar went and dwelt in her father's house. And in process of time, the daughter of Shua, Judah's wife, died. And Judah was comforted and went up unto his sheep shearers to Timnath, and he and his friend Hirah the Adullamite. And it was told Tamar, saying, Behold, thy father-in-law goeth up to Timnath to shear his sheep. And she put her widow's garments off from her, and covered her with a veil, and wrapped herself, and sat in the open place, which is by the way to Timnath. For she saw that Shelah was grown, and she was not given unto him to wife. And Judah saw her, and thought her to be an harlot, because she had covered her face. And he turned unto her by the way, and said, Go to, I pray thee, let me come in unto thee. For he knew not that she was his daughter-in-law. And she said, What wilt thou give me, that thou mayest come in unto me? And he said, I will give thee a kid from the flock. And she said, What wilt thou give me? Wilt thou give me a pledge till thou send it? And he said, What pledge shall I give thee? And she said, Thy signet, and thy bracelet, and thy staff that is in thine hand. And he gave it her. And it came to pass, and came in unto her, and she conceived by him. And she arose and went away, and laid by her veil from her, and put on the garments of her widowhood. And Judah sent the kid by the hand of his friend the Adulamite, and to receive his pledge from the woman's hand. But he found her not. Then he asked the men of that place, saying, Where is the harlot that was openly by the wayside? And they said, There was no harlot in this place. And he returned to Judah, and said, I cannot find her. And also the men of the place said, There was no harlot in this place. And Judah said, Let her take it to her, lest we be ashamed. Behold, I sent this kid, and thou hast not found her. That's kind of weird. It said, Let her take it to her.
Yeah.
Behold, I sent this kid, and thou hast not found her. And it came to pass, about 3 months after, that it was told Judah, saying, Tamar thy daughter-in-law hath played the harlot, and also behold, she is... Oh, shoot. Hold on. Behold, she is with child by whoredom. And Judah said, Bring her forth, and let her be burnt. When she was brought forth, she sent to her father-in-law, saying, By the man whose these are, I am with a child. And she said, Discern, I pray thee, whose are these the signet, and bracelets, and staff? And Judah acknowledged them, and said, She hath been more righteous than I, because that I gave her not to Shelah my son, and knew her again no more. He knew her again no more. And it came to pass, in the time of her travail, that behold, twins were in her womb. And it came to pass, she travailed, that the one put out his hand, and the midwife took it and bound upon his hand the scarlet thread, saying, This came out first. And it came to pass, as he drew back his hand, that behold, his brother came out and said, How hast thou broken forth? And she said, How hast thou broken forth? This breach be upon thee. Therefore his name was called Pharez. And afterward came out his brother that had the scarlet thread upon his hand, and his name was called Zerah.
So let's go back to verse 18.
Zara. 18. And he said, What pledge shall I give thee? The signet, the bracelets, the staff that is in thine hand. And he gave it her, and came in unto her, and she conceived by him.
All right. So if we look at the, I'm just looking in the Strongs, and in the signet or the signet it's seal. So that's like the king's seal when he used to seal um, his communiques or whatever he's doing. That's the authority that she was asking up. Give me this, okay? Give me your authority on that seal. And the bracelets talks about a cord or thread that's just twisted. I think that's represents like a promise. But thy staff is thy. What is the staff? It's the tribe. So she's asking for the signet and the authority of the tribe, which is the staff. And I was just thinking that while you were reading again, do not all the prophets are associated with a staff? And this staff, I keep thinking Genesis 3:8, where we're walking in the cool of the day. So Tamar was actually asking for his authority and his tribal leadership, the staff. So Judah was what? He carried the staff of Judah, the authority. So saying that, going back to Brother Mayron, with Moses and going back to Exodus chapter 4. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. I just, so I think Judah represents, Judah and Tamar represents a very good picture of the authoritativeness of the staff, the signet, the bracelet. She's asking to give up all his identity.
Do you think it's a coincidence or like, I don't know, because it says that the scepter shall not depart from Judah, but I don't think anyone else is talked about like with a scepter.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well,
we see him obviously like, we see Joseph with branches, and that's kind of like a scepter, but it doesn't say scepter or rod. And we see him literally giving up the scepter.
yeah, I'm just going back and reading verse 18 again. And so what's the difference between staff and scepter? And where does that occur? Must be scepter.
Rod, staff, branch. So yeah, the scepter. Does the rod's definition have, or staff? Does it have like? Because the scepter has more definition than staff.
But notice in Genesis 49:10, the scepter shall not depart. And notice also, nor a lawgiver from between his feet. Was not Moses the lawgiver? Doesn't that tell us that that's whose lineage it was as well?
Well, yeah. Define on that, because we talked about that last night. I believe it's
When the statement is made, Joseph is in charge.
mm-hmm.
So the scepter shall not depart from Joseph until Shiloh comes. And at that point, it doesn't depart from Joseph. It's still in Ephraim, but the idea is it's always that man's. It's no more in the lineage. It becomes that man's.
All right. So Genesis, what we just read in verse 18, Judah and Tamar, and it's used as staff, and staff is talking of the tribe. But here in scepter in Genesis 49:10, it's saying scepter is the mark of authority. So it sounds like it's something higher, but Judah was carrying the staff or the scepter of the tribe of Judah. So his scepter, his staff would be set apart from everybody else's. So what is the scepter or staff that Dao gets, that he's, Psalms 23. It's the priestly scepter
It's
being
the same one
handed
Moses had.
Yeah, it is. And the
down.
scepter is either two different like definitions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so he's instead of Aaron's staff, he's got Moses' staff. But again, it would be handed down. This is what I was contemplating this morning, looking at the lineage, and I said the priestly lineage, not the lineage of the Israelites or the lineage of the tribes, but again Ephraim, the Ephraimites, coming from Joseph to Ephraim and Jesse and that. So that means that Jesse, David's father, again, he would have to be from priestly lineages, not just a shepherd or a sheepherder. So, because again, Ao's, what is this main ultimate thing is he's going to bring the priestly lineage to the Messiah. It has to end up at the Messiah from the beginning. So that lineage would never be broken. It couldn't be broken. That's what we talked about Judah. I mean, not Judah, but Judges. The book of Judges. That can be in there. Those people can be real and all that, but it doesn't mean would have not broke the priestly lineages, because just like Elijah, he rebuked Elijah. Look, I got 7,000 that haven't bent their knee to Baal. You're not the only guy out here. He's not going to let the priestly lineages, the lineage of the priesthood, the high priesthood, falter. I digress.
But yeah, it's really interesting to think, that those roles are clearly reversed. Aaron, the spokesperson, Moses yielding the staff. So as, I actually was pondering, how is David going to speak to Trump? But he's not. It's going to be Elijah.
Say that again. And
In terms of speaking English, right? Whereas Elijah, I would imagine, has mastered all languages on earth, given that he's been in heaven for 3,500 plus years.
just repeat the phrase that you said in the beginning, and I heard you say that it's not going to be David or Dao, it's going to be Elijah. But what did you say before that?
That I was pondering how David, because David's not going to speak English, right? David's going to speak Hebrew. So you imagine David communicates with Elijah, Elijah communicates with Trump. Just like Moses told Aaron, Aaron told Pharaoh.
So you think it's like Elijah will be instead of Moses and David will be instead of Aaron, since Aaron was quote unquote the priest?
That's what I'm saying, though. No, so they reversed the roles. So Moses yielded the staff and did the signs and wonders. That's what David's going to do. And Aaron was the spokesperson. Aaron's the one that was speaking to, I think, both the elders of Israel and Pharaoh. I think there's something to think about Enoch. Enoch like withdrew himself from people, right? I think there's something to the one that is in communication with God not being in communication with us.
In what sense?
Particularly heathen, for what I mean, from like the perspective of like that person's too holy for that. You know what I mean? Like he needs an intermediary. But I just feel also from the perspective of it clearly is, according to God's words, Moses yields the staff, Aaron speaks. And so I think Da'o will yield the staff and Elijah will speak.
So you think that they kind of like plagiarized how it says that Aaron did wonders as well?
I think, yeah, that's Moses doing it.
Why would they like try to like? Why would they switch it up like that though? Like say
Because
that
I think it
Aaron.
becomes, as I was saying, it becomes so obvious then, right? Think about it. If everyone knew it's Moses' staff, right? And you have things like Jeremiah 1:11. What do you see? I see the rod of an almond tree. Moses' staff blossomed and became almonds. And then you have Deuteronomy 18:15, a prophet like Moses. I feel it becomes so obvious to connect those dots. Whereas if you think it's Aaron, it's not as obvious. It's Aaron. It was Aaron's staff, right? This is going to be like Aaron, not like Moses.
Wait, what verse were you going off of that said that Aaron did the wonders?
So if you just go to all of them, if you go one by one, it's Aaron that does the wonders. Aaron lifts the staff and does the wonders.
What verse is it?
You got to go. It's all of it. I think it's chapter 5 through 11. Go to. You have to go to every interaction.
Well, the main thing not to lose point of is Moses met Ao face to face. It wasn't Aaron, and it was Joshua, where he stayed inside the tabernacle. So if Moshe is the lawgiver, he's the one that was given the laws on Sinai. He carries the authority. And what they're doing is they're trying to hand it off to Aaron. Now, why would Ao meet face to face? He can only meet with a priestly lineage. So that means that if Aaron's the priest, why is he meeting with Moshe first? Why didn't he just go right to Aaron? Why is he going to Moses first? Why is Moses at the burning bush? Why does Aaron come later? Here comes your brother walking out of Egypt. So there's something is amiss there. That would be like going to David's cupbearer or Pharaoh's cupbearer trying to get to Pharaoh. You would go directly to Pharaoh, not to the cupbearer. So I don't, there's something amiss, just like in the lineage. Where does the lineage fall apart? After Moshe. It picks up with Aaron and Aaron's lineage, and you have all his kids. And the priestly lineage just goes on and on and on. But with Moses, the one that met face to face with Ao, he's the lawgiver in Deuteronomy 18:15 between his feet. Why else would it be? So why would it be Aaron somewhere else? So it just seems the narrative of the priest, the high priest of Aaron, why isn't he meeting with Ao face to face? Why isn't he at the burning bush again? I digress.
No, notice, like, for example, go to Exodus 7 verse 1. And Ao said to Moses, "See, I have made you a god to Pharaoh, and Aaron your brother shall be your prophet." Verse 2, "You shall speak all I command you, and Aaron your brother shall speak to Pharaoh. that he send the children of Israel out of his land. So notice, Aaron's the one telling Pharaoh, let the children of Israel go. Verse 3, and I will harden Pharaoh's heart and multiply my signs and my wonders in the land of Egypt. Verse 4, but Pharaoh shall not hearken to you, that I may lay my hand upon Egypt and bring forth my armies and my people, the children of Israel, out of the land of Egypt by great judgments. Verse 5, and the Egyptians shall know that I am Ao when I stretch forth my hand upon Egypt and bring out the children of Israel from among them. Okay, but now notice. Let's just continue. Just jump down here to verse 8. And Allah spoke to Moses and to Aaron, saying, verse 9, when Pharaoh shall speak to you, saying, show a miracle for you, then you shall say to Aaron, take your rod and cast it before Pharaoh, and it shall become a serpent. That doesn't make any sense. He told Moses to do that. He told Moses to take the rod and do the signs and wonders.
What's the verse where he says Aaron will be as a god to Pharaoh?
That's verse 7:1.
7:1.
7:1. Right? You notice verse 19. And the Lord spoke to Moses. Say to Aaron, take your rod, stretch your hand upon the waters. Moses should be doing that. And Aaron should be the one speaking to Pharaoh. Like, look at chapter 8, verse 1. And Ao spoke to Moses, go to Pharaoh and say to him, no, send Aaron to Pharaoh and tell him to say to him. And then verse 5, and the Lord spoke to Moses, say to Aaron, stretch forth your hand. No, it should say, it should say, Ao spoke to Moses, stretch forth your hand with your rod. You see what I'm saying? Everything has added Aaron where it should just be Moses, and then Moses speaking to Pharaoh when it should be Aaron. So you don't see that Moses is the one. Moses is the priest. It's Moses' staff that represents the tribe that the authority over the tribes, right? Think about numbers. Aaron for the tribe of Levi. Aaron. It should say for the tribe of Ephraim, Moses. That's that's the staff that budded.
Well, what you just pointed out is like 15 contradictions between Exodus chapter 4 when he says, your staff, and you're going to throw it down and do signs and wonders. Correct?
Exactly. And that's my point. It's a very subtle deception, right? Because what difference does it make if it's Aaron versus Moses? But from the perspective of understanding the Messianic lineage, understanding the symbolism, right? How it's always been the same tribe that's been called.
All right, so go back to the high priest, all right, in the toilet, in the talking about where only the high priest can enter the Holy of Holies one time a year. Thinking about Moses when he was meeting with face to face, and Aaron wasn't there. It was Moses doing that with Joshua. So why is Joshua allowed in there, and he stays inside the tabernacle with Moses, and Aaron's not in there?
And notice though, in the priesthood, Aaron is allowed in there, and his sons are allowed in there with him.
And Moses is not.
You see that? You see? But Joshua's standing right there, who we know is from the tribe of Ephraim. Joshua I believe Joshua is Moses' oldest son. Gershon is Joshua. That's my current theory as of this morning.
So who's Gershon?
They made it up to just pretend it's a different person.
So Solomon, like this whole story is kind of crazy. Do you think do you think David actually made the temple, or was
Correct.
that?
I believe David built the temple.
But why did he take 7 years and it says that 13 years for his own house?
So again, I can't trust any of that stuff. All I can tell you is there's no way God lets Solomon build his house. And think about what JC says. As we always say, there's so much truth in the toilet. JC says one greater than Jonah is here. One greater than Solomon is here. He's not lying. A greater lie is here. Both Jonah and Solomon are lies. And a greater lie appears in JC. But you got to think about it from the perspective of it's 2 Samuel 6, and I believe the sister chapter is First Chronicles. Here, let me tell you. Let me pull it up so I don't butcher it. But it's basically God entering a covenant with David. A covenant is an agreement between two people. How can God enter a covenant with David to build for David? So think about it. David says at the beginning of it, he says, I want to build. Let's just go look at it. Let me pull it up. This is first. 2 Samuel 17. I'm sorry, 2 Samuel chapter 7. And the sister chapter is First Chronicles chapter 17. But notice, let's just look at First Samuel. Let's look at First Samuel 7. Verse 1. And it came to pass when David sat in his house, and had given him rest round about from all his enemies, that the king said to Nathan the prophet, this is verse 2, that the king said to Nathan the prophet, see now I dwell in a house of cedar, but the ark of God dwells within curtains. Verse 3, and Nathan said to the king, go do that which is in your heart, for is with you. Okay, let's just pause right there. What is in David's heart at this moment?
To build a temple.
To build God a house. And Nathan says to him, go do it. And then notice it continues. And it came to pass that night that the word of came to Nathan, saying, go tell my servant this. And so this is clearly between God and David. David wants to build God a house. And in exchange, God establishes David's throne forever. That's the covenant here in 2 Samuel 7 and 1 Chronicles 17. They have corrupted the text by inserting Solomon. First of all, a person who's not present cannot be a part of a covenant. Solomon doesn't even exist at this moment. David hasn't even met Bathsheba yet. How can he fulfill what David's saying he wants to do?
Right.
It's corrupted text to make us think and think about the visage of the Messiah being marred. Isaiah 52:14. By hiding that he built the first temple, it makes it harder to see that the same person who built the first temple builds the second temple.
All right, so I got a question, Brother Julian. So let's just think about this a second. Nathan comes back and says, oh, you're not going to build a temple. Why? Because you got blood on your hands. All right. So Psalms 149. David says, and teaches my hands to fight and my fingers to war. So we know that has made him a warrior. He's a warrior. So now Nathan says, has made David this great, hey, Saul, what can I have for your daughter? I want to marry your daughter. He says, oh, go get me 100 Philistines foreskins, off their penises, right? And he comes back and he says, what? Here's 250 or something like that. So we know that gave him favor in battle. And now goes to Nathan and said, hey, go tell David he's not going to build it because he's got blood on his hands. But Solomon, your son, he's going to build it. The one that's going to build over 1,000 temples for his pagan wives. They're going to offer sacrifices, burn children at the
Child
stake.
sacrifices, yeah.
They're going to do child sacrifices. They're going to do all this child molestation. They're going to do all this wickedness. But Solomon is going to build your temple with all his foolishness with his wives. But David is a man of war, and he can't build the temple.
But we know that that same man of war who's coming as Messiah, who's going to shed tons of blood again, is building the second temple. It makes absolutely no sense.
So
So
Julius,
the second temple isn't yet, or like was never built.
no, it can't be.
All right.
Ezra is corrupted. You got to remember now. I mean, we talked about this before.
No, I'm talking about First Kings.
Yeah, okay. All right, so let's go to even in First Kings, okay, wherever even they consider the second temple. We got to go to the narrative. If we got to go to the narrative of JC. What do you have to do to actually have JC that he can actually come on and the gospels can be presented? You have to have a second temple. There's no way that he can show up without that second temple.
I think I meant the first temple, my bad.
Oh, the first temple. Yeah. The first, because you're correct. The first temple.
We got no issue with the first temple. First temple absolutely existed. We just think David built it.
So you guys think that in First Kings, it was talking about David, and they just okay. So like the prayer, and I think it's
David
First
speaking.
Kings
Absolutely.
chapter 8.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because I was gonna say they kind of like when you read Psalms and you go back to like these prayers that Solomon's giving, it sounds like David.
It's David.
Well, this is where Ecclesiastes. Brother Mayron, I called you up, and I said, Brother Mayron, go to Ecclesiastes. I said, read this, and I can't. It was chapter 2 or something, and I said, tell me who's talking.
I think it was chapter 1, and you can tell what he's basically saying is he's looking at his kingdom, right? Which the occult would reference as the lost city of Atlantis, the greatest kingdom the world has ever seen. God has given him rest round about all his enemies. Jerusalem is this remarkable nation. He's built God's temple, right? And what David is seeing is that it's about to be lost because they're not going to follow the ways of God. And notice his conclusion. Hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, because if you don't, this great nation will be destroyed. And that's what you see him saying at the beginning of Ecclesiastes. He's talking about how none of this stuff matters.
Mm-hmm.
This is why, Brother Julian, we talked about Bathsheba and all that. They got to give the Messiah a black eye. They got to give him some baggage, that he can't be, the JC is sinless, right? So David couldn't be sinless. So, because as we went through the story of Bathsheba last week, we laid all that out, why it can't be. We laid out why when David's going to number Israel, right? Why that couldn't be with Joab. So they got to give them. If they stole the Messiahship from the front of the book, which they did, which is David Da'o in Torah and in the prophets. They stole that from the front and they brought it to the back, the whole story. So in order to do that, they've got to give David a black eye. But Ao has left us a breadcrumb trail. He's left that trail for us and left these nuggets out there where David is going to be the king. David is going to be the Messiah. I'm going to resurrect David. David, over. And everybody ignores this. So it's one of the most greatest glaring contradictions in the whole book. But it's Aho's masterpiece. He's done these contradictions. He's done this. Deuteronomy chapters 1 through 3. Hey, I'm going to test you. Brother Mayron, let's go to what are the 3 verses? Let's look at this real quick, Brother Julian, and consider this, because this is another glaring contradiction about sacrifices. So let's go to Psalms 40, verse 6. Julian, you go read Psalms 40, verse 6, please.
While you get there, it's just really interesting to point out that it seems like the corruption of the sacrificial system was introduced long before.
Psalms 40, verse 6. Sacrifice and offering thou didst not desire, mine ears hast thou opened. Burnt offering and sin offering hast thou not required.
Okay. This is Dao talking to Ao. All right. He's in repentance right here. So now let's go to 1 Samuel 15, chapter 22. And go read that one now, please.
1 Samuel 15?
Yeah, chapter 15, verse 22.
Uh, 22. And Samuel said, hath the Lord as great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifice as in obeying the voice of the Lord? Behold, to obey is better than sacrifice, and to hearken than fat of rams.
Now go read verse 23 right now, too.
For rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft, and stubbornness is as iniquity and idolatry. Because thou hast rejected the word of the Lord, he hath also rejected thee from being king.
Okay. Now let's go look at Jeremiah chapter 7, verse 6. Is that it, Brother Mayron? Jeremiah 7, 6?
7:22.
7:22, I'm sorry. It's the same thing as 1 Samuel 15:22 or verse 22.
For I spake not unto your fathers, nor commanded them in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices.
Okay. Now what did
But
we
this
just
thing I commanded I them, saying, Obey my voice, and I will be your God, and ye shall be my people, and walk ye in all the ways that I have commanded you, that I may be well unto you.
And I
Okay.
just want to point out that according to the narrative we're given, the Most High God commanded the fathers of the Israelites to sacrifice when they came out of Egypt. In particular, a lamb without blemish, correct?
Yeah, Passover.
Nice.
That was made up.
Hell, this is made up, right?
All right.
Yeah,
So
well, you said the math doesn't add up. Like, you can't prepare that in one night, salt it and everything. To me, it was crazy how, like, I was just thinking they hung the sheep upside down or whatever and slit its throat, and then that's how you get all the blood out. But still, you need like 24 hours at least.
No, yeah, I mean, you can definitely like. It won't take because as someone who just experienced this firsthand myself, I slit its throat, hung it up, and cut it and processed it, maybe over a few hours. And then when I salted that meat the next day to eat it, there was barely any blood in the bowl at all. And so I don't think it's far fetched, right? But you'd be like, I'm saying, like, if you're doing it, if you're killing the animal at the sunset, right? You're going to be up a long time. That's all I'm saying. And then the other thing that I've always found strange is like the one about, I think it's Josiah's Passover, where all these people come to Jerusalem. What's the logistics? I'm having a hard time following the logistics of Passover. Where so you're sacrificing these lambs, but then each one is for a house. How is it working? And you know what I mean? Where are they all being roasted? It's just logistically it's a huge undertaking, no?
Well,
I don't know. It seems off.
especially for 1 million people or so. But
Exactly.
let's back up a second. Okay, let's back up a second. Let Brother Julian just read 3 scriptures, and the narrative of these 3 scriptures is Ao is telling us he does not like sacrifices. What he likes is obedience. Follow the laws, statutes, and commands. That's what he keeps saying over and over. So how can this whole system? So, Brother Julian, Brother Mayron, what did I say to you 2 hours ago? I called you up. You called me back, and what's the first thing I said to you? I'll just tell him what it is. You're busy, but I tried to call him. He didn't answer. He called me back, and the first thing I said to him was, I said, Brother Mayron, I said, Cain and Abel's made up. It has to be, because Ao does not like sacrifices. And this is where they're selling the narrative of JC from the very beginning. Cain killed Abel because their sacrifice wasn't good enough. This was the start of the Levitical priesthood, where all the dog houses and the religions are created to do what? Fleece the sheep of all their money and control them. So if what we just read, Psalms 40, verse 6, 1 Samuel 15:22, and Jeremiah 7, verse 22, and they're explicitly telling us Ao did not command his children to do sacrifices in the desert. So how did the narrative of all the sacrificial and all the sacrifices come in, and Solomon, sacrificing 100,000 sheep and 100,000 this and 200,000 that? It's the narrative to sell JC, because when Mayron's talking about butchering the lamb, when we butcher a cow, that cow hangs for 10 days in a cooler, and it'll drip blood for 10 days. There's no way you can bleed out a carcass in 24 or 48 hours. That's what they call aged beef. The longer it hangs, it gets aged, but you cannot bleed a carcass out. And then you got to salt it and boil it, in the pot. So the point we're trying to read here, right, who's doing all the sacrifices at the first temple? It's Solomon. Solomon's doing all the sacrifices. Now we do have a scripture where it says that David in 2 Samuel chapter 7, where the oxen, he broke the oxen down and he sacrificed the oxen. We do have Elisha when he says, hey, Elijah, wait a minute, I'm going to follow you. And he says, oh, let me make a sacrifice. And he kills the oxen. Now, are all these things written in the narrative of sacrifices? We got sacrifices going on with Cain and Abel. That's in Genesis chapter 3. That's just after the creation of Genesis 1 and 2. So we've got to ask the question, why is our Father saying, I want you just to be obedient? I don't need...
Well, I think that was
Go ahead.
kind of what framed the air, like the earring from the Most High. So like it was basically saying like the sacrifices. I don't think like what we focus on was the sacrifice. I think what we focus on was what Cain, like how Cain played that scenario out. Because like it doesn't condemn sacrificing. God tells Abraham to sacrifice Isaac, and then he just like gives him a sacrifice.
Well, exactly. Let's just say there's some truth to that statement, and it could be. But we got a problem here with. Let's just say this. Let's agree with what you just said. And there's a certain place at a certain time for certain sacrifices, and there's not a place. But where's the law at for that? Where did Moshe write that down and tell us when to and when not to? It's not present anywhere. So would your father leave you hanging and say, "Hey, just guess about when you're going to sacrifice"? No, he does. He's always telling us what's happening. His thread, his narrative never leaves holes, in there, potholes. So I'm not disagreeing, but we got scriptures here saying he abhors sacrifice. What would he rather have? Just listen to my laws, statutes, and commands and obey me. That's all he was begging the Israelites to do.
Well, here's a scripture that kind of like tells you how to sacrifice. An altar of earth thou shalt make
Shalom,
unto me,
shalom.
and shalt sacrifice thereon. Shalom, brother.
Shalom, shalom.
Thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen, in all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou make an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone, for if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by the steps unto mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon.
And then Exodus chapter 20. That's what we read last week too.
Yeah.
No, you're. So we got to iron all this out. We got to iron these wrinkles out. But yeah, brother Iron, are you trying to come up and speak?
I had a question. So y'all guys believe in the Book of Daniel, right?
No, we're not in Daniel. We were in
No, he asked
Psalm.
if we believe in it.
Oh, believe
Yes.
in Daniel. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Do you believe in the Book of Daniel?
Well, sure.
What about you, Yamaru?
Yeah.
The reason I say because I know you're not the only brother, and I mean that basically they don't believe in the Book of Daniel. I don't know why, but I I know that Yamaru. I know you don't like Isaiah 45 and about Second Temple,
Yeah. I
right?
think
Just so you
Isaiah 45:1 should say David, not Cyrus. Same thing with Isaiah 44:28. I do think parts of Daniel are corrupted. Like I think Daniel 9:26 is not about the Messiah. Daniel 9:26 has been corrupted because if you look in Daniel 9:25, you have Messiah coming after 69. So then how could that same Messiah have something happen to them after 62, which is what the narrative of the translations tell you?
no. Yamaru. So in Daniel chapter 9, whatever, right? So I know you ain't gonna like this, but that Messiah, that first Messiah for the 40 for the 7 weeks, that's Cyrus. You know what I mean? It's like that because Daniel was reading the prophecy of Jeremiah incorrectly. That's why the verse 1 says he was contemplating the numbers of Jeremiah, and then he put on sackcloth and ashes and he fasted because he was disturbed. So the angel came and let him know, like, hey, basically, it overlapped by 49 years, and you only got 49 years till the day because he considered with Darius. He wonder he read the writing on the wall that Babylon was going to be destroyed with Darius. Remember the writing on the wall? And then now he's sitting with Darius, whatever, and he's like, "Where's Cyrus?" Because Cyrus wasn't take us back according to Jeremiah and according to Isaiah. And I
So,
mean, it's like
but
that.
so you realize though, so I'm so glad you
Wait,
brought that
wait,
forward
wait, wait.
because
I know,
just from a
I know.
historical perspective, what you're
Wait, hold on,
saying is,
hold on, Mario. Hold on, Mario. So real quick. So basically, uh, so Daniel's contemplating. So basically, an angel came and told him what that is. So that was Cyrus. Now, I mean, because Cyrus had let them build the second temple, whatever. However, now, I mean, when it came down to that other Messiah, it's not even Messiah. KJV says Messiah, but basically, it just talk about basically it's like a prince, like who's going to destroy the temple, and it was not a Messiah. It was not an Israelite. I mean, basically a person. that was going to cut off the high priesthood and basically cut off the second temple, so second temple could be destroyed. He's not a Messiah figure. Now, however, Christians, they put Messiah there. Matter of fact, Messiah is nowhere like found in Daniel 9. It must be like one's anointed one, and that's Cyrus literally, and the other one, and the other verse basically just supposed to be like the prince, and he's the one that's going to destroy the temple. And I think that was like Titus, and I mean it's like that. So it had nothing to do with Jesus. Even when you do the Shemitah years, I mean of 7, it's like that. That's like 434 years. That means that during Daniel's time, during Cyrus' time, that's when Cyrus died for 49 years. 434 years later, that the same person was to come back. No, that's a big time gap. So we know no human being lives 434 years during the time of the Second Temple or whatever. So we know that basically it doesn't do with humans. But Christians try to make it fit Jesus, but the timeline does not fit at all. But however,
Also,
it just
so I would love for just because you said a lot, and I'm happy to have you continue. But because maybe I'm missing something because I don't really know the history that well. But I believe from the narrative of the world's history and the world's theology that when Daniel is speaking in Daniel chapter 9, that is after the reign of Cyrus the Great. And I think that would present a problem because what you're saying is then Gabriel comes, gives him wisdom and understanding to understand a prophecy that was already fulfilled.
Okay. Now watch this real quick. You'll notice verbatim. So Cyrus was not there yet. This is not Darius of Persia. If you read it, this is Darius of the Medes. It's a different Darius. The reason why you know this, when the person who conquered Babylon was not Cyrus, the person that conquered Babylon was Darius the Mede, and literally it says Darius the Mede. In Daniel says that Darius the Mede, the one who got crowned, the crown of the Chaldees, he became king over Babylon. So Darius the Mede was king. It's like that. Cyrus comes after this Darius. It's like that's why when we read that verse when Belshazzar gave him the throne and all kind of stuff. Darius is the one who comes inside Babylon. He's the one who kills. He's the one who killed Belshazzar. It's like that verbatim. You can read that clean on paper. So the Darius that Daniel's hanging around with Daniel chapter 9 is not Darius of Persia. He's Darius of the Medes. And then later on, Cyrus the Great becomes the official king. And then later on, you get that other Darius. So these are two different Dariuses.
All right, brother Iron, I got a question for you. You obviously believe, and I shouldn't say that. Do you believe that they rebuilt the second temple, as in what Ezra, Zechariah, they all tell us? Do you believe that?
I will say, heck.
I'm sorry, you broke up.
I'll say 75% belief in that because obviously I wasn't there, so that's why 25% is gone. But yeah, I mean, they got historical documents. They got basically timeline. The whole world basically agrees to it and all kind of stuff. Secular and Jewish history. I mean, all the other histories. They basically all say, yep. I mean, the Second Temple stood. It's like that. Whatever you can read, different history books. You can read the Cyrus Cylinder about allowing them to go back to build their temple. So yeah.
All right, so
it existed.
I'm sorry, are you done?
I said yes. I said the Second Temple stood.
Okay.
And just real quick though, to Iron, you don't believe in the New Testament though. You don't believe JC is the Messiah, right?
Oh no, man! You remember me? I'm Ezra.
Yeah, you're Ezra. Yeah, I knew that. Yeah, that's what I thought. I knew that. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
All right, one other question: do you believe that Solomon built the first temple?
I believe he built the first temple.
Okay, that was a yes. That was a yes, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you and you believe that the children of Israel went into Babylon and they came back 70 years later and built the second temple, which I believe it'll be a yes. Is that correct?
Lottery ticket? Correct.
Okay. Why was the first temple? Why did David? Do you remember why David was not allowed to build the first temple?
Yeah. David had blood on his hands.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. So, in Psalms 149, David Dao says to Ao, he says, "You have taught my hands to fight and my fingers to war." And we know that David was a man of war, and he shed a lot of blood. Correct?
Correct. Right.
Okay. So Ao held back David from building the temple because he was a man of war and he had blood. It was no other reason. It was just because he had blood on his hands. Is that correctly right?
Yes, but I don't think it was the blood from war. I think it was the blood because he killed Uriah the Hittite. But we just picking teeth at that point.
Yeah. Okay. And we talked about that last week. Why it couldn't happen that we feel. But anyway, so you agree that. So now let me ask you a question. So
Yes.
he allowed Solomon to build the temple, and Solomon to dedicate the temple, and
He said
Solomon to build.
we said you mean like God? God, you mean we said you mean God?
Yes.
That your
Yes. Correct. Yes. I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
So
your language. Go ahead. I'm listening.
So he allowed he allowed Solomon to build the temple. Correct. Dedicate the temple. Do all the sacrifices, and he gave him peace for 40 years all around him.
I'm in the
Jerusalem was
Matrix.
under
Give me 1 second.
Pardon? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Say it one more time because I was in the Matrix. Ron. So give me 1 second. I'm in the Matrix. I'm in the bad spot. I'm in the Matrix.
Oh, okay, I get you. Are you in a good spot now?
Okay, I can hear you now. Go ahead. Go.
Okay.
Go. Yeah. Go ahead and say it. Yeah, I can hear you now.
So Solomon, he had Solomon build the temple. He had Solomon dedicate the temple.
Mm-hmm.
He had Solomon, he gave him peace on all sides for 40 years. And he blessed him, and he was the greatest of all time and the wisest person ever. And he did all these things for him. That's correct, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so is our Father in heaven, is he knowing and all seeing? He knows the end from the beginning?
Yeah, you can say that, yes.
Okay. But somehow, let me ask a question. Somehow, David does not build a temple when he's the apple of his eye because he's got blood on his hands and Uriah the Hittite.
Yeah, but you remember so Solomon also had blood on his hand. Remember Solomon killed a couple people, and Solomon had to end up killing his brother and stuff like that. So like, but if you remember, it's like that. David says, "Hey man, don't let this guy basically die of old age. Make sure you get the guy that cursed me." So Solomon was going around basically hacking people down too. So we know from this whatever that God is not saying basically that David's righteous killings and stuff like that. Whatever was the blood that was on his hand. It was Uriah the Hittite that basically, made him marred. But I'm following you. I'm following you so far.
Okay, well that's a very good point that you brought up, and it's valuable. So my question is this: our Father in heaven, he had no problem.
Why do you call him
Well, we'll get to that in just a minute. But let me just get this one out, just so we can finish with David and Solomon here. God has no problem with Solomon building over 1,000 temples to pagan gods, sacrificing children on those temples for his wives, bringing in pedophiles, okay, and homosexuality and all these things that all the other gods from all the other nations, because Solomon took wives of all the heathens that he was supposed to do. And Solomon is actively participating with his wives in all these sacrifices to children and everything else.
I don't say Solomon did that. You can't put that on Solomon's jacket. God never said Solomon did it. God just told the only crime Solomon did was put the gods in the temple, but he didn't participate in those events.
No, but wait a second. We'll have to go back to the scriptures in First Kings and Chronicles and find that. But so let's give Solomon a hall pass, okay? So
Mm-hmm.
all right, Solomon didn't participate, but all his wives were with his blessing because he gave the blessing to build all the altars to sacrifice the children on in and around Jerusalem, in the temple, and everywhere else on the high hills all over Israel. He was participating with this, and somehow God has no problem with him doing that, but he has a problem. But David had blood on his hands and he couldn't build the temple. Is there something wrong here, or is this
Well,
possibly
first,
something?
I would say we gotta look at time frame, dude. Because Solomon was gonna build. Cause Solomon started building the temple early in his career. These wives and studies accumulate over time, so this happened later.
Yeah, but doesn't your father know the end from the beginning? Doesn't he know what?
God doesn't. No. Wait, real quick. God does not judge you. No, I mean, it's like that based off basically comes in from the beginning. Like, for example, God judge you as you do. Like, for example, God didn't judge Cain. God told Cain, like, hey, you can basically defeat evil. And then basically, when God told him that he could conquer it, God even gave him a check. God even talked to him, knowing basically the end result. And when Cain decided to kill Abel, then Cain received the curse. He didn't receive the curse before, and I mean, because God's a just God, and it's like that. He doesn't hand down punishment beforehand. I mean, it's like he allows you to do like David. He didn't say, "Hey, David, I'm going to sit there and kill your children, do this stuff beforehand." Like David did the act first, and then he did this. Like for example, greatest case in point, King Ahab did terrible in God's sight, and so God was like, "Hey, I'm going to sit there and destroy King Ahab." It's like that. And I'm going to kill everybody and piss against the wall. Now I think it's that First King verse 21, and then King Ahab repents. He put on sackcloth and ashes. And God said, I forgive him. I will not kill him in his days. It's like that because Ahab basically turned from evil. But however, in the next chapter over, Ahab ended up doing something wicked again, and God says, I'm going to kill him. I mean, it's like he's going to die. So it shows you that God, he allows his, to be, even though you can see him from the beginning, he allows himself basically when people do things to change. He always give man the ability to sit there and change. I mean, it's like that. Now, it shows you that basically, can God know your end from your beginning, know what you're gonna do in the end? No, I mean it's like that. Whatever. That's why God allows certain tests to go, like with Job. He allows certain things to happen to a person. It's like that. Whatever situation you see, like, hey, you've been tested, and this guy was found to be gold.
So let me ask you this then. Are you done?
Yes, I'm done.
Okay. So let me ask you this then. So where God is going to reside, where God is going to put his name, where he's going to live, is there any difference between, like you talk about everything else, that people sinned and did these things, but this is where he lives, he resides, and all these things are happening. Why? All these sacrifices are going on, and Solomon doesn't stop them. Solomon doesn't say a word. Solomon puts his wife in their place. Solomon doesn't tear down the temples. So let's go to Josiah. And David is a man after God's own heart. There's no one else in the scriptures that says that too. Now let's go to Josiah. Josiah cleans up in Israel like Mr. Clean. He gets rid of everything. He goes as far as digging up the bones and banging them into powder. And not even after he banged them into powder, he's going to burn them now. So he cleans up all Israel, which was very pleasing to our Father in heaven. But somehow David's got blood on his hands. He can't build a temple. But here's this pagan Solomon with all his pagan wives sacrificing children. Okay, just like Molech and just like all the other gods out there. And he doesn't have a problem with this. I find that very, very hard to understand. Now, if you can explain that to me scripturally, how he allows his house to be pissed on, crapped on, blood-stained, sodomites, everything that's going on, like Ezekiel chapter 8 and 9. Hey, Ezekiel, I'm going to show you greater abominations in the house. Okay, watch this child sacrifice, watch the pedophilia, watch the homosexuality. So all I'm saying is I have a hard time with this. And if you can consider that this is set apart and different, where his name resides and he resides, That's what I find, pretty hard to understand here. I digress. Go ahead.
So first of all, I mean, Ezekiel, he's a prophet, so he sees visions and similitudes, things like that. So he's seeing the similitudes of basically Israel and their idolatrous ways, and their pagan ways, and their corrupt ways. These are vision similitudes about how Israel played the whore. Like. Remember, Ezekiel is not even in Israel. He's on his way to Babylon. He's in exile. I mean, like he begins his prophetic career in Babylon. So he never sets foot in Jerusalem. So he doesn't really go in the temple and see these things. These are similitudes about basically the state of Israel. It's
All
like
right.
that. So this is a similitude and a vision. Now,
Oh,
however, I mean, it's like that. So now, however, um, God doesn't dwell in the temple because so maybe tell you God's too big. God's presence will not even fit in the temple. Like God's just too big. I mean, it's like that God's everywhere. Like you can't contain God. I mean, so basically, no structure. But however, if you remember the story with Jacob and the well, I mean the wells, whatever, not Abraham in the well, with Isaac in the well. So one of the wells, Abimelech, basically they contested him for it because Abraham bought it, but they contested for it. So Isaac got bullied at the well, so he gave it to him. He builds a second well. The second well gets contested because it got water and all kinds of stuff. So they took the second well. The third well that Isaac built, it was uncontested, the same as with the temple. First temple, not me, it's like that. It was Israel's, not me. We know, not me, that Solomon built it. It was all that great glory and all kind of stuff, but it was taken. It's like that went by another nation, which was by Abimelech. Then basically the second well, not me, it's like that, like a second temple. Right when it was getting built, not me, it's like that, it was already getting contested for. When it came to fruition, it was getting contested for all the way to the people basically threw dirt basically and basically destroyed it. The third well, not it's like that in Isaac's time, whatever, it was uncontested. Like God says, the third temple that Ezekiel tells us about won't be contested. That basically they have everlasting peace, and basically nobody will bother them about it. It's the same scenario. Now, God tells now in the time of Jeremiah, what God tells the people was basically you're going into exile. You got to go into exile. Please do not fight the Nebuchadnezzar. If you fight against Nebuchadnezzar and stuff like that, I will destroy the temple. The people did not hearken to the cries of the prophet. They believed the prophets of that time. They stood up to form to rebel against Nebuchadnezzar, and God basically allows the temple to be utterly destroyed and all kind of stuff because basically the people of that time decided basically to rebel against Nebuchadnezzar, to decide to fight, and God let them know if you do this, I'm going to destroy the temple.
so he just
So
destroyed it for just because they rebelled against Nebuchadnezzar, and it had nothing to do with their
if,
disobedience.
if they if they went into captivity willfully, not when they were subjugated and stuff like that, whatever, they would have been fine. But however, they decided to show force against Nebuchadnezzar, not just like that, whatever. So basically, God issued and it was utter destruction. You can read that in I think like Second Kings 20. Not read it 21. I think it is. It's like that about Jehoiakim rebellion. Yeah, it's in there.
Okay. I think, again, because we're under the opinion that the second temple has never been rebuilt, that all that is foolishness. That's just to bring JC on the picture, but we'll just move on because I appreciate you for your, response and your opinion in that, but um,
Yeah.
it's of
So so
another.
so so real
Go
I
ahead.
would love to
yes
just point out
yeah. So real quick. So
Ezra's.
so 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 easy. So look.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. So go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so basically, when you read Chronicles and all kind of stuff, last chapter, whatever, they tell you about the subjugation and then God's gonna let them come into the land and God's gonna let Israel rebuild the stuff. Now, all these Cyrus was doing as the Messiah, because God let everybody know, like, because so Isaiah is a very very beautiful chapter, Isaiah 40. On the way up, God issued a court case. God said the Gentiles going to gather themselves together. They're gonna make gods and yada yada yada. And God issued to a challenge. And then God let Israel know that basically about the Babylons coming in the future. And because God said, "Tell me the future." So God just can't just tell the Gentiles, "Tell me the future," and He doesn't do it. So God says, "I'm going to do something. I'm going to tell you the future." Not only did God tell the future, but He called Babylon by name. And then God does something unprecedented. He even calls Cyrus by name, Persia before Cyrus was even born. Before Cyrus did this baffle scholars. Like, how did they know about Cyrus before Cyrus was born? This cannot be. I mean, it's like that. But God tells you, I'm gonna tell you the future. So when it come to pass, He says that Cyrus is not gonna do it for a bribe. He's not gonna do it for this. But I'm gonna stir up Cyrus' spirit. And God was trying to show the Gentile nations because if you read Isaiah 40, God shifts His anger from Israel and He shifts it to the Gentile nations. God wants all the smoke with the Gentiles and stuff like that, whatever. Right at the time of Hezekiah, when Sennacherib and them blasphemed God's name every day and blasphemed God, now God is ready to check the Gentile nations. So He was like, bring your strong arguments, bring your strong reasonings. And He even let them know, like, hey, I'm gonna have a Gentile, which is Cyrus. He's going to come and he's going to basically bring the people out of exile. He's going to bring them back into their land. And He's not going to do it for a bribe. He's not going to do it for a ransom. And what God is sitting there showing the people basically is dead smack in the future. It's like that. Whatever, you got a person like Cyrus that's going to, I'm not like a future person. When they build the future temple, whatever, the Gentiles are going to be the people. Not me. It's like that. Whatever. That's going to same as like we see miniature with the second temple is they're going to be bringing all the goods, like how during Solomon's time, how Lebanon brought the cedar trees and all kind of stuff. That the whole world, I mean, it's like they're going to be bringing all these tributes to Israel, and they're going to be doing the same thing that basically Cyrus going to do. Like Cyrus, like, hey, whatever the budget is, whatever it is, I'll pay for it. So Israel was allowed to build a temple. It's like that. Whatever, they got cut off from doing it because God called it troublesome time. But God let you know at the end of the days, the whole world is going to contribute to building this temple. Like everybody's going to give their stuff to do this.
Okay, I got.
So when you get Cyrus, so you get Cyrus on the scene. Only thing Cyrus does is give a decree that says, "Hey, all nations can go back to their land. They can build their temple." So Israel's allowed to build a temple, but if you read the Cyrus, like Cyrus didn't just allow them, but he allowed Egypt to go back. Egypt was able to build their temples. Cyrus is known as the liberator in history. Cyrus did this because it builds in popularity with the nations. He thought it would build loyalty with the people. So this is why he did it for no ransom. He just did it to be a kind king. However, that temple got destroyed in 70 AD. I mean, it's like that is true. Now, I know a lot of people get upset. They're like, "Oh, this helps Christian." No, it doesn't, because Jesus died in like 33 AD or whatever. I mean, it's like according to historians. So they off by like 40 something years. I mean, it's like that, whatever. And then the crazy part about it is you still got in Daniel chapter 9 that mist of a week. I mean, it's like that, whatever. So it's kind of like, where's that week at? And Christians can't justify that week and all kind of stuff. So basically, you get to a point where basically Jesus don't fit at all, and it's a thorn in their side. Now there's two separate histories. You got one history with the biblical history, which says that basically, even though they both say 70 AD, but however, Herodotus, his history is off by 100. Circular history is off by 166 years. Christians are off by 166 years. But basically, the Jewish are basically the biblical timeline that you can read from Genesis chapter 5, Genesis chapter 10, and follow the king's lives and follow basically the timeline, because you know that the year of the Bible is like 5,786 years old today. You can tell exactly when did the first temple got destroyed. You get the time date. I think it's like 3,338. And then basically you get the timeline when basically the second temple was destroyed, when the second temple got built, how long the second temple stood, when did it get destroyed, and you can follow a timeline, but yet Jesus does not fit at all. And basically, it's the greatest smack to Christianity known to man. That's why when you see the Jews or anybody argue with Christians, and they say, "Oh, Daniel 9 is about Jesus," the Jews always laugh and they says, "So when do you begin counting?" And all of them don't know how to count, because basically they think Daniel was right about Daniel 9, about when it said Daniel was contemplating the numbers of Jeremiah, and they don't realize that Daniel counted the wrong years. The reason why he counted the wrong years is because God told us in Daniel, when Belshazzar died, and the writing on the wall was, it says, and the numbers were counted. And it's like that, whatever. Babylon's found wanting. So Babylon got destroyed. It's like that, whatever. And that fulfilled Jeremiah 25. Now Daniel thought that basically that year that Babylon was reigned was when the captives supposed to go back. But God was like, no, that's what people came saying. No, you got like Dan. You only got like one more year, Dan. You got, because they overlap. Because in Zedekiah's time, because King Zedekiah's time, Another 7-year decree was given where it says y'all will be captives, and after Babylon is finished, after the decree of Babylon is finished, then you guys will go back into your land. So Daniel thought instantly. That's why Daniel was stressed out and he was crying because he's sitting there with Darius. He's wondering, why the hell am I here with Darius? Why is Darius the Mede here? Where's Cyrus? The whole thing was basically, where's Cyrus? Where's our liberator? And Cyrus was nowhere to speak like that. That's why you have Daniel's whole breakdown in Daniel chapter 9. And the angel says, before you started your prayer, God has already sent me to you. And God was, and so in that chapter, whatever, he was like, hey, you only got a couple more years, whatever. And that was literally 1 year. So Darius only reigned for that 1 year. Darius, he dies. I mean, because Darius is at 65 years old. Cyrus the Great comes, and then you have Ezra.
Okay,
And
well,
not a lot of
you rambled.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
But yeah, so Christians basically, and a lot of people that get it wrong. Like I haven't heard that you guys said it, but like I said, you can fact check me. Go inside Daniel where Belshazzar the writing on the wall. Look who actually destroys Babylon. Look what that king name is, and you go see the person that destroys Babylon according to the biblical narrative, according to Daniel, was Darius the Mede, and not only that, you're gonna read that it's not that Darius don't work for Cyrus. Darius literally gets crowned king over Babylon, over Belshazzar. I mean, it's like that Nebuchadnezzar's grandson or something like that, whatever. And then later on, when you read Daniel chapter 9, it says in the first year of Darius, the Mede, you kept saying, make sure that the Bible kept saying the Mede, it didn't say of the Persians, because it wants to let you know this is a different Darius than Darius the Persian.
All right. So, Brother Mayron, you might, because I can't, you can't.
Oh, I would love to, because I think, listen, I understand that, they put Cyrus's name here in Isaiah 44:28, Isaiah 45:1. But, the one thing I would say, Ezra, is, don't you think it's interesting, like, if you look at Isaiah 45, right? First of all, this idea that Cyrus was anointed by God, this idea that Cyrus is the shepherd of God, there's nothing in the in the scripture to support that other than these verses. Whereas that language is used repeatedly to refer to David. Now notice here in Isaiah 45:1, it says that before this person, the two-leaved gates will be opened, and those gates shall not be shut. So how can we pretend that gates that were opened later to be destroyed fulfilled this prophecy? This is end of time prophecy. And then notice verse 2. I will go before you and make the crooked places straight. I will break in pieces the gates of brass and cut in sunder the bars of iron. This person, God is going before this person and freeing his prisoners, freeing the captives. Think about Isaiah 61. The Lord, God has anointed me to free the captives. This is the Messiah. And the thing about the second temple is Hosea chapter 3, verses 4 and 5. The children of Israel are cut off and they stay like that until the end, when they're regathered by the Messiah. Not by a heathen king that never kept Torah, but by a Messiah who's going to have Moses' staff. He is of that lineage. That's not Cyrus. That can't be Cyrus, right? And that's the thing. I understand that they want us to believe it's Cyrus, because then we're not looking forward. We believe all of these things have been fulfilled. But notice, this is the thing about Daniel, right? The Daniel prophecy is true, but Daniel 9:26 is very corrupted text. And it's not 70 years, it's 70 jubilees, 3,500 years. In the middle of the story, in the middle of 7,000 years, the children of Israel are cut off. That is the vision of the morning and the evening that Daniel sees in Daniel 8:26. 3,500 years of light, followed by 3,500 years of darkness. At the end of that darkness, the Messiah comes and we have the new day. And notice that language, notice that clear language here about how we're going to see the sun, right? Look at Isaiah 45:6. That they may know from the rising of the sun and from the west that there is none beside me. I am there is none else. That verse is saying that you're going to know from the rising of the Messiah, who's going to come from the west, that there is no God but me. And think about it. It says, look, he tells you in verse 3 that you may know that I, which called you by name, and the God of Israel. That didn't happen with Cyrus the Great Deception. This is the second Exodus, the same kind of language that we see with Pharaoh. I have lifted you up so that the world will know my name. And look at the Daniel chapter 8, when he's talking, right before he talks about the vision of the morning and the evening, he talks about a king of fierce countenance standing up against the prince of princes and them being broken without hand. And so the prophecy in Daniel is absolutely true. It's 70 Jubilees. Messiah comes after 69, before 70, after 69. Messiah was resurrected on Tuesday morning. Messiah is here. 7-year judgment starts, right? You're going to see him very soon. You're going to see signs and wonders very soon. Don't worry about that. But that's what, and then think about it. So then you have in Daniel 9:27, they're cut off in the middle of the week. He causes the sacrifice to cease in the middle of the week at 3,500 years. Okay. If you go to Daniel 9:26 now, the person that's cut off after 62 is the nation of Israel. That is the fourth beast, Daniel 7:19. That is the 400-year captivity that he promised to Abraham. Notice that. 62, if you take 70 minus 62, you get 8. 8 times 50 is 400. So what that tells us is the 400 years that he promised to Abraham ends with the 3,500-year Babylonian captivity. They end simultaneously. So that tells us that the prophecy in Genesis 15:14 is the same exact prophecy as Jeremiah 25:12. And it has not been fulfilled. But, Brother Ezra, you're going to witness it be fulfilled. Hallelujah.
Okay. I was understanding. So where were we? I just wanted to step back. Brother Julian, we were talking about this the temple
The
being
builder of the first temple, yeah. Builder of the first temple.
the builder of the first temple and that. But you had a question. We were going somewhere, and I can't remember.
I remember what it was about. It was about just like if sacrifice was necessary to the Lord.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
But
Yeah.
I did have a question that I thought of last night in 1 Samuel, and I think this question is it's kind of heavy, but at the same time, like I could just be like missing something. So in 1 Samuel chapter 2 verse 35, it says, "And I will raise up a faithful priest that shall do according to that which is in my heart and in my mind, and I will build him a sure house, and he shall walk before mine anointed forever." So is that Zadok, or do you think it's?
Oh, can you read that one again, please?
Yeah.
And quote, what scripture is it?
2:35 of 1 Samuel.
Okay.
"And I will raise me up a faithful priest that shall do according to that which is in mine heart and in my mind, and I will build him a sure house, and he shall walk before mine anointed forever.
Yeah. So we know that's speaking of the Messiah to walk before forever. So, that's a great verse. Thinking about, would he allow Solomon to do all this foolishness with his wives, and Solomon ordering all these temples built for his wives and all that? That doesn't sound like Solomon to me. That doesn't sound like, I was going to do that. But tell me where you were going with that.
My question was this talking about David if he is a priest?
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. If you look, you have that same language in Zechariah, that the
But
branch
the wording says he shall walk before David, kind of.
Well, he did
God will
walk.
walk before David.
Okay, I'm going to read it again. And I will raise me up a faithful priest that shall do according to that which is in mine heart and in my mind. Sounds like David, and it says, and I will build him a sure house, and he shall walk before mine anointed forever.
Well, who is his anointed and who is he? Now, it sounds like he will walk before my anointed. There's something with that text.
Oh, yeah, I'm seeing it now. It's like, I think like the nation maybe.
What I'm saying is,
Israel.
if he's the anointed, who's going to walk before the anointed? It sounds like the anointed would walk before Aho, but anyway, that's a beautiful verse right there. But what was the other scripture you were bringing up? The other verse.
I think he said Zechariah about a priest.
I was just going about the priest that was sitting up on his throne. But you know what's really fascinating about that verse?
6:12.
The one that you brought up just right now, 1 Samuel 2:35. I will raise up is Kum,
Yeah.
H6965. So I think that this is absolutely a direct reference to his resurrection of the Messiah, who will also be a priest. So yeah, that's a beautiful verse.
How
I can't
many?
find my notebook to write it down. I've been looking around here. I don't know what I did with it.
Well, I was just
I'll be right
going
back.
to say that Brother Maynard, I was just going to say, how many scriptures that you have to say "cum" now, raise up?
Well, good number.
I think there's at least 7 or 8 of them or something.
The resurrection is true.
Oh, yeah, I know that for sure. It seems like a fairy tale though to people.
Or
Well,
they've appropriated it to this, the bastard son of Rome.
I mean, I ask people, it's been 20 something years before my family, we decided that we would separate ourselves from Pharaoh. So we turned everything back into Pharaoh, Social Security, all that, voters registration. And we said, no, it was our father, and he'll provide for us. But in that time, I ask people all the time now, I said, have you ever heard one politician, just name me one that's ever did one thing that they said they were going to do? And to date, I haven't had anybody says, yeah, I got this guy that said he was going to do this and this, And if it is, it's very slim to none. So, but people have no problem believing a fairy tale when you were raised with everything. Think about when you were a kid, everything that was told to you, your parents lied to you over and over and over. They told you there was a tooth fairy. They told you there was a Santa Claus. They told you there was an Easter bunny. They told you all this foolishness. So everybody's been lying to you, from top to bottom. So when we read the book, we should be reading the book with a set of eyes of discernment. Discernment is,
Yeah.
does this word fit the narrative of what our Father is telling us? Obey my laws, statutes, and commandments is the main thing. Obey me. And so when
Well,
all these other narratives get brought into it, and we start seeing all the contradictions in the book, and people don't raise their hand and say, wait a second, we just got through saying that, like we were talking about the sacrifices. He said, I never told you in the desert to do sacrifices. And then now
I
everyone's
have,
doing sacrifices?
I have a question. I have a question.
Go ahead.
Yes, I know I have to work a little bit, so I'm sorry to hear everything your brother said earlier, but you see plenty of time in the scripture that basically Gentiles are chosen. It's like that. Like best case in point, you get the book of Job. God calls Job his servant. I mean, it's like that. Nebuchadnezzar gets called God's servant. I mean, it's like to do a certain task.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like that. Like, this is not beneath them to pick Gentiles as a servant. I mean, it's like that. Whatever. We sit to see that there's even Gentile prophets. I mean, that get risen up. I mean, it's like that. Whatever, to do certain things. And we also just seen them before basic Israel even existed. That basically there were men of God like Noah. No, I mean, it's like that, whatever, who basically do the things of the Lord and do the things of God, or righteous people like Abimelech that God spoke to. We know that God spoke to Abimelech. It's like that, whatever. We know that God basically softened the heart of Pharaoh and them basically to do Joseph justly when he was in prison. So we know that God stirs up the spirit of Gentiles and all kind of stuff. Now God says in Isaiah 45, I'm going to stir up the spirit of Cyrus. God tell you he was going to do a thing. And then you guys sit there and look at the prophet Isaiah and say, oh, no, he lies.
That's not what
Or
it
no, that's not.
says. It says that God said of his anointed. And I would also like to note that
Yes.
in Job, he very clearly tells us
You're
about
wrong. You're
Job.
wrong.
Job was
So,
perfect and
let me land.
upright, correct?
Let me
Show me
land.
why, Cyrus.
Iron, hold
Let me
on.
land.
Oh, go ahead.
Let me land. Let me land. So when it comes down to Daniel, to even the book of Daniel, God said, "I'll pick kings and I'll appoint kings," and Nebuchadnezzar forgot that I picked him. God even claimed that he picked Nebuchadnezzar and made him king. It's like that. So are you trying to tell me? And these are God's anointed. Like any king that God picks, they are anointed. I mean, because God gave them a jurisdiction over the earth that He owns, and say, "Hey, this is your jurisdiction. These are your lands. These are your occupations." Like so God anoints these people, and God gives them jurisdiction to be king. So are you trying to tell me that God doesn't pick kings? That what other God picks these kings then, since God doesn't anoint these kings
No,
or
I
make
would
these kings rule?
100% agree with you that God, everyone is lifted up by God. But I think what we're doing is we're conflating that with the anointing of the Messiah. And those are two very different things. And it's the
Yes,
Messiah that regathers the children
yes.
of
A person.
Israel. It's the Messiah that brings them back into their land. And it's the Messiah that rebuilds it, including the temple. And that's my issue. I don't have an issue with him lifting up Gentiles. I have an issue with him calling a pagan king who worshiped Marduk his shepherd and his anointed. That's what you're saying Isaiah 45:1 and Isaiah 44:28 are saying. It's very specific
Wait.
language. God said of his anointed. God said of
Right.
his shepherd. That's
But
messianic language. That's all I'm saying.
I have a
And
question. I have a
shalom,
question.
Bez. Welcome, brother. Welcome.
No,
Iron,
who picks
Iron,
who?
Iron, hold
Who
on.
who
Hold
creates
on.
good and who creates evil?
Hold on.
I, the Lord, do all these things.
Iron, brother, look, you speak freely. Everybody lets you speak. Don't jump in when someone else is speaking. We'll
I
try.
apologize. I do
That's all
apologize
right.
about that. I do
No,
apologize.
that's all right. We get exuberant, but we're going to try to let everyone speak. So, Mayron, are you done? Because
Yeah,
he
I just
jumped
wanted
in
to
there a little bit.
emphasize that's my point. I agree with everything he's saying, but I'm saying this is clear messianic language, Isaiah 44:28, Isaiah 45:1. And there's nothing to indicate Cyrus would fulfill that or did fulfill it, because also the land of Babylon is not left desolate. People didn't go buy it in Hiss. The Persian Empire, according to history, was a beautiful empire that spanned millennia, decades, right? Whatever it is. I don't, you know.
Go ahead, Brother Iron.
Because I told you, yeah, you got two types of history. You got Jewish history, and you get Herodotus history. Now Herodotus, you can look at any encyclopedia and all kind of stuff. You won't go 70 words in before he says Herodotus lied about this or we question this and all kind of stuff because Herodotus they call him the father of history, aka the father of lies. It's like that, and it's not by religious people. It's like that. This is by his peers and all kind of people. Like we got stuff in the future that literally tells us like, hey, we got these people records. We say these people say, hey, these giant ants that dig for gold, they never existed. It's like that in our lands. It's like that. But Herodotus claims that they did exist. So basically, yeah, you get these two forms of history. He the guy that wrote during that time. It's like that. Now you got Jewish history, which they kept claiming that basically, like for example, the Ur of Chaldees didn't exist. They found it. They said Jericho walls never fell down in one day, and all kind of stuff by fire and all kind of stuff. And then they found it. It's like that. They said Cyrus never liberated the Israelites, returned back into their land and all kind of stuff. And they found the Cyrus cylinders. It's like that. So they literally find all, or the oil for Hanukkah. It's like that. They didn't have that. Whatever. They found it. So over time, they find all this stuff that, according to the Jewish narrative, that they said existed, but however, circular history said this stuff didn't exist or was not there, and they're finding basically that this history that the Jews have, or whatever, was correct. Was right. It's like that, whatever. Now, in the Bible, they claim that there's more kings of Babylon, like you did say, Yermahu, more than Daniel says. Daniel only claims, basically the three, because you got Nebuchadnezzar, I forgot, was another one guy in between, and then you get Belshazzar. But however, in the Bible, we hear about Nebuchadnezzar and then his grandson Belshazzar, and then we know that basically Babylon's going to be destroyed. But we know from Jeremiah that God says it's going to be three people that's going to reign. It's going to be Nebuchadnezzar, his son, and his son's son. Then from that point, Babylon was going to be no longer. And we know Belshazzar was that last dude.
All right. Can you pause for a minute?
Yes.
Okay. There's two different narratives going on here. And so the narrative that Brother Mayron was talking about the Messiah. Okay. So again, we just want let's stick with the Messiah here and let's do this because we've already agreed that yes, our Father in heaven can use anybody he wants. He can use a heathen. He can do anything. Nobody's disagreed with that. The problem is the Messiahship. So that's what we need to stick to. Go ahead.
So when it comes down to Messiah, so Messiah is basically like somebody who's going to bring salvation to Israel or Savior. So basically, we hear the word like Messiah. It just means anointed. God basically dedicates somebody to a certain job. Israel was taken out of their land for 70 years. It's like that. So basically, God promised them that they will come back into the land. So basically, that person that God used, was Cyrus. God was like, Cyrus is going to be the one that's basically going to take you guys from Babylon and bring you guys back into the land. So he literally done his job, and he was going to allow them to rebuild the city because after a while they're an impoverished poor people because they were slaves and all kinds of stuff in Babylon. So Cyrus the Great basically offered to pay for everything. God said he won't do it for ransom, but God let you do the whole thing about Isaiah 45 was that God says it's going to be magical. He's not going to do it for bribe. He's not going to do it for ransom. There's no underhanded business. He's going to do it because he feels like this is right. And the only thing God is trying to let the world know, because letting the Gentiles know in Isaiah 45 and Isaiah 40 on up, is that he's the one who controls history. He's the one who controls the world. It's like that, whatever. It's him. He controls the Gentiles. He controls everything. There's nothing that can be delivered from his hand. He is God. He is God alone. No idols can do anything. That's God's supreme commandership. So him using Cyrus is a flex to let the world know that you can't do nothing unless I allow it.
Okay, pause for a second. I want to ask you a question. So what you're saying is there's more than one Messiah. There's not, this Messiahship is not set apart where there's only one Messiah. In your book, there's more than, so Cyrus is a Messiah, or David is a Messiah, or JC is a Messiah. So we can have 4 or 5 or 6 Messiahs out there. Is that correct?
Well, JC wouldn't be a Messiah because he didn't fulfill what God said fulfilled.
But so Cyrus is on. So Cyrus is a Messiah, and let's say who's the Messiah for Israel? Who is the one that the scriptures talk about is going to come back? Who is that? Can I ask that?
Oh, that's going to be David or seed of David is going to sit on the throne. Ezekiel 37.
Okay, so there's more than one Messiah. So you have Cyrus as a Messiah, David's a Messiah. Anybody else you got as a Messiah?
The righteous remnant, the saints, the righteous remnant of Israel, that's going to possess the kingdom and all kind of stuff. They're anointed too. So they're God's witnesses. Isaiah 43:10. They're His witnesses. God picked them for a job.
Okay, all right. Anything else, or Brother Mayron, you want to go, or Brother Julian?
And also, wait. Also, too, all the Levites are messiahs because they're anointed. All the kings of Israel are messiahs because they're anointed. Messiahs just mean anybody that God anoints to do a certain thing. So it's not basically just like Savior, like anointed. Like Messiah just mean anointed. Anybody, like it could be prophet, judges, Levites.
That's very interesting. That thought pattern is Ahab is a Messiah, Jehoiakim, all these wicked kings, that are messiahs doing child sacrifices. Solomon's a Messiah.
Correct. If you read Zechariah, chapter 11.
Saul lost his
Zechariah 11.
All right, hold on a second. Brother Julian, go ahead.
Saul.
That's very interesting that Saul lost his anointing, so he lost his messiahship.
No. Wait. You can't lose your anointing, but however, God can no longer be with you. Like remember Saul.
But when you're anointed, that just means like the Spirit of the Lord is upon you. Like.
Well, so I would agree that other people are anointed, but I think what we're doing is we're conflating things.
But they will call Messiah. Messiah is anointed. No. You might real quick.
Appears one time in the text, just for the record. Genesis 49:10.
No, real quick.
Oh, hold on, Brother Iron. Hold on. Everyone stops when you're speaking. Let them speak.
That's all. I just want to say that I think we're conflating. I agree. Every high priest is anointed. Every king is anointed. Nation of Israel, by the way. You don't have any pagans being anointed. Okay.
So I got something that says like how the anointing works. The brother Bez, he actually posted a video on YouTube, and I did some notes. But he brought up these three scriptures. 1 Samuel 10:1. Then Samuel took a vial of oil and kissed them and said, "Is it not because the Lord hath anointed thee to be king, or to be captain over his inheritance?" 1 Samuel 10:6. And the Spirit of the Lord will come upon thee. Thou shalt prophesy with them, and thou shalt be turned into another man. So the Spirit is the anointed, is what the anointed gets when they're anointed. 1 Samuel 16:11-14. The Lord said, "Arise, anoint him." When David was anointed, the Spirit was on him and not on Saul. Right? So the brother was saying, the New Testament, that even the high priest next to JC were messiahs, quote unquote. I think there's a different name for it in the Greek, but since the New Testament isn't being talked about here, the closest thing is H4899, which is like Zadok or David.
Also, just pointing out that when we talked about Psalms 23, and we pondered about that being a current, prophecy being fulfilled now. Notice he's anointed in that psalm.
Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over.
And see, that's what I'm saying. We're conflating an anointing that occurs for the high priests and kings with the anointing of the most holy one, the Mashiach, right?
And it says that surely goodness and mercy shall follow me. So that could also point toward like the spirit that comes along with the anointing.
And so that's really, Ezra, what I would love for you to just ponder is that, the 70 years, I don't disagree. Babylon comes, Babylon has to come before the children of Israel are freed and they return to the land and everything's rebuilt. But my argument is it's not 70 years, it's 70 jubilees, 3,500 years. God's punishments increase, they don't decrease. And again, I think there's a lot of language that shows very clearly that the children of Israel stay in that position until the Messiah comes to get them out.
Well, that's why you get the 7 weeks. It's like so that's 49 years. Your jubilees on the 50th year. It's like that. That's when the last exiles go into Babylon. It's like that. So they literally was in there for 50 years, 49 years for the destruction of the temple, and then God takes them out. I mean, it's like out of Babylon after 70 years of captivity, and they go back into the land. You can read that clean on paper. And I mean, it's like that. Now, however, the Jubilees years, it's like that. With those Shemitah years, uh, we times that by the other one, that shows you how long the second temple stood. I mean, it's like the second temple stood for 420 years before it got destroyed. But it was good troublesome time, so it took like 14 years and stuff like that for the building or all kinds of stuff because they kept getting hindered and put down. But however, even when you read Cyrus' story, Cyrus was God's anointed. God anointed Cyrus, and he was a shepherd. He was his Messiah. It's like that. And the reason why you know this is because when Nebuchadnezzar was over God's land for 70 years, so literally Nebuchadnezzar had possession of the Holy Land. Now we read that Cyrus now has possession of the Holy Land. He's king over Israel. He's literally king over the Holy Land. It's like that. Whether that's Ezra and Nehemiah, it's like that. He literally the sovereign. He can tell them whether to build something, not build something, stop, cease, whatever. He's supreme authority. So he is God's shepherd, like the kings over Israel. And God said He's going to allow you guys to build the temple. It's like that. God gave him jurisdiction. And God's showing the Gentiles that basically I run you. Because remember, at the end of the days, one thing that God's going to be God of, God's not going to be God of Israel. God's going to be God of the whole world. Zechariah 14.
And how does the whole
So,
world
so God,
know who God is? Remind me. What happened the first time to put the world on notice?
huh? Well, it was the first thing. The first thing will have to be basically the flood. That's what made Noah and his descendants work right. But when they forgot, then there was a smackdown in Egypt. It said this happened. The arm of the Lord was revealed in the sight of all the nations, and then Jericho, and then basically
Exodus.
the fourth time
Well,
Hezekiah.
it was the whole thing about it wasn't just because I agree with you. It wasn't obviously smiting Egypt and the plagues, but it obviously extended beyond that with the parting of the Red Sea, being with them as they wandered, bringing them into the promised land, destroying the enemies in the nations greater than them, right? All of that is what made the world know his name, correct? And so you see
For the whole
how
world to know
the entire
the
Torah is
whole
pointing forward to a time where God
wait.
does it again.
The whole world did not know his name. So basically, the whole world still did not know. It's like people in a certain region now. However, in this last days, whatever we read clear day in Isaiah that basically God's going to smack the earth. This is literally Ezekiel 38:39 that Isaiah predicts. He tells you about what's going to happen in the future, and Ezekiel backs it up. He said after this war, people that survived the war in Isaiah 66, they're going to run away. They're going to run around. They're going to tell the nation that was not part of the war about what God done, and then the whole world's going to start to follow the Most High God. They're going to see eye to eye with Israel. They're going to say, Isaiah 52, that he's going to say, your God reigneth, Zion reigneth. So one thing I'm trying to share to you is basically Isaiah 45 is legitimate. I mean, Cyrus the Great, I mean, he was the king that basically was placed, I mean, over God's holy land and stuff like that, whatever. And basically God anointed him to allow Israel to build the second temple and stuff like that, whatever. The second temple has nothing to do with Christianity and stuff like that. Matter of fact, Daniel is literally a kill shot. Daniel chapter 9 is a kill shot for Christians. Honestly, if you guys learn how to basically count the numbers and not stuff like that, whatever, and you guys understand what really happened, why Daniel's contemplating the 70 years to begin with, and stuff like that, whatever, and it's like that, whatever. And once Christians realize basically what those real numbers are and realize what years they really add up to and stuff like that, whatever, it does add up to 70 AD. Like we all know that second temple got destroyed, but Christians try to fudge up the numbers. once basically, because remember that's the last controversy that we got to deal with. And once that controversy is solved, I mean, it's like that, Christianity is dead, because basically they hinge it off for basically that Daniel 9 predicts Jesus. It says Daniel 9 does not predict Jesus. It's like that, whatever. It actually goes against it. I mean, it's like that. So that second temple, that Cyrus Achilles heel that God set up a long time ago, is literally their utter destruction. It's like that to their whole religion. Even the rabbis say that. Daniel 9 is because like the history they say the biblical narrative is lying. It's all by 166 years. The biblical narrative and the rabbis are saying, hey, no, we're not off. I mean, it's like that. Herodotus and them, their calendar is off. So far, everything that basically that was predicted on the biblical side, it has been proven already. The last thing is basically about that 166 years difference between the biblical calendar of what happened, timeline, and the circular calendar. And once that's solved, Jesus dies for a third time. He gonna face that second death, but yeah.
Again, I just want to point out, Edris, if you go to Jeremiah 25 and you read, beyond verse 11, verse 12, 13, and continue, you see this judgment on all the nations that you're referring to is going to put the world on notice as to who God is. And that is the destruction of Babylon after 70 jubilees.
No. That's it. It's 70 years. And in the Bible, it says 70 jubilees. There's 70 years right there. In Jeremiah, we can't add weeks when it says years. And another thing too. I mean, it's like that. Whatever.
Well, to be fair, Ezra, Jeremiah 25:11 says years. Daniel 9:24 says weeks. So something's clearly off. Both of them are incorrect, because you also have to remember the middle of the week. If the story is 7,000 years, which we know every day of creation represents 1,000 years of Earth's history, the story is 7,000 years. In the middle of the week, the children of Israel are cut off. 3,500 years. That is the vision of the morning and the evening, which was told. That's the vision, brother. That's the corruption. 70 years makes no sense. 70 jubilees, 3,500 years fits like a glove.
You're Mahu. That's one thing that basically y'all Christians, I mean, y'all got in common. Like, where did you getting this 1,000 years from?
The days of
So
the
you
week.
get it from Psalms 94:19. You get it from Daniel 9:27. You get it from Daniel 8:26. You get it from the candle, the lampstand in the tabernacle, how it's constructed. This story is 7,000 years. The last 1,000 years, God rested. That's the day in which the children of Israel look for God and don't find him and cry out for him. And that's how you've seen the Daniel 7:19 beast. Notice you also see the same thing in Daniel 7:25. They're given over to his hand for a time, times, and half a time. If time is 1,000 years, that's 1,000 times would be 2,000. Half a time, 500. Notice 3,500 years. It's perfect. And notice on day 2 of creation, God doesn't say that it's good, because that day of creation represents the flood. Why would God say it's good when he destroys everything? But notice on day 3, he says it twice, a reference to Abraham and Moses. Day 4, he says it's good when he creates the sun, a reference to David and the first nation of Israel.
That's Midrash.
It's not Midrash, brother. Midrash does not say. You can go to the text of scholars who will ponder why God doesn't say that it's good on day 2, and they don't have an answer. The reason is very clear. That day, notice what happens on day 2. He separates the waters. I'm not saying that didn't also happen on a day. Of course it did. But that day is symbolic of years 1001 to 2000 in Earth's history.
No. So
Okay.
the reason why God said, well, the reason, okay, listen. So when God was creating the heavens and earth in Genesis chapter 1, God created the heavens and earth on day number 1. It's like the heavens and earth were created on day number 1. But when you read it, Julian, you got feedback, Julian. So yeah, so when it comes down to Genesis chapter 1, God created the heavens and earth. The earth was without form and void, and darkness was on the face of the deep. So the earth was covered with water, the heavens was covered with water. They were together. So on day number 2, whatever, God says, let the waters be divided from the waters. So from the waters, I mean, it's like that. We clearly sit to see, I mean, that basically God called that space in between. He called it heaven. But see, if the water and the heavens are not perfect yet, so God does not say it is good. I mean, it's like because it has no wisdom to it. Now on day number 3, I mean, it's like that. Whatever. When God takes the waters and He puts them exactly where He wants to be for all time, and it's like that. What do we call them? Seas. He said, now the waters are good. And then when God created the heavens with the stars and moon, then God finally
But
calls the
why did he
heavens good.
say? Why does he say it's good on day one? We jumped over
Because
that.
no, wait, because when God created light, the light was good. And I mean, it's like that because remember, God created light and dark. And I mean, it's like that. When God created the light, God called the light good. He separated the light from the dark.
Okay, but
It's like that.
as you said,
So God
It
called the
didn't
light
say
good.
he created darkness.
yeah.
It didn't say that
Huh?
until Isaiah 45:7.
No. God did create darkness in Genesis chapter 1.
Hey, Brother Iron, pause for a second. Okay. And I know your exuberance and all that, but you got to when somebody's talking, you got to let them talk. And then when you're done, we'll let you finish and all that. Cause it's not nice to step on everybody. Everybody does it in the other channels, but we're just trying to be civil here where everybody has their time frame. So let Mayron went and you guys are going back and forth, but let's give, when someone else is talking, let's give them the room. Thank you so much.
No, it's good, but like, where did it say that he created the dark? It just says that the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And then it said that he created the light. He saw the light, and then he named the light, but he also named the darkness. But he didn't create it.
Okay.
And
So real
I
quick.
would like to
Oh,
ask.
sorry.
I would like to ask. Do you think like who do you think Lucifer is in Isaiah 14?
Okay. So real quick. So Lucifer in Isaiah 14. That's Babylon. I mean, it's like that. Whatever.
That's
That's
Babylon, right?
clearly Babylon.
So
Yeah.
so it says so it
Lucifer is
says
only no, make sure Lucifer. If you pre-order the King James version of the Bible, that's the only version of the Bible you get Lucifer in. And so all the other translation don't put Lucifer there that I know of, besides KJV. But I mean, so that's like know that I mean that basically somebody added that to the book. Now I just want to read you Genesis chapter 1 real quick before I got to take off of work real quick. So Genesis chapter 1. So we all know from Isaiah 45:7 that God said, "I create good, I create evil, I create light, and I create dark." So God said, "He created these things." But however, in Genesis 1, it tells you the same thing. It says, in the beginning, God creates. Listen, it says, in the beginning, yeah, feedback, Julian.
my bad.
It says,
I hear what you're saying now.
in the beginning, it said, in the beginning, God created the heavens and earth. It said, God created the heavens and earth. So, day number 1, it's in the beginning, God created the heavens and earth. Now, watch when God talked about the earth that He created on day number 1. And He says, and the earth. So now He's talking about the earth. Was without form and void, and darkness, which is the thing they created, was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. So I'll say, well, God is explaining what the earth looked like, and God explained that darkness was upon the face of the deep. So I mean, over the earth, I mean, darkness was over the face of the earth. So God's talking about the earth that He created, and darkness was over the face of the earth. That darkness was a creation, and that's the deep, that's the water. So deep in the water, it was all dark. It's like that, whatever. So God said, let there be light, and there was light. And God saw the light that it was good, and God divided the light from the dark that was on earth, that was in the face of the deep, that was in the waters. And God called the light day, and the darkness He called night. And the evening and morning were the first day. And the reason why we know it's in the waters, because listen, verse number 6. And God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it be divided. Let it divide the waters from the waters. So everything The heavens and earth originally was in the waters. The whole world and heavens was flooded with water. That's the reason why God told you in from the beginning. In the end, God said He's going to flood the earth as the waters cover the sea. He's going to flood the earth with the word of God. The whole world's going to know God's going to flood the earth. It's like
All
that,
right.
because the whole
Yeah,
world was flooded in the beginning.
I looked over it, but this is my point. So you see where it says in the evening and the morning was the first day.
Yes.
So when you get to the morning, and we can use Abraham's vision. It says, "How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning?" Right. So if we think right now from day one, right in the beginning, that's one day. So where we are now is roughly 6,000 ish years. You know. So every day represents 1,000 years, and it's not far off because hold on, Genesis 15. Where does he say it? 15:13. 1 second. And he said unto Abraham, "Know of a sure." Oh wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Where is it? A great darkness.
Verse 12. It's verse 12, brother. Yeah,
12.
exactly.
And when the sun was going down, so
Notice the symbolism of the day
the
changing.
evening. This is the evening. A deep sleep fell upon Abraham, and a horror of great darkness fell upon him. And he said unto Abraham, Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge, and afterward they shall come out with great substance. So, right here when it says that he was like taken of by a great horror, of darkness, I meant, he like, think about it as like, he was awake, he lived through a day or whatever, and then he fell asleep, and it became darkness from the 3,500 years, or from like the 6,000 years when God like hid himself from everyone. And
Because the day is also the darkest at the end of it.
and then where does it say he woke up? It says, and it came to pass that when the sun went down, it was dark, smoking furnace. And the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abraham, saying, Unto thy seed I have given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river Euphrates. It doesn't say that he woke up, I guess, but
But then notice he gets his new name.
Yeah, Julian.
Tells him, let me go, for the day breaks. Now, I just want to read one verse for you here just to further emphasize how perfect it is. Okay, Daniel 9:27. Look at what it says. And he shall confirm the covenant with many for 1 week. So I'm going to say that. I'm just going to restate what it says. And God shall confirm the covenant with many people for 7 days. And in the middle of the week, so in the middle of those 7 days, God shall cause the sacrifice and the oblation to cease. So notice what it's saying. In the middle of that week, at 3,500 years, the children of Israel are cut off and they stay like that to the end. And notice what Julian just read, what Abraham sees is the horror of great darkness, the very end of the vision, the last 400 years, and then the second Exodus, Jeremiah 16:15, right? But look at Daniel 8:26, Daniel 8:23. In the latter time of their kingdom, in the latter time of Babylon, when the transgressors have come to the full, when they have done what God allowed them to do, when the 400 years of affliction are coming to an end, right? Judgment begins. And that judgment begins with a king of fierce countenance. Notice that's the same language we see in Isaiah chapter 19. Isaiah chapter 19:4. Okay? And notice in Daniel 8:26, this king stands up against the prince of princes, the Messiah, and is broken without hand. And notice the next thing Daniel says is the vision of the morning and the evening, which was told, is true. 3,500 years of light, followed by 3,500 years of darkness, and then a new day.
Which goes back to Genesis 1, creating of the heavens and the new earth, world without end.
So yeah, my own. Honestly, you added a lot of stuff and you twitched a lot of verses. But Julian,
Can you show me which verse I twisted?
first of all, you went to Daniel. You talk about that 1 week, and then you jump so close in Isaiah, and then you went back and talk about what you call a dream about 4 some years, when basically it's talking about Egypt. And I'm just watching you basically spend the whole thing when you read the thing in
Okay,
Genesis.
so hold on. I
It
just want to
clearly
make
tells
something
you
really
that
clear. So what you're teaching Ezra's, what you're teaching people is that when Moses wrote down Genesis 15, 13, and 14, that prophecy had already been fulfilled. That's what you're saying. And again, I just want to point out that 70 minus 62 is 8. 8 times 50 is 400. So Daniel 9:26 is also a reference to the same thing we have in Genesis 15:13. You're trying to say that this was fulfilled, but the children of Israel were not slaves in Egypt for 400 years. You can see they weren't afflicted for 400 years. And math proves that. From population growth, 70 people can't experience that type of population growth in 30 years.
What is it,
And
600,000 people?
and then Joseph didn't have any affliction while he lived there with his brothers, and that was for 71 years. 430 minus 71 is already 359. So just from that perspective, that prophecy could not have been fulfilled in Egypt. And notice, Brother Ezra's, while you reject the New Testament, you do believe their lies, that all of these prophecies that God foretold were fulfilled long ago, even though God tells us the way we know who he is he tells us the end of the story from the beginning. You believe Genesis 15, 13, and 14 were fulfilled in Egypt. You believe Deuteronomy 18, 15 was fulfilled by Joshua. And you believe Isaiah 44, 28 and Isaiah 45, 1 were fulfilled by Cyrus the Great Deception. So what you do is you pretend you believe, but what you believe is man's lies. That's what you believe. And no offense, brother, but I hope you see it.
real quick. So in Genesis, clear down paper from Abraham, it says 4 generations. In the future, that you know what generation of Abraham that is? In the New Testament, they count it 14 to 14 to 14 different
But that's
generations
that's totally
on top of each
different,
other.
brother.
Wait.
That's the
I know. Wait.
Amorites, though.
I know. Wait, but you way over 4 generations. And God says
No.
that,
But hold on. We can count 4 generations from Abraham. Let's count them together. So we have Isaac, we have Jacob, we have the patriarchs, correct?
correct.
Okay.
No.
So
Isaac,
when hold on. That's correct.
Isaac,
Now hold on.
Jacob.
You have Isaac, Jacob, and the patriarchs. That's 4 generations. And I just want to point out that the narrative, and you can find it in Jasher, when that prophecy is fulfilled, is when the patriarchs return and destroy the Amorites. That's a very different prophecy from Genesis 15, 13, and 14. You're conflating 2 very different things.
Wait. In that 4th generation, it's going into the land.
No, the fourth generation,
It's like
yes,
that
they
when
do
things go.
return, but that's the patriarchs destroying the Amorites, and that is found in the book of Jasher. You can go read it. And if anybody who's out there that's not an Israelite, that's an Israelite, that hasn't read the story of when the 12 patriarchs come and destroy the Amorites, I would highly recommend reading it. They hide it from you for a reason. Please see what 10 brothers did to all of those nations. That's what that prophecy is talking about. And it's very clear because we can count the generations. To say that that's
So
Moses and Aaron is a lie, brother, because that's not the fourth generation.
I don't know how you know. I don't know how close. So basically, if you read Exodus chapter 1, right? We're a third generation. Like remember he said Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. No, wait, no, man. Isaac, Jacob, 12 patriarchs, right? Now, in Exodus chapter 1, when Moses was being born, because remember that's when Pharaoh decided to kill the babies. In Exodus chapter 1, they just tell you that basically Joseph just died and all that generation. So that third generation is dead. The second generation is dead. So we got Isaac, Jacob, Patriarch. Patriarchs are all dead. And a new king rose up over Egypt that vexed them. Moses is that
And then you're
fourth
saying, and
generation.
then you're no, but brother, then you're saying that
Moshe.
you're saying that they're then afflicted for 400 years, and then
Moshe.
you have Moses. What kind of math is this?
No, wait. Moshe.
That's what you're saying. I just want to make it clear to you. Hold on. You're saying that Joseph dies, the 400 years starts. At the end of that 400 years, Moses shows up. You're saying that's the fourth generation. What kind of math is
But
that?
the
Yes.
fourth
So
the
so
fourth
so
generation
What
so
kind of
was
Isaac.
math is that? Let's
hold on.
before you just answer that question.
I'm last. So Isaac was oppressed, right? In this time, remember the whales and all the stuff was getting taken away during the time of Isaac. Isaac was in the godless land that was not his own, not all the land that's promised to him. Then you get Jacob. I mean, it's like that. Whatever. Jacob basically is living and oppressed and like that. Whatever in a land that's not of his own. He lives for Laban and all kind of stuff. Play from Esau and all that. All the good material and all kind of stuff. Then you get Jacob. I mean, they remember they had to leave the land because of the famine, and Joseph gets sold into slavery. So Joseph is getting vexed. I mean, Egypt. I mean, it's like that. Whatever for a time. Then all the people get kicked out. So everybody get kicked out, and everybody goes into Egypt. So from the time of Isaac, they've been vexed. Since Abraham passed away, they've been out the land. I mean, it's like that. Whatever. Then in the time of Moses, I mean,
So,
it's like
so just to
they
be clear,
finally.
you're saying that 400 years of affliction is not a continuous affliction of the nation of Israel. It was stop and go. That's what you're saying?
No one stopped. It was from Isaac. It was from Isaac all the way to which quote he said they got vexed. They
Book,
got
chapter, verse.
wait. So first of all, they got vexed. They got vexed from the time of Isaac. And I'm gonna when I say
Again,
vexed,
brother, I just
basically
asked you a
they're out of
very
the land.
basic question. Take me to book,
Wait.
chapter,
Let
verse
me
if you're
land.
going to
Let me
argue. I
land.
don't land with, I want
Let
you to
me.
land with a verse, opinion. Give
No,
us the verse that
let me land.
supports your position that the children of Israel were afflicted in Egypt during Joseph's life. I want to see that. Thank you. I'm going to mute.
Let me land. First of all, they're out of the land. They're out of the land. That's what God says. They're gonna be in a strange land. It's like that, whatever. So that's what God said. They're gonna be in a strange land. So
He
literally
said,
from Isaac
so hold
all the
on.
way on
Let's
in.
go read the verse because that's not what God says. And I don't appreciate
I
us lying on God's
know.
word to win arguments. Hold on.
We're gonna read it.
There's
We're gonna
people
read it.
listening. There's people listening here. Genesis
Let
15.
Julian read it.
What is it? 13,
Read those to
15?
you, Julian. But Julian, make sure you slow down. Julian, say it with your chest, Julian, and read clear, Julian. I mean, don't be afraid to read, my brother.
You
We
want it
love to
from
read
the
around
top or
here.
13? From the top.
You go from the
Let's go
top.
from
You go
After
from the
13.
these
top.
things, I'll do it from the top. After these things, the word of the Lord came unto Abram in a vision, saying, Fear not, Abram, I am thy shield and thy exceeding great reward. And Abram said, Lord God, what wilt thou give me, seeing I go childless, and the steward of my house is this Eleazar of Damascus? And Abram said, Behold, To me thou hast given no seed, and lo, thou hast given wait, and lo, one born in my house is mine heir. And behold, the word of the Lord came unto him, saying, This shall not be thine heir, but he that shall come forth of thy bowels shall be thine heir. And he brought him forth abroad, and said, Look now toward heaven, and tell the stars if thou be able to number them. And he said unto him, So shall thy seed be. And he believed in the Lord, and he counted it to him for righteousness. And he said unto him, I am the Lord, and that brought thee out of Ur of the Chaldees, to give thee the land to inherit it. And he said, Lord God, whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it? And he said unto him, Take me an heifer of 3 years old, and a she-goat of 3 years old, and a ram of 3 years old, and a turtle and a young pigeon. And he took unto him all these, and divided them in the midst, and laid each piece one against another. But the birds he divided not. And when the fowls came down upon the carcasses, Abram drove them away. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and lo, an horror of great darkness fell upon him. Verse 13. And he said unto Abram, Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge, and afterward shall they come out with great substance. And thou shalt go to thy fathers in peace. Thou shalt be buried in a good old age, but in the 4th generation they shall come hither again, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet fulfilled. And it came to pass that when the sun went down and it was dark, behold, a smoking furnace and a burning lamp that passed between those pieces. And the same day in the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abraham, saying, Unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river of Euphrates.
Beautiful. I just like to
So the
point
front.
out that they were afflicted for 400 years in that nation, according to what God said. And that vision ends. Abraham is told he's going to go sleep with his fathers. Then you have the reference of that next, in the 4th generation, the iniquity of the Amorites, just for the record.
So that's it. So I have Isaac, Jacob, patriarch, Moses.
No,
Well,
no, no, no,
Who's
no, no, no,
Moses' father? Tell
no,
me
no,
which
no,
of the
no.
patriarchs is
Hold on.
Moses' father, if that's the way
This
the
would
math
be
works.
this. Hold on, hold on. This would be the 4th generation. We just read it earlier. So Genesis 38, when Judah had sons, that's their 4th generation,
so I don't know if you noticed, but
because it's Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and then his sons.
yes. So within that generation, so make sure you understand this. When Moses, I don't know if you noticed, but when Moses, when Moses, not me, the great Moses, not me, was in the wilderness. Do you know his mommy and daddy were still alive and his grandparents were still alive? Do you know that?
No. Oh wait.
So
But
yeah.
that doesn't mean that it's the
So
4th
they
generation.
don't.
If you're going to
They
claim
wait
that
wait wait wait
Moses is the
listen. Wait,
4th
no listen.
generation, I want to know
No. No, I'd say
which
no.
of the 12 patriarchs
During that
is
during
Moses'
their
father.
lifetime they
Let
were
us
coming
know
out.
that, please. Thank you. Just answer that. Thank you.
You can read Exodus chapter 6. Now, it's like that. So basically, I think it go Levi, Keturah, Amram, then Moses. But basically, in Exodus chapter 1, when Joseph died, they really let you know when Joseph died, the whole generation,
So that
they let
can't
you
be
know
the
the
4th
generation
generation.
of
You would
Joseph.
agree, though?
Wait,
You
let me
just,
land.
I
Let me
think
land.
based on that, that's the 8th or
Let me
ninth, if I was counting correctly.
no, let me land. In Exodus chapter 1, it says Joseph and that whole generation of Joseph, which would be the 12 patriarchs, died. So the Bible gives a time stamp saying, hey, that 3rd generation, they all y'all looking at, all died.
But
And there's
wouldn't
a new
that be
king
the
that rose.
third? Wouldn't that be the 4th from
No, no, no,
Abraham
no, no, no,
to
no,
the sons?
no, 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 Isaac, Jacob, patriarchs. So basically, that's a third.
If
So then,
Abraham, if he's talking to Abraham, Abraham would be one, Isaac would be
no, it
two,
wouldn't.
Jacob
He said
would be
after you
three,
pass.
the patriarchs would be four. And if you go to the book of Jasher, it's those patriarchs that return and ride on the Amorites. So
Go ahead.
what you're saying right now is your opinion that
No,
directly contradicts the word of God. Assuming, of
Okay, okay,
Julian,
course,
okay,
go
okay.
back.
you believe
I'm
that
gonna read.
Fact
I'm
check.
gonna
narrative
read it
in the
again.
book of Jasher,
I'm
assuming that
Julian, fact
you
check.
believe that that's true.
I'm gonna read it again. And
Julian, keep fact
also
check.
that nation
Go to
whom they
14.
shall serve will I judge, and afterward they shall come out with great substance, and thou shalt go to thy fathers in peace, and thou shalt be buried in a good old age. So, but in the fourth generation from Abraham. Yes or no?
So from Abraham. So wait. Read it straight so we can hear it. Man, could you do something else in there? Read it straight.
All right. But in the fourth generation they shall come hither again, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet fulfilled.
Let me go to hold on one second, cause you know I'm gonna look at that's chapter 14, right? Genesis 14.
15, 15, 16.
Genesis 15, 16. Give me 1 second. Appreciate you, brother, man. I mean, it's like that. You doing a good job reading, man. You're gonna be a good reader in the future, man. Keep it up. That's how you learn a bunch of Bible verses and all kind of stuff. So keep with that good work. Let me go up real quick. Show you how a professional do it. Let me go to Genesis 15. Da, 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 da. Oh, yeah.
But we also got to see
Genesis.
if it's generation like a generation, or if it's like a time. There's all these definitions. We don't know the like actual definition.
It's on that day the Lord formed a covenant with Abraham. He said, it's Abraham saying, so this covenant God made Abraham, to your seed I have given this land from the river Egypt unto the river Euphrates. It says the Kenites, the Canaanites, the Kiznites, and the Kadmonites, I mean, and the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Reubenites, and the Amorites. Wait. I think we're going at the bottom. Let's go. I think I go up a little bit more. He said 16. I think I'm past it. Go all the way up. I'm gonna start from verse 12. It said, now the sun rise and set, and a deep sleep fell upon Abraham, and behold, a great darkness was fallen upon him. And he said to Abram, you shall surely know that your seed will. And he said to Abram, you shall surely know that your seed will be strangers in the land. So Abraham's children will be a stranger in the land that is not theirs, and they will enslave them. And they will enslave them and oppress them for 400 years. And also the nation that they will serve will I judge. And afterwards they will go forth with great possessions. But you will come to your forefather. Look, it says, but you, this Abram, will come to your forefathers in peace, and you will be buried in a good old age. So Abraham, you will die. So you want to see this. And it says, and the fourth generation will return here, for the iniquities of the Amorites will not be complete until then. So God said, and the fourth generation will return here, for the iniquity of the Amorites will be here. Now it says in the fourth generation, after they have been exiled into Egypt, they will be there for 3 generations. And the fourth generation will return to the land. This in the Mishnah, Rabbi Eliezer, chapter 5. For in the land of Canaan he spoke with him and formed this covenant, as is written above verse 7, to give you this land to inherit it. I'm reading from the rabbis. And so it was Jacob, descendants in Egypt. Go forth and figure this generation. Judah, Perez, Hezrezon, and Caleb, the son of Harazon, was the one who entered the land. Soto 11b. It says, for the iniquity of the Amorites will not be complete, that they should not be sent out of the land until that time. For the Holy One, blessed be He, does not punish a nation until its measure is full, as it is said in Isaiah 27:8. When her measure is full, when you send her away, then you will strive with her. Now it come to pass that the sun had set, and it was dark, and behold, a smoky furnace and a firebrand was passed between it. So clearly, you know what I mean, it's like that during the time of Moses, we watched them. They leave Egypt with a great substance. And it's like that, whatever. They're going back into the land under Moses.
Iron brother,
And
what would you say? What would you say is Hold on, I forgot what you said actually. But I want to
y'all
read
read,
Joel. I want to read Joel 1:3. Tell ye your children of it, and let your children tell their children, and their children another generation. So, do you think Moses' parents were dead?
no, I mean Moses' parents was not dead. I mean, it's like remember Moses. Remember Moses' parents. Remember Moses' mother was basically his nursemaid. Remember in Exodus chapter 2, I believe that is.
I mean, when she
She
talked
was
to
alive.
Pharaoh when he was like 80.
Yeah, she was still alive. I mean, Moses' mother was still alive, and his grandparents still alive.
Where does it say that? When he was with Aaron talking to Pharaoh at 81.
We know because of the tradition, but also too. I mean, it's like that people lived great long lives. I mean, it's like it's not like today when people dying at 70. Like
Yeah, but
they live long lives.
where does it say that they were alive with Moses at 80?
I know, but so me, I believe in the oral tradition. I believe in the rabbi. So there's commentaries in oral tradition about it.
But is there a
I
chapter in the Bible where it says that his parents, his grandparents?
Like for example, you even got Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, still alive. Uh, so you get that generation. I mean, they'll still remember those generation, the generation of Ketroth. I mean, they follow along they all came from Abraham, and the genealogies follow. And Jethro is like within his parent generation, and Jethro's still alive. So you get hints that basically, hey, that generation that's above them still alive. So there's elders above Moses that are still alive. Like Caleb's father. I'm not Caleb. Caleb's father was still alive. So you get like the generation or Ron, I mean her.
So
What's that called?
so so were their parents alive? Like their parents would be the Israel, like Israel's children, right?
So Moses lived to like 100. I think Moses died at 120. I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken, 120. 25. I think it was 120 that Moses died at. So you just told me his parents died at like 100. How old do you give Moses' parents to die at?
Probably less.
I've got a question here, and we're going back and forth about generations and all this. One way you can put these scriptures to bed is the 400 years. Okay, people got to understand that the Israelites were not in Egypt under bondage for 400 years. It doesn't add up. So if we could do some math here, Brother Julian and Brother
I
Mayron.
suck at math.
Well, that's okay, Brother Mayron. If we can do some math here on the 400 years, now there's either the 400 years in Egypt back then, or there's the 400 years in the U.S. that the Israelites are going to suffer here. Deuteronomy 28:68. Okay, which is all of Deuteronomy 28:68. I mean, Deuteronomy 28:15 to 68 is the Israelites are in another land. I'm bringing you back to Egypt in ships a second time. So what Abraham is talking about, he's talking about the last 400 years before the second Exodus, because physically the Israelites were not in Egypt, the first Exodus, 400 years.
Also, Moses is writing that after the first Exodus.
Well, no, go ahead. So this is how you can, this is the one way that you can definitely define. You can argue the lineage, you can order the 4 generations, you can argue what you want, but you cannot argue the Israelites were not in Egypt the first time in bondage. I'm talking about in bondage, because when Joseph was there, You got to remember, Joseph is basically in charge of the whole country. He's the overseer. And when he brings his brothers back, when his brothers come 2 years later, when they ran out of food in 2 years, there's 5 more years that they resided in Goshen, the best of the land. Do you think that the ruler of Egypt did not take care of his family, the 72 that came down from Canaan? Of course he did. They were in the Hilton. They were put up in the fattest of the land. They had the best food. They had servants. They had everything. He saw that his father was taken care of. I mean, he had
Joseph
5.
married the priest of Egypt's daughter.
Yeah.
He had a state funeral.
So when did the bondage start? It did not start when the Israelites came down. It started when supposedly, allegedly, the Pharaoh says, and he knew not Joseph. What do you mean you knew not Joseph? Are you kidding me? This is the guy that had the 7 years of plenty and 7 years of famine that saved Egypt from total destruction. And Pharaoh
And that
says,
Pharaoh is Pharaoh's kid. He has to know who Joseph is.
and I knew not Pharaoh. Are you kidding me? Joseph went down in history. But the bottom line is 400 years they did not spend there.
Brother disconnected.
Oh, he disconnected. Okay. Well, he's at work, I think.
But that, like, the math, I don't even know where to start with that. Like 71.
Here, let me show you. So there's 2 ways to see it, okay? First, what Brother James is talking about. If you look, Joseph lives for 71 years with his family in Egypt.
He only has 2 kids.
And well, that's what we're told. We have no idea.
But Brother Mayron, let's before you go to 71 years, and let's go when was he given the stead of overseer? When did it happen? He was 29 years.
He was 30 years old, basically.
30 years old.
So so what happens is there's 7 years of plenty, 2 years of famine when his brothers show up. So he's 39 years old when his brother shows up. He lives, according to this scripture, to 110 years old, right? So that's 71 years he lives with his brothers in Egypt. And there's no affliction. And if you take the total amount of time that they're in Egypt, which you can get from Genesis 46:27 and Exodus 12:40, it's 430 years. If you subtract 71 years, you're at 359. And again, that assumes that narrative is true, that somehow this Pharaoh didn't know Joseph, which is nonsense. This has to be a later Pharaoh, which makes sense because according to Jasher, the captivity in Egypt is 210 years. So you have some time before the captivity starts in Egypt. Now, the other way to see it with math is the same concept. If you have 430 years of presence, you need the captivity to start within 30 years. Right? So if they're there for 430 years and we're saying this prophecy is fulfilled and that prophecy requires 400 years of affliction, we need this affliction to start within 30 years. And remember, we have 70 people. How on earth can 70 people experience the population growth described at the beginning of Exodus? So let's go read this population growth at the beginning of Exodus. Exodus chapter 1, verse 5. So Exodus chapter 1, verse 5 tells you the number of people, and all the souls that came out of the loins of Jacob were 70 souls, for Joseph was in Egypt already. Now notice, verse 7. These 70 people, the world wants you to believe that these 70 people experienced this population growth in 30 years. Verse 7. And the children of Israel were fruitful and increased abundantly and multiplied and waxed exceeding mighty, and the land was filled with them. So much so that this new Pharaoh in Exodus 1:9 says behold, the people of the children of Israel are more and mightier than we are. Even if it was 70 pregnant women that entered Egypt, it's impossible to have that kind of population growth in 30 years. And so it's two mathematical points that without a question make you realize, just like the vision shows you, this is the evening portion of the vision. Lo, a horror of great darkness. It's the end of the evening vision. And notice Daniel's reverse too. Daniel 9:26. This translation say the vision of the morning and the evening, which was told, is true. But we know that's not correct. The children of Israel had light. Then they lost it. It's the vision of the morning and the evening, which was told is true, not the vision of the evening and the morning. They're reversing that. They're corrupting it to hide what it is.
I want to point something out about Pharaoh, what you just read. And what did Pharaoh say? He said, lo, the Israelites are greater than mightier than we are. Right? And he says that they may coincide with our enemies and we won't be able to take care of them. This is the same Pharaoh that says, and another Pharaoh grew up and knew not Joseph, when Joseph was an Israelite. It doesn't make sense. The same Pharaoh that says, and he knew not Joseph, is the same one saying, lo, the Israelites are greater than mightier than we are. We need to take care of them. I rest.
But I do think it's such an important point. You know, I was actually, my next podcast episode is it's going to be called Mathematics, because listen, like everyone who wants to argue about, you know, when the Messiah is coming, whatever, where the promised land is, all of those stuff are secondary. The most important thing for you to realize what's coming is understanding that Genesis 15, 13, and 14 have not been fulfilled, which means you have to look to see what captivity is God referencing in that prophecy. And notice you have the promise. You have the promise of Deuteronomy 28:68. I will bring you back to Egypt. You have the promise of the day when the children of Israel will seek God and they won't be able to find him. You have the promise of the fourth beast that stamps the residue out, right? That's the vision that God is showing Abraham, and horror of great darkness. The end of the story, right before the new day, that the Messiah, the rising sun, right? Notice the rising sun springing forth. You have the language of not only the sunrise, but also the springing forth, right? The start of spring. And so, you know, that's the key. Everything else is secondary. Just focus on the fact that Genesis 15, 13, 14 have not been fulfilled. And once you realize that, you turn your attention to America. Just look at 1619, add 400 years to that. It should give you a sense of where you are in stream of time. Now, obviously, 1619 is nonsense, but it should still give you a sense God left that date for a reason.
Why is it nonsense?
Because the captivity is not over. It's clearly not over. We have 7 years left. The Messiah, the 7-year judgment on Babylon ends the captivity. And that's when the children of Israel are going to be brought out with great substance. Yes, they were brought out of great substance in Egypt too. The Most High doesn't do those things by accident. He wants you to be, if you want to believe man's nonsense, that was already fulfilled, believe it. Look, they came out with great substance. That's your father putting the exam in front of you.
It was too great, though, for the math. On the math side of things, it was 600,000 children, men, women, like from 71 for 400
It's impossible.
years.
It's impossible. And look, with Jasher, you have 220 years for that population growth, which makes a lot more sense.
Wait, 220 years over 40? Over 400 years?
Jasher says that the affliction in Egypt was 210 years. So that's Jasher 81:3. And so if I take 400 years Oh, no, I'm sorry. If I take 430 years and I subtract 210, that gives me 220 years for the population growth that we're seeing at the beginning of Exodus. And that's feasible. 30 years is not feasible.
Wait, how many people did it grow?
Well, so that's the thing. You got to imagine they were very fruitful, right? But the point is, at that point, you're going to have generations, right? Like, and population growth is exponential. So, obviously, when you start with 70, right? Let's say the next generation, they all have multiple children. What are you at? You're gonna, like, if you put it into like you can go to like for example, if you go to the internet, you can find population growth calculators, right? And if you put 70 people over 30 years, it becomes millions of people, right? It's nonsense, though, the way they're calculating it, right? Because they're making an assumption that it's just doubling, 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 right?
Yeah, it
Which
has
is
to be at
obviously
least
not the case, right?
it has to be at
But it
least
gives you a
like
sense of how quickly it can start to move because of exponential growth, right?
all that is. Yeah, math is not my strong suit. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, yeah. That's why he also gives you verse 12. You don't even need the math. You just need to see what part of the vision he's seeing. And the fact that why would God have one of the most important prophecies of all of Torah be fulfilled before Torah was even given to his people, before it was even written down?
Is that what the brother was arguing, or what do you mean by that?
Well, so think about it. What the world teaches is that when Moses wrote Genesis 15, 13, and 14, it had already been fulfilled. Moses wrote Genesis after the first Exodus, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, then so that's the world's theology. That prophecy was already fulfilled before Moses even wrote it down.
When though?
When he wrote Genesis down, because again, what they're saying is it
When
was fulfilled.
When did it get fulfilled?
They were saying it was fulfilled in the first Exodus. That's what the world teaches us. Like what Brother Ezra was saying right now. He was saying Genesis 15, 13, and 14 were fulfilled in Egypt for the first Exodus, which means that it was fulfilled before Moses wrote it down.
Well, it would have been like while he was doing it, like while he was living through it.
And he lived through it, but when he wrote it down, most people would argue that that's after the Exodus already. He's into the wilderness and he's starting to write down now the testimony.
You think he wrote it in Horeb? Like when he was there for
20 through 24 and Deuteronomy 11 through 27 combined. I think those are the tablets. I think those were spoken to the entire congregation at Horeb. I think they're then given to Moses on the tablets. And then everything else Moses writes down as the testimony. That is also, he tells him to put in the ark in Exodus 25:16. And so that's what the entire Torah is, the combination of the covenant, which is the statutes, laws, and commandments, and God's promise, right? Think about, my argument is Deuteronomy 18:15 is on the tablets. Habakkuk, write the vision, make it plain upon tables. My salvation shall not tarry. God's covenant promise to regather his children is present on the tables. But in addition to that, we have the witness of Moses, the testimony of everything God did for the children of Israel. And prior to that, with the forefathers, right? And that's the Torah.
All right. But what I was going to say was I had a question. Would any Israelite today that understands who the Israelites are, would any of those Israelites argue the fact that the 400 years in the U.S. is not real? Or there's something wrong with it? I don't think so.
Yeah. Gadol would say that they're not in. Right now, the children of Israel are not afflicted here in America.
Okay, so all right. So if all right, let's play the advocate here. You're Gadol. So my question, Gadol, they're not afflicted here. When did the affliction stop? 1960, 1970, 1950? Because there was a lot
I'm
of.
Gadol.
Pardon?
No, you said I'm Gadol. I was gonna say like from what I
No,
would say.
I was saying I was talking to Brother Mayron. What I'm saying is Gadol Gadol says they're not in affliction right now. Okay, that's fine. They're not in affliction right now. When did that stop? Because according to my clock or according to my information, in the 60s, 70s, and all that, they were still being punished. Who's still the most hated people on the earth? It's the Israelites.
I mean, they just, and then again, okay, fine, the segregation ended, but look at what happened with the criminal justice system. So, and even if you want to say today, okay, which I still think is nonsense, but the point is, it's exile. They're still exiles from their land.
Exactly. But the point I'm trying to make, you can't really argue it. 1619, 1600, 1580, 1650, whatever you want to do, it's going to pan out that it's very close to 400 years. But Egypt, if according to the scriptures, does not pan out to be 400 years. That's why it's the second Exodus. The first Exodus, they weren't there for 400 years. They were not in bondage, I should say. Let me say, they were there, but they were not in bondage. The bondage is what matters. Nobody would argue the fact that the first slave ships that landed telling me that they're not in bondage. That's the harshest time for the last, 380 years? I don't know.
And that's why they've corrupted Daniel 9:26 so much. 70 minus 62 is 8. 8 times 50 is 400. It's talking about the same thing. Daniel's seeing the same thing. He sees the children of Israel being cut off, and he also sees the final captivity. Like this is just my attempt, right, to correct the nonsense translations of Daniel 9:26. So this is what I have as my working draft. Now, after 6 Jubilees, hold on, my headphone died. Give me a second.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're breaking.
Be right back.
Okay. So the fact of the 400 years is what the other brother Ezra was talking about. Is we're talking about the fourth generation and this and that. But again, according to the scriptures, if you do the math, when they were in Egypt the first time, it's nowhere near 400 years. And they'll argue the fact, well, they came in and Joseph, the way he treated his brothers and all that. I said, but you're not understanding. After he revealed himself, he sent, what did he send? He sent a harem down to get his father and everything. His dad rode in his chariot or his cart or whatever it was. His dad had the best of the best, Jacob. All his brothers had the best of the best. They were scared to death that he was going to squish them, but he didn't. And he put them in the best of the land. So the whole time that Joseph is there, it does not count towards bondage. So again, if Jasher is correct, we're somewhere around 220 years they were in bondage. They were there for over 400 years, but they were not in bondage. That's what the whole thing counts about. The second Exodus, which is in America, they've been close to bondage 400 years exactly. We just don't know the start of the date. Go ahead, Brother Julian.
I was just trying to see if there's other, because like the I think his name was Prince. The brother brought out that the Ishmaelites are technically a part of the lineage of Israel. But
Abraham.
That would be
Abraham.
Abraham, my bad.
But that
But
doesn't, that's not, you still, if you're an Ishmaelite and you're getting in, you better be keeping the Torah, you know?
no, yeah, but like it says that like a seed from his bowels will be under affliction. It doesn't specifically say Isaac or but it
well,
could really be the
But you
Ishmaelites,
got to
but I
think
don't see
about
any.
14 though, right? Because how is that going to be the Ishmaelites when you look at verse 14 when it says, I will bring them out with great substance and bring them back to the land, right?
Yeah.
All right, so here's Daniel 9:26, and I'll share verses while I read it that are citations to other scriptures that would support the way I'm writing it, okay? All right, so this is Daniel 9:26. Now after 62 jubilees, Israel will be cut off and have nothing. Genesis 15:12 and 13, Daniel 9:17. The people of Edom will destroy them. Genesis 27:40. But his end will come speedily like a flood. Malachi chapter 1 verses 3 and 4, Amos 1:11, Isaiah 63 verses 1 through 6, Lamentations 4:21 through 22, Obadiah 1, 4 Ezra 6:9. Until the end of the war that has been decreed, Ezekiel chapter 38 verses 1 through 23, there will be destruction. And if you notice, then that brings you lining everything up together, the 400 years and the judgment on Babylon. So Jeremiah 25:12 and Genesis 15:14 and Daniel 8:26. I'm sorry, Daniel 8:25. These are all the same prophecy. We're about to witness it. So lift your head up, Al Shrael.
can you go ahead and read it again just without the scriptures and just read it come straight through?
Now, after 62 jubilees, Israel will be cut off and have nothing. The people of Edom will destroy them, but his end will come speedily like a flood. Until the end of the war that has been decreed, there will be destruction. And another thing I would really recommend for everyone to do is go read the blessing to Edom, to Esau, in different translations, not the King James, and see how he clearly says that Esau is going to break Jacob's yoke from off of him and put it on Jacob. When people say, how can you say Edom is the captivity? How? Because go look at Esau's blessings and go tell me who Jeremiah 38 is talking about when he says he's going to break the yoke from off his neck. Whose yoke is on the neck of Jacob right now? Whose yoke is it?
Our brother, I think that's Song of David 1 and 6 or 7.
Read it for us. Read it for us.
Alright, I need to find it. Look not upon me because I am black, because the sun hath looked upon me. My mother's children were angry with me. They made me the keeper of their vineyards, but my own vineyard I have not kept. Have I not kept?
Can you read that again?
Yeah, that tells me that it's like Jacob and Esau. Look not upon me because I am black, because the sun hath looked upon me. My mother's children were angry with me. They made me the keeper of their vineyards. but mine own vineyard have I not kept.
It sounds like captivity to me.
Yeah, it sounds like the Negro slave trade. But it's funny they use Solomon for it. Like, sounds like David.
Well, this is where I called up one time and I said, brother, I said, look at Ecclesiastes, read it. I said that this is David, this is not Solomon. And that's where we believe that David wrote the Psalms, David wrote Ecclesiastes, David wrote all these. They were all David's writings. And what they did is they gave credit to Solomon, the most wisest man of all that they created.
Do you think the story about the wisdom and like the dreams that Solomon had are somewhat true, but instead of Solomon, it's David receiving that?
They're describing this is David. Now they've ad-libbed, added emphasis on, obviously they added emphasis on Solomon, but David is the one that, go get the sword and cut the child in two. This is all about David. How do we render that? Is David is the only man after Allah's own heart. It's the only one in the Bible that I know of that through the Psalms. If you read Psalms, David was continually in repentance. Not that he was doing things wrong, but he was always cognizant of everything that he was doing and saying. This is why it's almost possible for David to number Israel when he was given three options: 7 years of famine, years chased by your enemies, or 3 months chased by and then the Bathsheba thing.
Do you think that was like real though, that he numbered them?
No,
No?
I don't think that he would have known better. A man after Allah's
Right.
own heart. And when you read Psalms, if you read Psalms totally and understand who David is and what he's saying, people today would call that guy it's a pagan word, but they would call him a saint. No, he's just a man, but he was a man that was different, that was after our Father's own heart. So there's no way.
How is that a pagan term?
Well, I was raised a Catholic, and when I grew up, it was saint this and saint that, and pray to this saint and pray to that, and bow to this statue, and so when somebody says he's a saint, that means that he's a man-made doctrine of some sort. He's been given a title that some man ordained him, the so-called Vatican or the Dope over there has ordained him that he's special, and they give him the saint name.
Mm-hmm.
But David was not a saint. David was just a man after Allah's own heart. But again, how can one read Psalms
And not say that all these other books are David?
Well, not only that, but how could this person writing Psalms even consider numbering Israel? Even consider looking at another woman when he could have had any woman he wanted?
True. I think it's really kind of weird that it's called the Song of Solomon in this Bible that I have, but on Blue Letter Bible it's called Song of Songs.
And also, you think about oh, I totally lost my train of thought. Never mind.
What about verse 14? Oh, my dove that art in the cleft of the rocks, in the secret place of the stairs, let me see thy countenance, let me hear thy voice, For sweet is thy voice, and thy countenance is comely. And then I think it's 450, Psalms 55 and 6. I said, oh, that I had wings like a dove, that I would fly away and be at rest. And that's David. So,
After the flood, is that
Mhm.
symbolizing Elijah and David? You think
What I
about
thought
go ahead.
during chapter 15, you guys, I was reading it over for you guys, and it said that he like cut all the pieces of the rams, goats, heifer, but he left the birds. The birds he divided not. So like a young pigeon and a dove, right? So like David, the turtle dove, and maybe like a young pigeon for Elijah, because he was the one at first being guided by the ravens. So that's just a weird. Like he divided not. Uh,
Well,
Bird, like we're told, and David was doing that to stave off what Saul had brought upon the nation of Israel. Um, probably more likely, because I agree that if God says David didn't do anything, David didn't do anything.
where does he say that?
1 Kings 15:5.
Oh yeah.
But then think about also too when you talk about that verse in Song of Dao, his voice being sweet, the psalmist, right?
Yep.
Think about when he soothed Saul. Think about the one that you started, Song of David, chapter 1, verse 5. I am black and comely, it says in other translations, right? And he says, your countenance is comely. He's clearly talking to David there. And obviously, you have that language about arising after the winter at the start of spring, right? You have Kum in verse 10 and verse 13. Arise, my love. Really beautiful verses.
Where does it say that he? I think it says that he was like beautiful or something. Like, does it say he was comely
In
when
the
he was
in the
anointed?
King James, I think verse Song of Solomon chapter 1 verse 5 says, I am black and comely, I think.
And he sent and brought him in. Now he was ruddy and withal of a beautiful countenance. And that's when David's anointed. Yeah, it says it's comely, but I can't find it right now.
But what I wanted to do is read so if you go to
Found it.
hey,
the
but wait a minute,
blessing.
brother. Hold on one second, brother Julian. You may not. You got a bunch of feedback on your
Oh, my bad.
mic. If you just go ahead.
I had just found the blessing. So if you look at the blessing to Esau outside of because if you read in the King James, it makes the blessings identical, which doesn't make any sense. Okay, so if you look, the blessing that Jacob gives to Esau, I'm sorry, that Isaac gives to Esau is, let me see. Okay, so if you go to Genesis 27, this is the blessing he gives to Esau. Okay, verse 39. And his father Isaac answered him, behold, your dwelling place shall be away from the richness of the land, away from the dew of the heaven above. So to me, what that's saying is you're not going to live in the promised land. Okay. But then look what it says. Verse 40. You shall live by the sword and serve your brother. But when you rebel, you will tear his yoke from your neck.
Who's talking? Who's talking to who?
That's Isaac blessing Esau.
Okay.
Wait, what is this?
That's in Genesis 27, verses 39 and 40. And also, if you want to laugh, when you back up to verse 33, when Isaac realizes that it's Esau and he gave the blessing to Jacob, it says Isaac began to tremble violently, to give you a sense of what a lunatic Esau was.
And just imagine how red he was.
And think about, a lot of people don't realize this, when he sells his birthright to Jacob, when he comes in and he's famished, and he says, "Give me this so I can eat it before I die." The reason he says that, if you believe Jasher again, is he had just decapitated Nimrod, and so he thought that he was going to be chased down and killed, and so his birthright had no relevance to him. So remember, guys, because a lot of people say, "Oh, Jacob was this, Jacob was that." The reason that Jacob was able to get that blessing was because of God. God allowed Isaac to be deceived. If Jacob wasn't supposed to get that blessing, God wouldn't have allowed Isaac to be deceived like that. And so there's something about Esau that let God take his birthright away from him. And it wasn't that he sold it for, there was a lot more to that. And you can see that, described here. Like, for example, his father being deathly afraid of him. Telling him you're going to live by the sword, right? He clearly understands Esau's temperament.
And it's kind of symbolic when he says that thou shalt break his yoke. Wait, where does it say he rebels? Is it verse 42?
I think it was 40.
Oh, 40. No.
Galatians, because they really make it
it's in a different
funny.
one.
They make it funny. I got this from the Berean Standard one, right?
Which one?
Berean Standard, BSB, I want to say. BSB is the closest one that I think is like that one that I'm reading it from.
2740. Let's see. Oh, wait. What do you think about the BES?
What translation is that? What was it?
Britain English Septuagint.
I think listen. They still say Cyrus, right? The Dead Sea Scrolls, like I was telling Brother James, the Dead Sea Scrolls says Cyrus. So to me, you got to take all of those with a grain of salt. All of them.
CSB has it. You will live by your sword and you will serve your brother, but when you rebel, you will break. So it's like saying, kind of like when he sees, like, okay, so Song of Songs, where it says, "I am black but comely." So it's like, that's kind of letting everyone know that, like, the Black, Hispanic, Native Americans of today's day and age are the chosen people. But like when it says, "But when you rebel," that means like when he doesn't kind of admit the facts and says like, okay, yeah.
When you don't follow my laws, statutes, and commands, that's rebellion. That's 1 Samuel 15:22 or 23.
You will break his yoke from your neck, and you'll, like, that's where you get rebels from. But then you have the brothers like Caleb, who got the inheritance, even though he was from what is it? Is it what's his name? A Kenizzite? Hold on, I think it's 33.
Kenizzite. You're correct, because that's going to lead back to he's a
Edom.
strange
Esau.
Edomite.
Yeah, but he literally, he was like the forefather of, like, in Joshua's time.
Yeah, you just Brother Mayron, when you mentioned that in verse when Jacob starts to tremble.
What is that? 26.
No, I think it was in verse 17 or something. I can't remember. But you said what he was, Brother Mayron was saying was when Jacob realized that he had blessed Jacob. I mean, yeah,
And Isaac
Isaac.
trembled exceedingly and said, where is he that hath taken venison and brought it to me? Was he talking about when Esau, he cried with a great exceeding bitter cry? And he said unto his father, bless me, even me, O my father. Wait, hold on. Because
No,
I was putting together all these like names to these I think it was I think it was Numbers 7. And I was trying to put like the names together to see if they have meaning to them. And they kind of did. Let me see. So this is when the princes of Israel make offerings for the tabernacle and its dedication. The Lord speaks to Moses from the mercy seat between the cherub upon the ark. So hold on, let me get my little paper here. And hold on. Let's see, page 4. So it goes from Moses. These are the priests that are named off. Moses, Drawn, Gershon, Merari. So Moses' name is Drawn, Gershon is exile, so drawn to exile by a bitter assembly because it says Kohath. And their names mean drawn, Gershon exile, Merari bitter, Kohath assembly. And it's kind of like Gershon gets 2 wagons and 4 oxes, Merari gets, which means bitter, gets 4 and 8 oxes, and Kohath gets none. They carry the ark. And then these are the princes. Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, all of them. So Nashon, Nathaniel, Eliah, Elizur, Sheluma, Eliasaph, Elishama, Gamliel, Abidan, Ahiezer, Pagiel, and Ahira. And I put them together in a sentence. It said, God has given a leader like a serpent, a gift from God, one whose God is Father. God is his rock, peace from God. For God has added and has heard. God is his reward. His father is judge, while his brother will help in an event of God for atonement due to his brother's evil. And then what was this too?
I've done that. It's very interesting how the names and the meanings, and you can put those together. I did that. I can't
Yeah.
remember where it was, but Brother
This
Mayron.
is number 7. Number 7.
Yeah, I can't remember where I did it, but he had posted that, and it told a pretty little story after that.
Mm-hmm.
Brother Mayron, are you there? Or are you busy? All right. Can you post a Yob's video? The one I sent you with the picture. Can you post that video up here, because you made me think of that video when you said when Jacob trembled exceedingly when he knew actually what happened, that he had blessed Jacob instead of Esau. And you made me think about the Edomites and the Palestinians and in that. Can you post the Yob's video?
Listen, the one that you sent me, yeah, I'm looking for it. Give me 1 second.
Yeah. I wanted you guys to see that, if you can see this video. This is from a Yab Nazir, and what he's actually showing is he's showing through the DNA who the Edomites are. But he goes to the scripture and says that I can't remember where it is right now. We could find it, but it says that Edomites are going to destroy each other.
Yeah, that's 19:2.
What is that?
Isaiah 19:2, maybe.
Yeah, it's in chapter 19.
Do you see my? Oh wait, hold on, I didn't change it. Do you see my profile picture?
Isn't that about the Egypt though? Because that's King of Fierce Countenance, Isaiah 19:4.
Well, Edom is kind of like this place, so.
Okay, so yeah, you put the link down there below, and but what he's just going on to show is that all these wars that are going on, especially the Israeli and the Palestinians, are both Edomites, and they're just going to destroy each other. And
Palestine's Edom?
Pardon me?
Like the Arabs, I guess, are Edom?
He's showing how the Palestinians are actually Edomites.
Huh.
Where the Israelis are Edomites. And this is something that no one's really talking about. But he says this is why the destruction is going on so bad, is that they're destroying each other.
Isn't
Yeah, I don't know if I would agree with that, because isn't Israel Japheth?
What's that?
I thought it was Arphaxad or something.
Yeah,
A Japheth lineage?
no, well, it's you talking about the over there in the Disneyland is what we're talking about.
In Ashkenaz, and if you go to Genesis chapter 10, I want to say, is Japheth's grandson. That's what I've always felt Genesis 9:27 is about, when it says God will enlarge Japheth and Japheth will dwell in the tents of Shem. Obviously, that's Disneyland, right? But you do see something similar in Los Angeles.
He does bring that scripture up, and he deals with that scripture. And I can't recall it right now, but that's the exact scripture that he brings up. So it's an interesting video to watch. You can just
I pinned it too.
Yeah, you can agree or disagree with it, but it makes common sense. He's talking about like World War II, the same thing, where 100 million people were destroyed, and most of them were all Edomites. So he's just talking about the wars and the conflicts that rage across the world continually, is actually he's having them destroy themselves.
Which like descendant of Japheth would they be? Because I've heard they're Arphaxad from Shem, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's from Japheth and Ham. He also addresses that too, but it's all like a 30-minute video, but it's very, very interesting, the points he brings out. I mean, personally, I can't see anything wrong with it, but it just makes sense that that our Father would do that, have them destroy each other, until he destroys them in the end. But again, it has to be biblically sound for it to be true. But he does deal with those scriptures.
Would those Jews fall in the category of Edom?
He says that they all of Israel there falls under the category of Edom.
So would they technically be from Shem?
No, I don't think they could come from Shem.
That's where Edom comes from.
Well, but then again, Shem is what I see it is, it's the lineage of the Israelites. Noah through Shem, and then back down that lineage is where the priesthood and all that's coming from.
Let's see. Shem had Abraham. Nahor, Terah, Abraham.
You can look at that he posted that email that I had sent earlier this morning, and it's got the lineage that we were looking at, the priestly lineage from Noah all the way down. But again, Shem, if you go to Jasher,
Abraham begat Isaac, the sons of Isaac, Esau, and Israel.
I think it's Jasher chapter 79 or something, maybe 80, where talks about Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, sat with Shem. Abraham and Isaac sat with Noah. But the three patriarchs learned from Shem. What happened on the other side of the flood.
So what day do you guys think that the New Year's was on?
Well, New Year is
Tuesday.
spring equinox.
Tuesday. What was Tuesday? It was Tuesday 10th. Okay, so would you guys say that a new year would correlate with like the days in Genesis?
You mean mimic the days? Oh, absolutely. I believe that they've been. He set the heavens as timepieces, and I believe that the sun rules the timepiece as far as the equinox, the spring and the fall equinox, and the summer and winter solstice.
So where would the Sabbath fall under that? Would it be on the 6th day to the 7th?
Well, no, it would be on the 7th day.
The 7th, and then fall into like the 8th night, right?
Well, not necessarily. It's Shabbat is a 24-hour period. So it's not.
Right.
Yeah, we gotta, and it's very confusing at times because we're so used to looking at Pharaoh's calendar.
Not from sunset to sunset?
No, sunrise to sunrise.
Because it says that the evening and the morning were the first day.
That's right. That's exactly right. But again, we have to understand, just like we were talking about in Genesis chapter 15, and when Jacob is wrestling with and the day breaks, let me go. So the world,
he would have let go in the morning.
Yeah, as the day's breaking is when the sun is just coming.
Or would he have let go in the evening?
No, he would have let go in the morning.
Well, it seems like he told them to let go at the end of the evening before the morning.
Yeah, right.
So when the sun's like completely gone, that's the morning.
No, when the sun is coming up is the morning.
Okay, so that's
when
what
he says the evening and the morning is the first day, right? You got to think about it. Evening plus morning is not 12 hours. I'm sorry. Evening plus morning is not 24 hours.
Uh-huh.
But if you go to,
that's 12 hours, right?
Well, evening is sunset. What morning is sunrise. And so what he's giving you is the markers that frame the day. The day starts, You have sunset, and then sunrise completes the first day, begins the second day. You see that? And the best example of that in the scripture is found in the Day of Atonement. Because if the day starts in the evening, the night before the 10th day is the 10th day. But according to Leviticus, the night before the 10th day is the 9th day, which tells you the day starts in the morning. And you also see it with Exodus 16 in the bread discussion, where Moses tells them tomorrow is the Sabbath,
So
not
explain
tonight.
to me from Genesis 1 real quick, because I'm kind of confused on. So okay, say this sunset will be the evening in the first day.
Okay, so let's look at, there's two things that were given, okay? God called light day, and the darkness he called night. And so that's 24 hours. Day 12, darkness, night. At least on the equinox,
So
which you have to assume that that's day 4 is equinox being created.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, so what you're saying
So
is
day
3
5
days.
is the first day of the year.
What you're saying is 3 days before daylight savings, quote unquote, is like the first day?
I'm saying the spring equinox is day 4 of creation week.
So wait, spring equinox, that's
That was
daylight savings, right? The 7th?
Monday. No, it was Monday.
Saturday?
It was Monday, the 9th.
What is that? I thought it was daylight
12 hours.
savings.
So spring equinox, the definition would be 12 hours day, 12 hours night.
Okay. So that's the 4th day.
4th day of creation week, yes.
So
So the first day of the year,
Sunday, Saturday,
is
Friday
the
would be
5th day.
Friday the 6th would have been like the first day, right?
The first day of the year would have been Tuesday the 10th.
But
That's
from
day 5,
from
right?
the equinox, the first day would have been Friday the 6th.
No, because the equinox was the 9th. So the first day from there would be the 10th. That's the first day of the year. And then notice that's day 5, right? Which is Tuesday. Day 6, which would be Wednesday. And then you have your first Sabbath, which is a Thursday.
Why would that not have been? Why would that not have been the like the first day, the equinox, since it's like a even 12 to 12?
It's the first day of the year?
Yeah.
Well, I think the issue with that is
Or the first day in the Genesis, like in that
well, because
aspect.
you don't have the sun at that point, you don't have the moon. And that's what we need to keep track of time in terms of the year, according to God in Genesis chapter 1, right? That those are now the pieces to track the years, the months, the years, all of that stuff now. So that stuff doesn't start being counted until those things are in place.
So why wouldn't the first day be like the night of the 9th? Like the day of this equinox, just like when the sun set.
Okay, because this is the problem. So in the first verse there, you have day and night. Day plus night is 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Then it says the evening and the morning were the first day. Evening plus morning is not 24 hours. Evening is sunset. Morning is sunrise.
That's 12 hours?
No, it's not even that. What it's telling you is the day starts, the sun sets, then when the sun rises, that completes the first day. You see that?
So how would the sunset to sunset not be 12 or 24?
Again, so sunset to sunset would be 24, right? But that's not the point. The point is what starts the day? Is it the sunset or the sunrise? And you notice at the end of verse 5 here, it's the morning that completes the first day. So what God is telling us, it's the sunrise of day 2 that ends day one.
So
Let me
the
just
evening and the morning were the first day.
I wanted to interject one thing here. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I just wanted to say Shabbat Shalom. I've got to go to bed because I've got to get up real early, and we got to go to the airport. So, but anyway, I enjoyed it as always. Baruch, everyone, and we thank you so much for allowing us to be here. Thank you so much.
Shalom.
Baruch, brother.
So back to the question. First day, evening, would that be like the breaking of the night?
So sunset would be the midway point of the first day. Would be to look at Leviticus, the Day of Atonement. So there's only two possibilities. Either the day begins in here. You know what? I have a great video that I'll put real quick. Let me find it. Because
What
there's
is
only
it?
two possibilities, right? Either the day starts in the evening, or the day starts in the morning. Okay.
Yeah. That's what
And
my understanding was. The evening, like when the sun set, that's when
yeah,
the
and that's what the
morning
world.
is.
That's what I'm thinking about Shabbat dinner, right? The idea there is that the Shabbat begins when the sun sets,
So
but that's
what's the?
incorrect.
Oh, okay. What's
And check
the?
if you look at the video that I just put in the chat, I can also pin it. Give me a second here.
I love Shawshank Redemption. You posted that video with him leaving. I was like, dang.
Yeah, so in this series we use logic, right, and just look at the word. And so this one looks at the question of which one starts the day. Is it the morning or the evening? And it's really the best examples are the Day of Atonement and then Exodus and the story of the manna.
So why? Like we were always taught that the morning is the day.
It's not about that. It's about which one starts it. So if you think about it,
Yeah, we were
So
always
if you
taught that
look at
when you go to bed, the night is done with, and the morning is like a new day.
well, so think about it. Pharaoh's calendar is completely different. Pharaoh's is at midnight it changes, so it's not even
Oh.
sunrise or sunset, right? But yes, in the modern Second Temple Judaism, the day starts with the evening. And look at Daniel 8:26. It says, "And the vision of the evening and the morning." So it's putting the evening first. But that's not correct. We know that the vision is of the morning, which is followed by darkness. The children of Israel
Oh.
start in light and they end in darkness. And that's the same structure as the day. And notice it's also the same structure as the year. You have spring and summer, life before death, fall and winter. You see that? So even the
Yeah.
year has the same morning and evening vision.
Yeah, because he listed he called day light first.
Light first. Light follows, darkness comes, and then light comes
Ah,
again. Then we have the new day, which is what the Messiah is bringing, the
that's
rising
yeah,
sun, right?
yeah.
Springing forth, the spring equinox, right? Also, that symbolism of why the almond blossom, right? The first
So
tree to blossom in the spring.
the 8th or the 10th would have been the first day,
The 10th would be the first day. Yeah.
but
The 10th was
it
the
would be
first
the
day of the year.
fourth day of creation week.
Fifth day of creation week.
Fifth
And the
day.
way that I figured that out, if you go to the calendar, let me pin that. If you go to the calendar, so I was swimming in the toilet, okay, when I was looking at this stuff. But you can also get it from the sense of Passover, right? Because if you pretend the first day of creation is the first day of the year, that means that this Passover is always a Sabbath. Always. Because it's the 14th night, right? 7/7, right?
Yeah.
Which, how can that be? How can I do the things that I'm commanded to do on Passover if it's a Sabbath? So that was the first thing that got me thinking. And so basically there's 7 possibilities, right? In terms of which day of creation week is the first day of the year. And so if you go to this spreadsheet and you go to the check, I lay out those possibilities, right? And the only one that works with crucifixion week is the 5th day being the day of first day of the year.
Full moon check?
No, I
Or
think
the
it's just called
15th?
check. It's just called check, I think. If I go, let me see.
Is
It's a
that the
tab. Look at the
is it
tab.
is it at the end?
It's a tab at the bottom. So
Oh,
if you
check.
look at the tabs, yeah, click on check and you'll see 7 possibilities.
Day 1,
Exactly.
2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, I don't get it. Hold on.
So what I'm saying is there's 7 possibilities in terms of what day of creation week is the first day of the year. It's either the first day of creation week, it's either the second day of creation week, it's either the third day of creation week, the fourth day of creation week, the 5th day of creation week, the 6th day of creation week, the 7th day of creation week. You see what I'm saying?
So when what?
There's
The Sabbath would be?
when the first day of I'm saying what day of the year, so the first of the year is what day of creation week. 7 possibilities, and the only one that lines up with the crucifixion story is day 5,
Oh, the
which
5th
would
one?
mean day 4. Yeah, exactly, which means day 4 would be spring equinox. And you think about that, that's the day he makes the sun and the moon, which makes, to me, makes complete sense. He would create them equal. The year begins the day after,
So what day would have been the first day this month?
to the 10th. The 10th was the first day of
No,
the
I mean
first
like the
month.
first day of the creation week.
The first day of creation week would have been, so if the 9th was the 4th, you would just back up. So the 8th, 7th, 6th. So the 6th.
Because what I was thinking was when, like, because it says like and he said, "Let there be light," right? And when there was light, it kind of made me think of like the or the daylight savings. So when,
But that daylight savings is nonsense. Also, note why we have
but the
daylight
time
savings on.
changed,
Why
not the
I know,
time, but like
but
the
sure, but
sun.
they can tell us to do that any day, right? But here's my question: why did Pharaoh tell us to spring the clocks forward on Sunday if spring doesn't start for 2 more weeks according to his calendar? According to Pharaoh's calendar, spring equinox is March 20th.
Wait, why did he what?
Why are we springing the clocks forward?
No, what I mean is the sun. Like I think something changed on the 8th, right?
No, the only thing that changes is that they told you to move the clocks forward an hour.
But doesn't it get darker faster now?
Well, I mean, it gets darker later now.
Later,
It
I
gets
meant, because like
because so
I was
before. So
thinking
think
about it,
about it.
like he said, "Let there be light," and like now we have more light in a day.
I mean, we definitely have more light in the day now because after the spring equinox, what happens? The day increases now until summer solstice, right?
So
So
that's
we
why
go
I
from
was thinking that day that the daylight savings or whatever happened, that was like the first day of creation week because he said, "Let there be light."
well, no. So just think about it. Okay, so the only thing that happened on Sunday. So on Saturday, let's say the sun set at 5 p.m. Okay.
Yeah.
On Sunday, the sun set at 6 p.m.
Yeah.
But that's only because Pharaoh said change your clock. You see what I'm
No,
saying?
no. But
That's all that happened. Pharaoh said change my clock. That's all that happened. Now, I don't
so you
disagree
don't
with you
think
that
that the
the
sun's
daylight
out
increases,
longer?
yes, but it doesn't start. That starts on the equinox and it completes on summer solstice. By the time we move from spring equinox to summer solstice, we're going to go from 12 hours of light to 18 hours of light. So we're going to go from 12:12 to 18:6.
So we're
And
not
then we're
even
going to
at the
move.
most.
So we're not even at the peak yet. The peak is summer solstice. You see what I'm saying? So it's a deception of Pharaoh saying, "Oh, change your clock," right? But if Pharaoh didn't say that, the change is subtle. It's a very subtle change.
1 second.
Day to day,
brother,
I'm
1
saying.
second.
No worries. Yo, what's up, I? All right, man, I got a video for you, man. I'm going to pin it. Watch it when you get some time, man.
Okay, brother. So what it said, right, was that all we're doing is bringing our clocks forward. But when is the peak? Does that not like matter in the
The
first?
peak is summer solstice. So
Which was the 9th,
basically a
right?
quarter. No, so that would be so the summer solstice is going to be the 31st day of the third month of the year. And that's going to be when you have 18 hours of light, 6 hours of darkness. And then it's going to go from there to the fall equinox, where we're going to be back at 12:12. And then from there, from the fall equinox, we go to the winter solstice, where we're going to have 18 hours of darkness, 6 hours of light. And then again, you go from there to the spring equinox, which is 12:12. And so if you want to see it, the best place to go is Enoch. Enoch in the chapter on the luminaries really breaks it down beautifully.
But what told
exactly
you?
how they work.
What told? Like, how did you find out that this was the first day of the month?
Oh, how did I figure that out? So man, okay, so there was no so that was our focus. How can we figure out the spring equinox, right? Because I don't have the instruments to be able to measure 12 hours of light, 12 hours of darkness. And I also believe that God wouldn't make something like that so we can't figure it out on our own, that we need some kind of measure to do it, right? And so that's what made me think about the Passover, because the Passover is the 14th night, right? And then the other thing that I thought about was the full moon cycle. It takes 14 days for the full moon to come in. That means in the first year of creation, Passover was a full moon. Okay. And so in 2024, I waited for the full moon. Okay. I found the full moon again by waiting for the one where the moon rises, the sun sets, the moon rises. And then the next morning, the moon is still in the sky when the sun rises. And we confirmed that day. And that was the full moon. And then so I counted back 14 nights to get the first night of the year. Now, obviously, that does not happen every year, right? That only happens once every, what is it? Some number, 36 cycles or whatever. I forget what it is. Where the moon and the sun start on the same day, right? Because the moon's 10 days short now every year, so they don't line up anymore, right? So it takes 360 cycles, right, for the moon that's 10 days short to line back up with the sun again, right? But that's how I initially placed the spring equinox. So you got to think, God showed me something that happens once every 36 years. And then confirmed it. Like, I didn't believe the calendar until September 10th. because that was the morning Elijah appeared. And that should happen on the Feast of Trumpets. And so that confirmed that that day 9/10 was the Feast of Trumpets, which is what it was on my calendar. And that's what gave me confidence in the calendar and the Sabbath being Thursday and all of that stuff. If you want, I have two episodes of my podcast I'll put in the chat where I go through each of these one at a time, because first it was figuring out that Saturday is a lie. There's no way that Saturday is the Sabbath. And then from there, trying to place the correct calendar. And so here, I'll put them in the chat.
Would this have been the 10th day, or wouldn't this have been the second day of the year?
So no, the first day of the year was Tuesday at sunrise. So sunrise to sunrise was day one. Sunrise to Wednesday sunrise to Thursday sunrise was day two. Today at sunrise to tomorrow morning is day three. And so day 7, right? Because 5, 6, 7.
Oh, it's day 7. Wait, but how?
Because that's the whole idea. So remember, that's what I'm doing in that check. Because remember, if day 1 is the first day of the year, then my Sabbath is 7 days later, right?
But what day was the first day? I thought it was the 10th.
Exactly, but that's not day 1 of creation. It's day 5 of creation. You see what I'm saying? So my Sabbath is 3 days later.
But
watch the 2 videos that I put in the chat. We'll watch them in order. Episode 2 and episode 3, because I go over this.
I've seen them, but it kind of just stumps me a little bit. But
so that's the thing. So you got to remember, there's 2 things you got to ponder: equinox, and then 7 possibilities of which day of creation week is the first day of the year. See, what you're thinking right now is that day 1 of creation week is the first day of the year. And I would count 7 days to get the Sabbath. But if that's true, day 14 is a Sabbath, which means every Passover would be a Sabbath, correct?
Yeah.
It can't be possible. That already rules out day 1.
What day would it have been? Or what day would it be?
So
the 24th?
Well, so again, I'm talking about day of the week. Passover cannot be the 7th day of the week.
But what day of the year would it be?
It's the 14th night. It's the night of the 14th, right? But that cannot be a Sabbath. The 14th day cannot be a Sabbath. And so that tells you that day 1 of creation week is not the first day of the year. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because if it was the first day of the year, every 14th day would be a Passover. It would be a Sabbath.
But
I'm just counting 7, right? 7, 7, 7, 7.
Can you put the calendar up again?
Oh, the calendar?
Like the regular one?
Yeah, let me pin the calendar.
What do you think about the Paleo Hebrew? You think people like?
I think it's made up. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
The pure language. Well, we don't have the pure language. We won't have it until David and Elijah give it to us. Which
you said something about the. You said something about the What's that thing called? The Dead Sea Scrolls. Like how do you believe in that a little bit or no?
I definitely believe that there's been manuscripts that they've found that are true manuscripts. I don't believe the Dead Sea Scrolls are that. Because again, it has the same corruption.
Do you have a name of like what you believe is?
Oh no! I think I think those are all hidden from us. Yeah, right, I haven't found anything that doesn't say Cyrus. I haven't found anything that doesn't include Isaiah 53. I think Isaiah 53 is corrupted because this idea of somebody dying for or being chastised for the sins of other people contradicts God's premise that he doesn't punish people for the iniquity of others. You know, so I have an issue with that.
So Creation Week would have started last month?
Well, so again, so Creation Week, right? So all you're saying with Creation Week is those are the first days, right, of this story. And obviously, we know the Sabbath is a continual set of 7. That's all we're doing. 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7.
Wait,
what I'm saying is,
why does it have to fall on the 4th day though? Why not the 7th?
what doesn't have to fall on the 4th day? Why?
No, the Sabbath from the 6th, the first day of the Creation Week, to the 10th is 4 days, or to the 12th. I mean, that's 6 days.
Well, so again, so ignore the calendar, right? I have if I'm assuming that I count my Sabbath from day 1 of creation, so that would be 7 days is one Sabbath, 7 more days, which is the 14th day, is another Sabbath. But again, Passover would be that night, correct? That would tell me that Passover is always a Sabbath, which we know is impossible. So that rules out that possibility. Now there's 6 more possibilities. I can go day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6, day 7. But day 4 makes the most sense in terms of the equinox because that's the day he creates the sun and the moon. That's the day that the timepieces for the year are created, which would imply that the next day is day 1 of the year. So the 5th day of creation is my first day of the year, but I've already had 5 days. So my Sabbath is 2 days away. But I don't count 7 more days from that because I'm not counting 7 days from the starting of the year. I'm counting 7 days from the start of creation. That's the Sabbath.
What was the start of creation? 3/6?
The start of creation would have been, yeah. So,
1, 2.
So count back. Yeah, just count back.
3, but that's 3. Or are you counting the 6th day as well?
So if the 9th was the 4th day, the 3rd day would have been the 8th. The 2nd day would have been the 7th. The 6th day would have been. And now again, and so you got to also detract your mind from Pharaoh's calendar because that day is going to change dates now. So what you want to focus in on, for example, the Monday, March, it happened to be March 9th this year. Next year, I think it's March 8th. You see what I'm saying? It's that Monday that matters. It's the day that matters. So when I back up, Sunday, Saturday, Friday. That Friday is the first day of creation, not that date. It's that Friday. You see what I'm saying? So, like, for example, the Day of Atonement, the Feast of Trumpets is that Tuesday. 9/11 was a Tuesday. It was that Tuesday. If you look at the day Elijah appeared, it was that Tuesday, which was the 10th, right? It was September 10th when Elijah appeared. It was 9/11 on 2001, but it was that same day. God's calendar doesn't move. Pharaoh's calendar moves around. God's doesn't.
I'm just so confused right now, bro.
No worries, man. I still don't understand the calendar completely, so I get it. Like, I don't understand how. I still haven't wrapped my head around how his calendar doesn't shift, or what happens so it doesn't shift. Like, for example, like if I pull my calendar into the future, the last day of the year in 2032 is February 26th, but it's supposed to be March 7th, I want to say.
So why would it be
Something's off.
why would the first Sabbath be on the 5th day
Not the 5th day.
of creation week from the 6th?
It's not. So notice, it's not the 5th day. The 5th day is the first day of the year. The 5th day was Tuesday. The first Sabbath is today.
But
Now,
it says
the
Sabbath,
first day of the
Amos 5.
month, well, yeah, because the first day of every month is a Sabbath. Amos 8:5. We went over the verses at the beginning of this episode. Every new month is a Sabbath,
So how'd you get
but that's not the weekly Sabbath.
the
Very
6th
different.
as the first day again?
The 5th.
No, this March 6th.
Oh, well, so again, so if the spring equinox is the 4th day of creation, you just count backwards. And the 4th day of creation is when sun and moon are created.
Oh, so
You see what I'm saying? And they're created equal, and then the time starts. So the
what happened
day
on the spring
afterward,
equinox?
nothing. They just time resets. The sun resets. The sun resets its cycle, and it starts its new year.
Does that mean like the sun comes like it goes higher in the sky?
Well, so it starts to run on its cycle now, which will be the shorter circuit, right? Because that's the tighter one that is the spring and summer, whereas the circuit on the outside is the wider one that's fall and winter. It's just basically saying that the sun is starting its journey again.
So it goes
I would
higher.
read Enoch. Basically, the idea is it's coming out of the first gate again, and it's going to do the same. It's going to do the same thing it does for 364 days, and then it's going to reset and do it again, and it's going to do it again and again. And that's why it's the sun that tracks the year, not the moon, because the moon cycle is not 364; it's 354. So every day it's 10 days short. So that means the sun and the moon only link up every 36 years. Every 36 years, they line up again on the spring equinox. Because think about it. If I'm 10 days short, it takes 360, it takes 36 years to make up 360 days.
So what does the spring equinox do exactly?
It marks the beginning of the year.
But like, what's the what can show you exactly what it does?
12 hours of light, 12 hours of darkness.
So that's like when daylight saving started, quote unquote.
No, daylight savings has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with it. It's Pharaoh makes up daylight savings. It's completely made up.
But like when I think it was on the 6th, that was like the day that the sun set earliest. Then the 7th, the sun started setting later.
That's just because Pharaoh changed the hour. So yeah, I mean, it did change. It changes every day, right? Because every day the sunlight gets longer until we get to the summer solstice, right?
Yeah. So,
but the idea that it changed an hour plus that difference is a lie. That's just Pharaoh changing the clock.
But I'm not looking at it with the clock. I'm looking at it just like how the sun, like it gets higher in the sky and then comes back down.
So again, yeah, I agree with you, but that doesn't happen in one day. It takes time.
What happened on the 6th to make it the first day?
So again, what happened on the 6th is nothing. It's what happened on the 4th day that you count back to find the first day. And what happened on the 4th day is the spring equinox. That's when the sun was created. Spring equinox, day 4.
And no, I'm not trying to like condemn you or anything, because I believe, bro, the 10th, that was like the Lord was telling us exactly right then.
No,
and
no.
there.
Yeah,
That
no,
was
I
the
don't
beginning of it
disagree with
all.
you. But that's what I'm saying. That to me is the marker. Because
the 10th.
Again, ignore Pharaoh's calendar. I'm just talking about the equinox. The equinox is the marker that tells you the next day begins the year.
Is the next day what?
So the day after the spring equinox is the first day of the year. So if you look, March
So when
9th was the spring equinox,
Hold on,
March
man.
9th. The first day of the year was March 10th. I believe that's correct, right?
But what is the spring equinox like? Like, what is it?
12 hours of light, 12 hours of darkness.
It's not like.
That's the
Is that?
definition of the equinox. Equal light and equal day.
Oh. So it's going from like dark to light to more
Light
light.
to dark. Exactly. And that's why if you read Enoch, it tells you how much it changes, the fractions, all the stuff. Like when I'm drawing, like there's a tab there where I count the seconds, how much sunlight by seconds. That's coming from Enoch, because Enoch tells you how much sunlight increases per day. And so you can actually map it out
Like with
over the whole year.
the degrees?
Per day, just per day. So like every day, like from now until the summer solstice, every day we're going to have more daylight, more sun, some number of seconds of more sun, and that same number of seconds of less darkness, right? It's just going to keep increasing, and darkness is going to keep decreasing until I get to summer solstice, which is 18 and 6. And then it's going to start going back towards equal. And then it's going to keep going to more darkness. And then it's going to move back towards equal, right? And it's going to keep doing that same cycle over and over and over again.
So do you think this has any like relevance? Like the degrees of where the sun rose from?
Oh yeah, I think the gates. Yeah, I think the gate.
Because
It's the gates. So
it's like
each.
March
Yeah,
3, 4, and 5. So like 46.5 degrees, and then 4, 5, and 6 was 47, and then it goes up by 0.5 until March 12th.
it's from NASA and Pharaoh, and so I can't unless I personally am making these observations. I have no idea. I'm not doing anything like that. I'm just basing it off of there's an equinox, which we know is 12/12, and that
12.
starts the year
And
or
that was
marks the.
the 9th.
That was the 9th, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Something special about it was something special about that day, March 10th, when you said that David was going to be resurrected or is resurrected. But I
Yeah, I
don't
think we're going to see
know.
it here. We're going to see it here very soon, man. I really think
Yeah.
people won't. I mean, listen, they're going to tell you all the different explanations, right? But you'll know very clearly that kind of commotion is not by
It's like
chance.
what Elijah did to the prophets of Jezebel. He was like, how long are you guys gonna side or like go between two opinions? And then they all bowed down and were like, the Lord is God, the Lord is God.
Yeah,
And I think is that
it's going
when
to be it's going
Ahab
to be hard to
he
ignore.
repented?
Yeah, it's going to be hard to ignore.
Is
But
that
that's
when
the
Ahab
thing.
repented?
I think that's the right story, right? Or Ahab, is that what you're talking about? Ahab.
Yeah, but like when they said and when all the people saw it, they fell on their faces and they said, the Lord is he is the God, the Lord he is the God. But I don't know if that's when he repents or whatever. Ahab,
Yeah, I don't
Jezebel's
remember. I don't
husband.
remember off the top of my head either.
I kind of see what you're saying though now, but like my understanding was when daylight savings happened. So like when the like I guess it was the 7th or the 8th that the sun got higher in the sky, so longer day. So I was like, okay, he created the day, and then from then would be that would have been the first day of the month till the 7th day, which would be hold on, I had it written down. So the 7th day would have been the 14th, evening to the morning of March 15th, but I see what you're saying a little bit. But
Yeah, I just want to emphasize, brother. Daylight savings is entirely a creation of man.
so you
They could
think that
pick any day to do that nonsense.
you think March 8th? Do you know that it wasn't like that there was more light at all
Well, so again, everyday light's going to increase, right? So that can't be the
from
standard,
from
right?
the
From the day
equinox?
before, or even no, from the winter solstice. Every day after the winter solstice, the day is going to increase until summer solstice. Only after the summer solstice will light start to get dimmer again. So
No.
that cannot be the standard that I'm using to identify, because every day is going to have more light. You see what I'm saying?
So from the beginning of the winter solstice, it was always going up more.
From the day of winter solstice, which is the darkest day of the year, right? Every day from that point has more light until summer solstice, which is the longest day of the year. So I can't base it off of that.
So you based it off of the first day was the
I based it off
split
of
down the
2
middle.
years ago, placing the full moon and counting back 14 days. That's how I placed it. Because
But the
there's no
split down the
way
middle,
to
right?
there's no way to do the spring equinox. How can I tell you there's been 12 hours of day, 12 hours of night? You might be able to do it with like a what are those called? Those sundials based on the shadow, right? But I have no idea how to do that, and I'm assuming that would vary based on your location, right? And so again, it can't be based off of that stuff. It has to be based off of something that every person can visually attest with their own eyes, right? And so
And
that's
that
what
was
made
the
me
moon.
think the moon, while it doesn't happen all the time, can give you a check on the year, on the start of the year, and every 36 years, for example. Now, again, I didn't realize any of this when he showed it to me. I just saw the full moon. He showed me Enoch. He showed me Passover. I said, okay, that's a great idea. And I counted back 14 days. And I just wrote it down and I watched the calendar. Again, as I said, it wasn't to the Feast of Trumpets and that light appearing that I had any confidence in it. Now I'm very settled into that it's correct, but I still don't understand how it doesn't drift. I haven't wrapped my head around that yet.
So what day was 12 hours light, 12 hours darkness? In your
9th,
assumption, I guess.
March
The
9th.
Okay.
Yeah, March 9th, it went 12-12.
And then
And now from then it's going to continue to increase.
The day after it increased.
It continues to increase until summer solstice. Yeah.
Okay. And where'd you find that answer to the
Enoch.
12-12?
Enoch tells you. But you also know from just the typical cycle of the year of how, your day increases basically until you're in the summer.
All right, my next question, because I think I get the gist, and there's always going to be more opportunities to be explained about it. But where was Ephraim? Where were they? If the Promised Land is America.
Well, so if you look, our theory is that Ephraim's location is just outside of the Promised Land.
Oh, which direction?
I think to the east, on the other side of Jordan.
You mean
like
the
right there,
Euphrates?
right there.
You mean
Think about Bethel, right? So Bethel, you have where Abraham sets up the temple. You have Jacob coming down off the mountain and setting up the altar there, right? And you got to think about the caves of Mamre, where Abraham's buried, where Isaac is buried, where Jacob is buried. You'd have to assume Joseph would be buried there. You'd have to assume obviously they said they hid Moses, right? But the rest of the lineage, Aaron, they should all be in the same, Rachel, right? And think about it, is it not just Moses that God did that, where the ancestors aren't in the promised land because they knew the promised land will be corrupted, so they're waiting for the resurrection to enter the promised land permanently, just like Moses. Like, people think God was punishing Moses, and obviously it seems like God did punish Moses, but also God realized that the promised land would be corrupted. Maybe he didn't want Moses to enter it when it would be corrupted like that. And so I'm starting to feel this idea that Bethel is in the promised land is not correct, that it's slightly outside of it, wherever Ephraim's territory was given, which seems like it was slightly outside of the promised land.
Which is on the other side of the Euphrates, or what is it called?
On the side of the Jordan, right? But to
what's
the
actual
west of the
Mississippi?
Euphrates. The Mississippi would be the Euphrates. But I'm saying, because you got to think all those plains, right? That's all. Think about what they say. I think it's Manasseh, Ephraim, Reuben, right? That asked for the plains before they go into the promised land, because they were herders, right? And so that was great land for herding cattle. And so that's what I think is the Great Plains area and all that stuff.
Toward like New York or whatever.
Yeah, the Great Plains over there. So if you look at, like, what is it, Nebraska, Iowa, all that stuff basically coming down off of Colorado, off of the mountains, onto those Great Plains.
What about Judah? Do you think that's a little closer to, like, the west?
So Judah, again, assumes that the Jerusalem story and all of that stuff is correct, that it was in Judah, which, there's no reason to believe that based on how corrupted all of that is. But I do think that, that would be, kind of like Salt Lake City area by the Great Salt
there?
Lake. Yeah,
but it says that they have coasts.
Well, so that's the western border of the promised land. I don't get the sense that Jerusalem is on the western border. I would agree with you that I think that the western border of the promised land is Los Angeles coastline, right? Going down,
like Santa Barbara.
South. Yeah, maybe. I think that could be the top end of it. But yeah, that's definitely the western border, because that's the Great Sea. The Pacific Ocean is the largest body of water on Earth. It's clearly what the Most High is referring to as the border over there.
Yeah.
And then I think, Grand Canyon being Egypt, right? Yeah.
Grand Canyon, not Texas.
Well, I think, Grand Canyon and going down and into that region and down, right? Egypt, I think, obviously was quite an extensive geographic area. I don't think it was limited to just that part of it. But the Grand Canyon in particular, I believe, that's the part that bordered the Promised Land. When it says they went down into Egypt, I think they're coming down from the Promised Land, going down into that part of the world.
Do you believe that they crossed at Gulf of California, running from?
I do think that that's the most.
Texas.
Assuming it wasn't like a body of water, like a large body of water, like the Great Salt Lake, for example. I would agree that, yeah, the Baja makes the most sense for the location of the Red Sea that was split. But it could have been a large lake, right? Like the Great Salt Lake. Now I don't think that it was, but it could be something that was there, and because that's the thing. Like, I don't think that the Jordan River exists anymore. I think they dammed it. And, you might have like a smaller river in that area, but, the Jordan River as was is you won't be able to find it.
Because I watched a video and someone said that these maps used to say Red Sea for Gulf of California.
Yeah. And think about, there's a Mormon temple that's called the Jordan River Temple. You can look it up.
All right.
And look at its location. It's right where you would assume the Jordan River was, right? Right?
Utah. Jordan River Temple. Like, you think it was on that whole road that passes?
Well, so I think the closest river still in existence is the Bear River, but I don't think that that's the Jordan River. If you look at some older maps, there was some other rivers in that area. I forget the name of the one that I felt that could have been most likely. I feel they've dammed it up to hide it, so it's not as obvious. But the promised land is definitely here. Anyone who pretends it's not here, they're just not being honest.
Yeah, it's obvious. But what about the new temple, like the second temple that Ezekiel talks about?
Where is that going to be? Yeah, it's going to be west of the Colorado. Where
Or
where's
south? You
his?
mean? Because I think he says it's going to be like south.
Well, again, I think where he's going to put his name. I would assume it's going to be the same location as the first temple, but to be honest, I've never really studied that in great detail.
I don't know. I'm feeling good about Santa Cruz area, like California, Monterey.
As the Jerusalem.
Yeah, like there's a reason these trees are so big over here, like the redwoods. I don't know.
The location where they go to get those trees to build the temple
Where do you
compared to
think it was?
Jerusalem, it seems like it's north of it.
North of where it was actually at, or
North of the promised land, I'm saying. So I feel like those California redwoods is above the promised land. They went up to get those.
so from like Santa Barbara,
From
Mexico.
yeah, or if you think Jerusalem was more inland, right? Because there is scripture that says Jerusalem is surrounded by mountains. It feels like it would be to the northeast of Jerusalem were those mountains,
But it's
were
crazy
those trees.
because where I'm at, it's like a valley. Like, so Santa Cruz, San Jose, like all this is surrounded by mountains. But there's also, I think, is that like the Continental Divide or whatever? And where is that? Is it in like one? I think is Idaho, one of the lowest plains.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It just always like struck me as the Cedars of Lebanon. I feel like Zion is near me.
Well, you got to think too. You also
But
have like
who knows?
Zion National Park right there, right? In the Utah area, you have Moab. You have the Jordan River Temple. You have a lot of very clear references to biblical names. But yeah, obviously, I think Ayob's work on it's the best, but I have never independently confirmed anything. I do think there is something unique about the Uneta Mountains there, the way they lie right outside the Promised Land there.
What is it called? The Uneta?
Uneta Mountains. It's the only mountain range that faces east to west, and it's right outside the Promised Land. So, is that where Moses goes up?
Where do you think the line for the Promised Land starts?
So again, I think the Euphrates is the Mississippi. So I think it starts there. But obviously, the Jordan River being over there west of the Colorado, I think, is the best boundary, unofficial boundary there for the territory that's post crossing the Jordan.
What's the I think is it in chapter 8? Or maybe it's chapter 12 or 14. 13. Where he says, like, open thy doors, O Lebanon. O Lebanon. Do you think Lebanon is like this area? The Pacific Northwest?
Yeah, I would think Pacific Northwest because that's just where the trees are located.
Yeah. So you think this was like a heathenist area, I guess you could say?
Giant fossils that they found in those areas. You think about like
Oh
the
yeah,
name
it's
San
crazy.
Francisco Giants, right? Absolutely, I think
There's a mountain that my grandpa showed me, bro. It looks like a freaking petrified giant is just staring at you while you driving your car right by it. But he's mad. Anyways, open thy doors, O Lebanon, that the fire may devour thy cedars. And I'll go walking on these trails over here. There's like lightning strikes in, I'm pretty sure someone said like these groves that people go and like do meditations or whatever. There's lightning strikes that have knocked out the trees. And it's funny you mentioned thunder, because we got thunder. I think it was, what day was it? It was February 17th. And there was like a big thunder collapse, and it was raining so hard, like the hardest it's rained since, for sure, harder than it's ever rained last year. And yeah, it was just a crazy thunderstorm, I guess you could say.
well, storm is here, guys. I think.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, let's. I'm
the
excited to
flood's
see what
coming.
these next few days, next few weeks show us, because I do think we're going to start to see some very interesting commotions.
You think it's gonna be like tidal waves?
No, I think it's going to be a lot of. I think, as you know, as I mentioned with Joel, I think the text about fire is true. Also, Revelation, right? The Revelation says something's going to appear that's going to call fire down in the sight of men. And to me, that's what's coming. If you look at Joel, those chapters that we read, there a fire goes in front of them, a fire goes behind them. We have the language of Isaiah 17:1, Damascus being a ruinous heap. They're obviously conditioning the mind for aliens, which to me is the only way they're going to be able to explain fire raining down from the sky. And so I think that to me is what my entire focus is on right now. Is, and even this kind of stuff about Iran attacking California with drones, right? You know, anything of an attack from the sky that results in fire would catch my attention right now.
Yeah, that's
Obviously,
why.
in this area, not over there.
Yeah,
In this
no,
area of the world.
yeah, that's why this really like sticks out to me, where it talks about Lebanon and the cedars like falling.
And if you go to Amos, right? In Amos, everything that is talking about, for this I won't forget, right? And it's always a wall of fire, a wall of fire, a wall of fire. And so, that's my focus. Is I wouldn't be surprised if in the very near future
You're looking for the
we
fire.
are told that America was attacked by aliens, and a major city has been destroyed.
They've already been trying to do that.
That's what I'm saying. They've been conditioning the mind for it, and I think it's not a coincidence, particularly when you read all the scripture about these two men having fire coming with them. I don't think that that's by chance.
I don't think is there any scripture where David is talked about like with fire or like doing
I think
wonders?
Joel. I think if you look at Joel chapter 2, in my opinion, when it talks about those two, it's so depending on which translation, like for example, the King James tries to pretend it's a group of people, right? But if you look at other translations, it seems to be two people there, right? and
you
like
don't think
how they
that
they stay in their own lanes, right? And they each do what they're supposed to do. To me, that's a reference to David and Elijah, because David and Elijah are going to have power like the world has never seen.
yeah, so you don't think that when it says like a nation that we've never like that has never been like in Joel chapter 2, you don't think it's talking
See,
about like a people?
no, because that's the thing. If you go look at that, you're talking about Joel chapter 2, the beginning of it. To
Yeah.
me, it's talking about the two people who are coming to lead the second Exodus. Because that's what Joel chapter 2 is about. Chapter 1 is about the punishment on Israel. Chapter 2 is about them being regathered. Chapter 3 is about them in the promised land, Gog Magog. And so chapter 2 to me, when it's talking about, the day of the Lord is like darkness, right? You don't see it coming. And then you see you have this light come upon the mountain. And then we have this reference to this great people, right? Okay. These great people are the ones that the world has never seen before. And so think about that. To me, that's a direct reference to Aaron and Moses, saying these are going to surpass that. And there's never going to be anything like them afterwards.
Where
That
does
to
it
me is David and Elijah. I think that's Joel chapter
11?
2
verse 11?
verse. No, it's early. You got to be careful with the King James, because the King James is trash translation. So here, let's go to Joel chapter 2. Joel chapter 2 verse 2.
Verse 2, oh. A
So,
day of darkness and of gloominess, a day of clouds of thick darkness, as the morning spread
no, okay,
upon the
period. See,
mountain.
that's what I'm saying. There should be a period there.
A day
Okay,
of thick darkness, as a
period.
cloud,
And so now
as the
you have
cloud.
the morning spreading. So think about the symbolism of the sun rising, the day springing forward, right? This is Messiah now.
A great people.
So the great people and strong. Because think about it's not the children of Israel that are how the second Exodus occurs. The children of Israel will be how Gog Magog is dealt with. But the children of Israel are not how the second Exodus occurs. The second Exodus occurs by two messengers appearing who do signs and wonders like Aaron and Moses did. And that's what I think Joel is talking about. That's the fire. That's the path. And when you continue to read, like, they're like horses, right? Chariots, right?
Uh-huh.
And then people are in fear, their faces turn pale, right? And then they rush into the city, they climb the walls, right? The earth shakes, the sky vibrates, right? Who can survive this, right?
The brothers
This
sent
is,
me pictures of the Disneyland.
and so that's what I think that is.
He
No,
said,
so I don't think atomic bombs are real, Berea, to be honest with you. Because see, this is the issue that I have with nukes. Nukes assumes that God gives the right to destroy this earth into the hands of humans. And I think like they want us to believe that, but no, God is the one who's going to judge this place. And so I believe that the fire that's going to rain down from heaven is going to be I think it's going to be Sodom and Gomorrah style fire. And again, I just want to go to Revelation because they want us to believe the prophecies of the New Testament. They want the children of Israel to be deceived. And Revelation 13:13 is clearly telling us that somebody's going to appear who gets his power from the dragon. And we know that obviously that book is going to refer to the Most High God as the enemy. So the person that's appearing and getting his power from the dragon is getting his power from the Most High God. And he's going to cause fire to rain down in the sight of men. And I really think that's going to be cities being destroyed. And if you go to Amos, let's go to Amos. If you look at the language in Amos, just let me pull up one example to just give you what I'm talking about. Amos 1. Look at verse 4. I will send a fire into the house of Haziel. Look at verse 7. But I will send a fire onto the wall of Gaza. I will send a fire. Verse 10. I will send a fire on the wall of Tyrus. Verse 12. I will send fire upon Teman. which shall devour the palaces of Bosra. Bosra is the capital of Edom, right? So I think like we're going to see real fire coming. Now, the world's going to have an explanation, right? They're going to tell us it's everything but what we know it is. They're going to say it's aliens. They're going to say Iran attacked us with drones, right? None of those things are true. It's the judgment of God starting on Edom and Babylon.
Absolutely true.
And so, guys, all
But
praise to the Most
so
High. Go ahead, brother.
yeah, no worries. You're about to wrap it up, but yeah, just with what's his name, Saddam Hussein or whatever, the Israeli guy. When he was saying in that interview with the lady who was asking him, is Trump like Nebuchadnezzar or something? And he was like, probably the greatest since Cyrus. You remember that quote?
Oh, yeah, you're talking about BB. Yeah, when they say that.
Do you think he's just playing?
Well, so I don't think so. So it's funny because I mentioned this, like there was a coin that they brought out, right?
Yeah.
So they brought out a coin where one side was Cyrus and the other side was Trump. Okay. And so I obviously they're mocking, right? But I don't think it's a coincidence that they're linking Trump to Cyrus and the person who they pretend regathered the children of Israel. I don't think that that's a coincidence because, if you believe that, Cyrus was the one in charge when the decree went forth, he wasn't. It's happening right now. Trump is the king of fierce countenance. And you have to assume that two people who believe in JC and the new toilet are going to appear as their quote unquote witnesses. They're going to pretend that they die and they're going to resurrect because, again, they want the world to believe the Christian prophecies. Remember, before the end of the world, when you see Jerusalem encompassed with armies, right? And so think about that. Encompassed with armies. Is that a possibility here in the near future over there with the Disneyland and the conflict that's taking place? It seems like it could be, right? But again, this doesn't mean that the New Testament prophecies are true. It means they're trying to deceive you into believing that they're true and keeping your eyes elsewhere when your eyes should be laser focused on this place and anything out of the ordinary, in particular, anything flammable coming down from heaven, because that's the best evidence that Tao is here.
All praises to the Most High.
All praises, guys. And I stand by it. And listen, if I'm wrong, I will repent. But just because we didn't hear anything on Tuesday doesn't mean anything. These are men of God. These are men of God. Tuesday was a Sabbath. Today is a Sabbath. It's possible they don't start moving until the Passover passes, right? We don't know. They're not here to convince us, right? They're here to do the bidding of the Most High. And there, in the very near future, you won't be able to ignore it.
I'll be his armor bearer.
Yeah. I'm gonna get his coffee, man. If he needs whatever. How does he like his coffee? Whatever he needs. Yeah. All right, guys. All praises. All right.
About to close the room up.
Oh, Dame, you got something? Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, that's cool. I just listened to the conversation. I just was trying to ask some questions. But if you was about to close the room, I could wait till it really was nothing specific or nothing. But
If you
I
got
just
questions, feel free. I got nowhere to be.
oh okay. Yeah, I just was listening to y'all talk about I think you said something about the cedars or something. I was listening to something the other day and they was saying I don't know if it's the gopher wood is the lightest wood, but they was pretty much saying that they had put it in the river and it floated and they had built that temple y'all was talking about. I didn't know it was made out of wood. I thought that was kind of interesting too, or some kind of like cedars or something. But I don't know. I just heard they had put them in the wood because they was real heavy. But they I guess they floated them up the river to where they was gonna build at and stuff like that. Yeah, I just like the conversation y'all talking about like the the perspective, the view of it. You know what I'm saying? I don't really hear people, you know, talking like that. So I just find it kind of interesting and stuff, though. You know what I'm saying? But I did see you. I think the other day you said somebody was supposed to be coming back, and I just heard you say they didn't come back or something like that. So is that like what Christians will call Jesus or something like that? Like is that like the Old Testament version, like of David or Messiah or something like that?
Yeah. So here, I'll put it back at the top. So when you have some time, watch the video that I'm about to pin,
Okay.
because I believe this is the true understanding of the scriptures and the Messiah. And I understand, I used to be a Christian. I used to believe JC was the Messiah. The reason I reject it today is because it's not what the word of God says, and God is not a man that he should lie. And so according to everything that he's revealed to me, the true Messiah, who is King David, was resurrected just before sunrise on Wednesday. On Tuesday. So just before sunrise on Tuesday morning, he was resurrected by the prophet Elijah. And so a lot of people were messaging me saying nothing happened, nothing happened. And my point was, guys, Edom is not going to hold a press conference and tell us the word of God is true, right? And the first day of the month is a Sabbath. So Tuesday was a Sabbath. Today is the weekly Sabbath. Will they wait till Passover passes before they start, right? All we need to do is understand that in the very near future, we're going to see fire start to rain down from heaven here in America. And they're going to obviously have an explanation for it that's not the judgment of God. And that's what we should be focusing our attention on, because until they appear in front of Trump, because obviously just like Moses and Aaron went to Pharaoh, I believe David and Elijah are going to Trump, right? But again, like, you got to think, are they going to broadcast those meetings to the public? If they don't want people to believe the word of God, why on earth would they be broadcasting that stuff to the public? It doesn't seem to be what's going to give it away. It seems what's going to give it away are the signs and wonders of the Most High God, right? And obviously the fact that David is going to start to regather the children of Israel into a Goshen area where we will be when the plagues start to fall. Because as it was in the past, so shall it be in the end. And so I think that's what our focus should be on. We should be looking for two men with power the world has never seen. And it doesn't mean two men, because so Elijah and David, those are the two men who are going to be Aaron and Moses.
Moses. Oh, okay. So you think that the government like know what you're talking about? Because it seemed like they would know, like this video I'm about to watch and stuff. It seemed like they would have that information and then try to counteract it somewhere. Like, so I'm just saying that to say, because it seemed like the media mainstream, it got like a lot of distraction on TV, like far as all these different scandals with these people, and I feel like a lot of people probably pay a lot of attention to that stuff instead of, you know what I'm saying, the stuff you talking about, because they kind of busy, you know what I mean? Like it's like a parade on the mind, keep people kind of
100%.
keep them occupied to kind of not really understand what you're talking about. But I'm definitely gonna check the video out though. You know?
Well, so and when you watch the video, notice I believe the prophet Elijah returned last September or September 2024. Okay, now I have the visuals for it, right? And notice the world explains it as something else, which means they knew it was coming and they had their explanation prepared in advance. Just like my point right now, the only reason they're telling us about aliens is because how are they going to explain fire raining down from heaven if they haven't conditioned the mind to believe in aliens?
They won't. In the book of
Isn't
Isaiah, he says, "And new things shall spring forth, and who shall let it?" They already know the end's near, but they don't know they don't know what side they're going to be hit from, because it's the Lord's game at this point.
And I think that, they have the unadulterated scriptures, because remember, all wisdom comes from God. So they're not going to see anything that God doesn't let them see, right? What they might have is text that's not corrupted, where they can read things very clearly, right? Like they must know David is the Messiah. They must know he's going to be resurrected. They must have a sense of where we are in the stream of time, right? And so, like, if you look in this country, for the last 50 years, the FBI has been worried about a black Messiah. I don't think that's a coincidence, because it tells us after 69 Jubilees, or 50 years before the end, Messiah comes. It doesn't tell you the exact date, though. So you can understand why they were looking for him a bit before he actually appeared, right?
Right, right.
But they knew about Elijah showing up, so how could they know that, right? So, but again, like, I was waiting for that light too. Now, I was waiting for that light based off misinformation in the world, right? So it gives you a sense that, there's definitely things present that they should know what's coming, at least from a terms of a very high level, and conditioning the mind to, like, for example, I think David's going to have Moses' staff. So one of the ways David's going to prove who he is to us is he's going to throw his staff down. It's going to turn into a snake. But think about AI videos today. Who's going to believe that video? Everyone's going to say it's AI, right?
Right.
And I don't think that's a coincidence, right? There's a reason they're promoting AI, because they're trying to get ahead of the things they know they can't explain.
But you think it would be like a secure type of connection? Like, I see what you're saying with the staff thing, but it seemed like it would be more like secure, like where it wouldn't be like no denying, because like you say, you got AI videos and stuff like that. You know what I mean? I feel like AI probably helped them out a lot too, like far as simulations and all the movies. When I look at the movies they be making, that's what kind of make me think I know they know a lot about these scriptures, and I be saying stuff like about the stuff that's in the Vatican, because they be real apocalyptic at times with the things they be showing. And a lot of times they have like aliens like fighting like Earth and all, like the aliens trying to destroy the Earth, but it always show like the humans winning. Like, you know what I mean? So I just feel like they twisting the narrative a little bit, but I feel like they definitely got some secret files like in that Vatican somewhere about like the stuff that you're talking about, like far as explaining it more or something.
And so think about too, when you say that, when you watch the video that I pinned, the movie The Crow is about a bird coming and resurrecting a musician who goes on a killing, revenge-filled rampage.
Oh, really?
That's they're directly copying God's prophecy of the ravenous bird comes first, and that bird resurrects the Messiah. And I show book, chapter, verse to prove it, right? So they 100%, like, have you ever heard the saying, the bird is the word?
Bird is the word. Yeah.
Okay, the bird is the word of God, brother. That's what they're mocking. They're mocking us. The bird is the word of God.
Think of what David was. He has the Song of Songs. He has Psalms. He's a musician. He plays the harp. He's beautiful. You know? So it's all lining up now.
And then think about Planet of the Apes. Okay, that, like, you want to see them mocking you? Planet of the Apes, Rise of the Planet of the Apes is the second Exodus. Planet of the Apes, Dawn of the Planet of the Apes is Gog Magog. Okay, they're mocking. Okay, they're mocking, but they're telling the truth, right? They're telling the truth of what's coming, right? An unstoppable force. And notice, in that movie, the same thing that took the monkeys and put them to the top destroyed the rest of the world, right? The virus, right? The virus made them super smart and killed everybody else. So God is taking the children of Israel from the bottom and putting them on top, and his plagues are going to destroy everybody except for Gog Magog, who are going to be saved for the end valley of Jehoshaphat. And that's the book of Joel, brother. So what I would also recommend is go read the book of Joel, chapter 1 being the punishment on Jerusalem and the children of Israel.
The book of Joel. I thought you said Job. You said the book of Joel?
Joel. Just 3 chapters, okay? Chapter 1. Chapter 1 is the judgment on Israel for the rebellion. Chapter 2 is the regathering, the second Exodus. Chapter 3 is Gog Magog.
Okay. Yeah, I never read that before. Yeah, I'm gonna read that and stuff. How long is this video and stuff? Is it a good long
26
video?
minutes. 26 minutes. It's not that long. It's
I
not
know.
that long, but
No. I was asking for the depth. I like kind of like the stuff you talking about. I can watch a video like that for an hour or maybe more.
So what I'll also do, because I made this short because people's attention spans, but I have a 2-hour video where I go in detail on the verses. So if you want to see that, I'll send it to you too.
You say you send it to me?
Yeah, I'll put it. Let me pull it right now.
This video, you'll get a laugh
Don't take
out
the
of it
one
too.
down. Don't take the one down on the top. Like, yeah. Let me click on this one first. Are you gonna put that new one in the chat or something?
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat and I'll send you a direct message. But they're all on my YouTube page. So
You'll get a
once you
laugh
go
out
to
of
my
it.
page,
Trust
yeah,
me.
you'll get a laugh. And
What,
so
what is it? It's SJZ.
well, yeah. So listen, I do want to apologize for the language that is used at the beginning of the video that I pinned. But as I tell all my brothers and sisters who are currently still swimming in that idolatry, the time of fun and games is over. And so I hope that the veracity of the warning, because listen, I have a lot of friends who the beginning of that video will probably make them never speak to me again. But we're at the time where I want them to know that I didn't care. The warning was more important because it's time.
Right. I know I be cussing a lot too. Like, yeah, people don't. I don't care about that though. That don't take away from the message and stuff. I know a lot of people say, "Oh, that messed up the message," but no, that's like come with passion, and you know what I'm saying. Like, so no, I don't care about that though. I like passion. So that's what's up though. Yeah, I'm about to watch your videos and stuff. You about to close your room out?
Yeah, and we're here every Thursday at 5 p.m. And obviously all the replays are always available in Clubhouse, and I do upload them to YouTube as well. But yeah, we've been coming more frequently, and obviously, listen, if we see anything current events, we will definitely be hosting
How many
rooms as
videos
well.
you got on YouTube? You got like a lot of videos and stuff?
No, I just started recently. I used to be an atheist, brother. So I went from being an atheist to he woke me up. I was living in Los Angeles.
Okay.
He told me to move before my house burned down. So I left. My house burned down in the Pacific Palisade fires. So and he's been showing me some crazy stuff the whole time. I don't know why. I'm obviously very humbled, but I was studying for about 5 years before I started to put anything out. But recently I've been picking it up because, when you look at what's out there, everyone's telling us the same lies. And I understand that, and again, I'm grateful that I'm not alone where, you see other people also see that this is what the word of God says. But the whole point is, if you believe his word, he tells you at the end of time, he's going to seal